Amidst the noisy atmosphere of the PowerPC Zone internet cafe, a gamer boasted about seeing a new Kangchi map on the forum, but his friend brushed it off as old news. His friend confidently boasted that he had solo cleared the map early this morning and immediately claimed the top spot, leaving the other guy gaping in astonishment. In another corner, two other gamers were complaining about how insanely difficult the new map was, with one of them concluding, "I told you, that AI gamer is no ordinary person." A young man in a hoodie calmly munched on a sausage, his ears still catching snippets of the crowd's bitter chatter. How the hell does he always take the top spot so quickly whenever a new map comes out? He must be using a bot, there's no other way. His friend sitting next to him chimed in, turning to the young man in the hoodie with a scornful look. "Hear that? They're saying you use a bot." His friend started to pry, his voice full of curiosity. "Hey, how come you make money like water, but you're always holed up eating here?" The young man in the hoodie nonchalantly replied, still holding his half-eaten sausage stick. "Don't you know the food here is delicious?" He glanced at the leaderboard display, where all the top spots were occupied, then turned and nonchalantly declared, "Anyway, I'm number one again this time. So be prepared." His friend was furious. "You bastard, you talk as if being number one is a given. You're definitely a bot." The young man in the hoodie's face was expressionless, with only one thought in his mind. An AI, huh? Well, technically, they're not wrong. In the virtual world, he was the ruler, single-handedly taking down bosses, executing explosive combos, because that was the only place he found joy. With sharp, cold eyes, he asserted that his playground was the world of games and creating the most insane maps. He left the PowerPC Zone internet cafe after a day of grinding. His friend, walking with him, patted his shoulder and reminded him, "See you tomorrow, don't forget your fat wallet." He just grunted in response. Strolling alone, he wondered why he was so obsessed with this game. The harsh answer appeared. Because in the real world, he couldn't control anything. In the game, everything was a breeze, but in real life, everything was impossible. Even those useless utility poles blocking the road were something he couldn't move. He thought to himself, if he were in a game, just one click of the mouse would allow him to change their shape and size as he wished. Crash! Suddenly, a truck sped madly towards him, ready to give him a one-way ticket to another world. Amidst the bustling flow of life, he walked like a ghost, completely detached from the world. He bitterly admitted the harsh truth. In real life, he was just a useless nobody. Even a truck, a deadly obstacle. He couldn't erase it like in a game. Whoosh! The truck whizzed past right behind him, missing him by a hair's breadth. Screech! The ear-splitting sound of brakes echoed, and the truck skidded to a halt. He turned around, his face expressionless, and muttered sarcastically, "Phew, I thought I was about to get isekai'd." The truck driver poked his head out the window, yelling with bulging veins, "Hey, do you want to die? Where are your eyes?" In response to the rage, he simply raised a finger, pointing towards the traffic light pole. The pedestrian signal was glowing green, while the vehicle light was bright red. The truck driver froze, his mouth agape in disbelief. Huh? When did the light change? After his narrow escape, he trudged along, the feeling of helplessness in this real world truly unpleasant. He looked up at a construction site, secretly wishing he could mod real life like a game. Everything would be so much easier. If he had that power, he could have personally created a perfect world, according to his own desires. Snap! Just as his thoughts were unfinished, a piercing sound echoed from the crane overhead. The cable had snapped. A gigantic steel beam slipped from its hook, beginning its freefall amidst the frantic screams of the construction workers. Death's target was a little girl standing bewildered in the middle of the road, right in front of him. He froze, his brain instantly recognizing the perilous situation unfolding. The little girl was petrified, only able to look up with terrified eyes at the massive iron block plummeting down. But he knew one thing, clearly. With this mortal body, he couldn't do anything more extraordinary than to throw himself forward. A decisive push saved the girl's life. The ball flew into the air, while the fate of the substitute remained unknown. The AI gamer rushed forward, using a decisive push to throw the little girl out of the death zone. The girl fell sprawling, her face pale with terror, while he bitterly realized his own limitations. I can only control my own body. Crash! The steel beam descended mercilessly, crushing his body right before the child's eyes, blood spreading into a puddle. With gasping breaths, his face covered in blood, the top-ranked gamer of the virtual world was now barely clinging to life like a useless wretch. His eyes fluttered open, reflecting the cruel reality, a thought flashing. See? This is real life. A harsh truth for the one who was once king in the virtual world. Suddenly, a mysterious purple energy enveloped him. his body seemingly being restructured. He opened his eyes wide in an unfamiliar space, completely bewildered. Where? Where is this? Floating in a pitch-black void like a cosmic black hole, he wondered if he had truly died. Suddenly, a powerful voice, laced with contempt, echoed from the darkness, addressing him directly. Mortal. A gigantic shadow entity with 3 glowing yellow eyes questioned the gamer. How was the forgotten hell? Now it's time to face reality. He frantically yelled, asking for the stranger's identity and what this so-called forgotten hell was. The shadow entity pronounced coldly, with an air of superiority, death is merely a means for reincarnation. The gamer was stunned, completely unable to comprehend what was happening to him. The entity continued to bestow its grace. Let me give you a chance to recall your memories. Still too shocked, he yelled, demanding a clear, easier-to-understand explanation instead of those cryptic words. The shadow entity called him cunning and then flatly commanded, "Open your eyes." Despite his frantic pleas, his eyes opened wide, still with the pupils of a normal human. Immediately, his pupils contracted and transformed, changing into glowing yellow eyes with vertical slits like those of a beast. His consciousness suddenly awoke in a completely unfamiliar body, that of a demon noble, and he let out a piercing scream in utter horror. Just waking up, the AI gamer dazedly clung to a table in a strange room, his voice trembling. What? He realized he was in a castle, his face still showing extreme bewilderment. His gaze inadvertently swept past the window, and he froze when he saw the reflection of a horned, pointed-eared being. He frantically looked at his own clawed hands and demon face. Is this me? Didn't I die? The familiar isekai scenario from anime suddenly flashed in his mind, making him unable to believe it. Are you kidding me? He tried to calm down, but the sensations from this new body were too real to deny. All senses screamed, confirming an undeniable truth. This was not a dream. Accepting the harsh reality, the AI gamer stood tall in the empty room, beginning to strategize. The AI gamer looked around the ancient castle, trying to pinpoint his location in this damned world. Finally, the core question emerged as the AI gamer faced his new form. Who am I? Mumbling to himself, the AI gamer flinched as a voice rang out. What are you mumbling about? Accompanied by a deadly blue streak of light. Before he could react, an energy blade pierced straight through the AI gamer's chest, blood splattering amidst a desperate scream. The AI gamer coughed up blood, his eyes wide with horror as he saw the blade embedded in his body, unable to believe what had just happened. The culprit revealed herself, Seldera, a white-haired demoness with a maniacal smile, withdrawing her weapon, brutally tearing open his wound. The AI gamer collapsed to the floor, blood pooling, while Seldera looked down with disdain. Well, how do you think you'll die? The pain tore through the AI gamer's mind. He clutched the fatal wound on his sternum, feeling death approach. The AI gamer looked up, his voice weak as he asked one question. Why did you do this? Seldera feigned innocence at his question, then bared her fangs and laughed gleefully. Huh, what do you mean? She casually replied with the simplest of reasons. I hate you, so I'm just getting rid of you. Simple as that. The AI gamer was utterly stunned, unable to believe his ears, realizing this madwoman truly wanted to kill him for such a trivial reason. Just as the deranged Seldera prepared to deliver the finishing blow, a strange sword suddenly flew in, blocking the attack just in the nick of time. Another white-haired demon appeared, a leather whip in hand. Seldera snarled. Tarme, why do you always have to interfere with my business? Tarme smirked, holding a potion bottle, his tone condescending. Come on, Seldera. You shouldn't treat your little brother like that. The AI gamer lay sprawled on the ground, mouth full of blood, his mind reeling. What the hell is going on? Who's this guy now? Tarme approached, offering the AI gamer the potion with fake comfort. Poor Kella. Seldera bullied you again today. Here, drink this. Grabbing at a lifeline, the AI gamer snatched the bottle and gulped it down, thinking it must be a health potion from a game. Tarme watched with a meaningful smile, his tone mocking. Strange. You're drinking it so easily today? The AI gamer froze, his eyes wide as he sensed something was wrong, an intense feeling of unease rising in his chest. Ugh. The AI gamer spat out a pool of dark purple liquid, not blood, but something far more disgusting. His throat burned as if on fire, the pain erupting violently, making him clutch his neck and scream in despair. It hurts so much. It's so hot. Is it poison? Seldera's face twisted in frustration as she saw the AI gamer spitting blood, yelling, Oh, are you dying already? I wanted you to die by my hand. Tarme sneered contemptuously, commenting, It looks painful, but he probably won't die. It seems this formula failed again. The AI gamer writhed in extreme pain, his soul screaming in despair. Why? Why do I have to suffer like this? Bang! The main hall doors suddenly burst open, and blinding light flooded in. An announcement echoed throughout. Demon King Helkalden has returned from his hero hunt. Both Tarme and Seldera were stunned, as he returned earlier than expected. Hearing the word father, the dying AI gamer's eyes widened. What the hell? Whose father? A hand adorned with rings, long bony fingers clenched, radiating an overwhelming dark purple magic. And the one who entered was Demon King Helkalden, a hulking demon with sharp eyes and the aura of an absolute ruler. Demon King Helkalden spoke in a deep, annoyed voice. Why are there these wretched noises? The AI gamer was aghast, realizing the person before him was the final boss, the Demon King. Tarme immediately changed his demeanor, pointing at the AI gamer and playing the victim. I apologize, father. He started it. Demon King Helkalden growled. Silence. And his overwhelming aura sent both Seldera and Tarme flying. Seldera was choked by the pressure, stammering apologies to her father, believing the weakling's cries were an insult. Tarme was no better. The cunning demon now could only grit his teeth, endure, and beg for his life. The dying AI gamer, still with blood on his mouth, his mind racing, if those two are my older siblings. The harsh truth hit the AI gamer. Then this Demon King is my father? Demon King Helkalden coldly declared that only 2 sounds were permitted in his castle. The birth cry of a great demon. The AI gamer had a bad premonition, his face pale, screaming in his head. Wait, and the sound of a glorious death. The Demon King finished his sentence with eyes as sharp as knives. The AI gamer's eyes were wide open, reflecting extreme horror as he realized he was about to become that glorious death. A desperate scream echoed throughout the demon castle, signaling that the internal purge had begun. Demon King Helkalden strode forward, his tyrannical aura overpowering the whimpers of the small fry scattered across the floor. The AI gamer coughed up blood, realizing the situation was completely out of control. He collapsed, his brain finally accepting the truth. So, I've reincarnated into another world, but as the son of this wretched old man? The AI gamer desperately looked at the Demon King's back, radiating terrifying power. Damn it. The AI gamer could only curse in despair as death approached. Among countless reincarnations, why did it have to be the Demon King's son? Memories flooded back. Little Kella whimpered to his mother. Mom, Seldera poked my eye with a fork. The Demon Queen, a beautiful white-haired demoness, gently replied. Oh no, that must have hurt. Little Kella continued to sob. Tarme even put poison in my food. The Demon Queen's golden eyes gleamed with an unreadable glint, and she casually said, If that's the case. The Demon Queen smirked coldly, spouting the demon race's philosophy. Then you should retaliate against them like a true demon. Little Kella cried, his voice trembling with fear. If I do that, Seldera and Tarme will kill me. The Demon Queen replied curtly with a savage smile. Then you just need to kill them first, before you die. Kella froze, his tear-filled eyes wide with horror at his own mother's words. The Demon Queen even brought up the Demon King as an example, recounting his feat of slaying his siblings to ascend the throne, and concluded, If anyone wants to kill you, kill them first. As soon as she finished speaking, a sharp dagger was drawn from behind the Demon Queen's back. Thud. The Demon Queen, without hesitation, plunged the dagger straight into little Kella, who screamed in agony. While her son writhed, the Demon Queen smiled contentedly, whispering, Just as a demon should. Kella screamed in ultimate pain. Mother. While the Demon Queen coldly asked, Do you understand, Kella? The horrifying memory ended. Kella shot up in bed, letting out a beast-like cry as the childhood nightmare resurfaced. Kella woke up panting in bed, facing Rin, a gray-haired demon maid, who coldly asked, Are you awake, master? The AI gamer broke out in a cold sweat, confirming that the terrifying nightmare was indeed the memories of Kella Kalden, the body he had reincarnated into. Kella looked down at his body, heavily shocked to realize that all the fatal wounds from before had completely vanished. He immediately realized, this body possessed regenerative abilities on another level, his hands emitting a faint blue light. The maid, Rin, informed him that he had slept for quite a while, calling him young Master Kella. Rin reminded him that it was almost time for the family meal and urged him to get up. Kella was still processing, only mumbling his agreement. A line of information appeared, introducing his personal maid Rin, and revealing that the original Kella was much more timid than his siblings, thus always looked down upon. In a flashback, the original Kella whined to Rin, saying that his older brother's servant even dressed their master. The original Kella pressed on, teasingly demanding Rin help him get dressed, making her blush and frantically refuse. Another memory showed the original Kella holding a blanket, complaining to Rin that cleaning was her duty, not his. A flashback to the original Kella, a weak boy, grumbling because the maid Rin dared to take his sleeping spot. The original Kella was so clueless he thought Rin had sent a doll to work in her place, not realizing he had just been tricked. Back in reality, Kella, the AI version, had put on his uniform, despising the original Kella, the Demon King's son, yet scared by a mere maid. Truly a piece of trash. His gaze sharpened, determined to change everything. That's right, Kella. His fist clenched. Kella decided he would no longer live like a coward. He realized that life here was no different from his previous one, a world where the weak were always bullied. A deeply ingrained truth appeared in his mind, cold sweat pouring down. Whoever shows weakness dies. Kella and Rin entered the dining room, a truly hellish family feast with Demon King Hel Kaldan seated at the head of the table, flanked by his older siblings Tarmay and Seldera. Demon King Hel Kaldan narrowed his eyes, his voice devoid of emotion but radiating immense pressure. "You're late, Kella." With just one sentence, the Demon King's aura made Kella break out in a cold sweat, forcing him to admit, he truly is the final boss. This pressure is no joke. As soon as he sat down, AI Gamer had to humble himself and apologize for being late, trying to appear obedient in front of his model family. "Welcome, Kella." No sooner had she finished speaking than Seldera delivered a crushing kick to her younger brother under the table, a true demon-style greeting. AI Gamer gritted his teeth, trying to swallow the pain, his face contorted but not daring to utter a single word. Seldera smirked with satisfaction, taunting. "You look a bit low on energy, don't you? Eat more," he screamed frantically in his head, realizing that if these monsters knew he wasn't the real Kella, his life would be over instantly. Sweating profusely, he tremblingly picked up a fork, mechanically mumbled his thanks, and told himself he had to endure and play his role perfectly at all costs. Closing his eyes, he brought the spoon to his mouth and swallowed a bite of food, an action that seemed normal but was the beginning of a new torture. As soon as he swallowed, the poison erupted violently, his entire body convulsing. It was real. This wasn't food. It was poison. His older brother Tarmay smiled maliciously, slowly revealing, "That soup was specially prepared for you. It's delicious, isn't it?" Even though the poison was tormenting him to death and back, AI Gamer had to grit his teeth and force out each word, his voice trembling but his eyes trying to appear normal. "Yes, it's delicious." Facing Seldera's contemptuous smile, Tarm's sinister expression, and the Demon King's overwhelming aura, Kella roared in his head. "These demons." He gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down, but his eyes were filled with defiance. "They are not my family." His eyes flashed with a deadly glint. His resolve solidified. "I won't let them bully me anymore. I have to do something immediately." He recalled his previous life, when he was a legendary gamer, an unrivaled map designer recognized by the entire server. But that was in the game. In real life, he was just a weak kid, helpless against school bullies. He could do nothing but lie still and take the beating, getting punched and kicked like a sandbag. The horrifying memory of his death flooded back, the scene of him lying slumped in a pool of blood, next to the little girl he had saved. He swore to himself that he would never again accept such a helpless and pathetic death. Returning to reality, Kella's eyes had completely changed. Fear vanished, replaced by a terrifying sharpness and resolve. Kella smirked, pushed the poisoned food plate forward, and called out her name directly. "Seldera." Without another word, Kella flung the bowl of poisoned soup directly at Seldera's face, growling. "Taste the soup Tarmay made," causing her to let out a piercing scream. Immediately, he pulled the blood-stained dagger from his leg, his sharp eyes fixed on Tarmay. "Tarmay, let me give you." Whoosh! Kella flung the dagger straight into his treacherous older brother's thigh, returning the gift Seldera had given him earlier. Demon King Hel Kaldan, who had been silent as a statue until now, finally narrowed his eyes, stunned by his useless son's unbelievable turnaround. Kella braced his hands on the table, directly confronting the Demon King's pressure and questioning. "Father, why must we demons play this happy family charade?" With that, he roared and used all his strength to flip the entire dining table, shattering the fake dinner. From now on, it's every demon for themselves. The Demon King, Seldera, and Tarmay were all struck dumb, unable to believe their eyes at Kella's insane act of rebellion. Kella gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing as he declared war on his own family. "Let's see who wins, you demons." The scene shifted to the demon castle, which had just witnessed an earth-shattering declaration of war. Leaving the chaos behind, Kella walked away with a satisfied smirk, muttering, That felt good. Behind him, the maid Rin could only stand frozen, her mind unable to keep up. Kella recalled the aftermath of his rebellion, flipping the dining table and getting kicked half to death by his own old man, the Demon King. But ironically, despite being thoroughly beaten, he was still here, fully recovered in the blink of an eye, thanks to the demon's monstrous physique. Kella felt a strange power flowing through his body, his hands transforming with sharp claws. He smirked, finally accepting the truth. It seems I really am the Demon King's son. While the maid Rin stood behind him, Kella began to wonder about the limits of this new ability. Rin reminded her young master about the magic lesson, but Kella snapped back. I know. Don't order me around. Kella's defiant attitude completely shocked Rin, leaving only one question in her mind. Is this guy possessed? Kella pondered the so-called magic lesson. According to the memories of the old body, this was one of the worst experiences of its life. But for Kella, the gamer version, he had no reason to avoid it, deciding to confront the new challenge head-on. At the training ground, a drill instructor announced Seldera and Tarme's absence, while the demon recruits stood at attention. Kella's gaze locked onto a group of small fry. He immediately recognized them. It's them. Memories of the old body flooded back, revealing the faces of the bullies who tormented him with contemptuous smiles. In the flashback, the original Kella trembled with fear, stammering that he couldn't do it in front of Rude. Rude smirked, gathering a dark purple energy orb in his hand, and casually declared, "Then there's no other way." He swung the energy punch straight at Kella's face, roaring that this was a lesson, while Kella could only shriek in agony. The rest of the group stood by, laughing boisterously, clearly enjoying the torture. This was the true nature of these trashy demons, treating the torment of the weak as mere entertainment. A white-haired female bully approached, criticizing Rude. "Hey, are you going too easy on him?" She smirked savagely, ordering, "Don't overthink it. Show us your true strength." "I permit it." In the memory, one of the demon bullies profusely thanked Seldera for allowing him to torment Kella. Rude gathered another purple energy orb, preparing to land another blow, while the original Kella could only beg in despair. The original Kella screamed that he didn't want to fight, pleading for those bastards to stop. Back in reality, Kella smirked, realizing that this old body was not weak at all. He clenched his fist, concluding that the original Kella was simply too soft-hearted and foolish. Kella's eyes flashed with determination, declaring that from now on, everything would be different. With a confident smile, he swore to use this power properly and without mercy. A drill instructor appeared, asking who had sparred in the previous class. Rude casually slung an arm around Kella, nonchalantly replying that it was him and Kella. Rude leaned in close, his voice full of sarcasm as he corrected him, saying it should be Sir Kella, clearly mocking him to the extreme. Rude taunted, "My apologies," making Kella glare daggers, veins throbbing, as he silently cursed, "This bastard." The drill instructor flatly declared, allowing Kella and Rude to begin their second sparring match. Rude smirked confidently, purple magic gathering in his hand, his voice challenging. "Of course. Are you ready?" The demon recruits, standing by, chattered loudly, betting that Kella would be beaten to a pulp as usual, even advising Rude to go easy lest the young master start crying. Kella glanced at the scoffing demon recruits, his eyes visibly chilling, clearly making a mental note of each one. Rude bared his teeth in a sick grin, clearly relishing the feeling of bullying someone weaker than himself. Kella suddenly realized a harsh truth. The original Kella, and he had a lot in common. He recalled his previous life, also a lonely student, always ganged up on and bullied by everyone. A guy with no money, no power, and always a thorn in the side of those around him, treated like trash. But all that was in the past. Kella erupted with azure magic, his eyes sharp as razors, ready for a classic comeback. Rude was stunned, his mouth agape, as he felt the terrifying surge of mana from Kella. What? How does Kella have so much mana? Kella stood tall, azure mana swirling around him, making the demon recruits behind him disbelieve their eyes, wondering if this was real. Rude's face went pale, his entire body stiff under the terrifying pressure, as he hissed, "Damn it! This pressure makes me unable to move." Kella charged forward at dizzying speed, his eyes icy as he declared, "Today, I'll go easy. Just one punch." Crash! The mana-infused punch landed squarely in Rude's stomach, making him let out a choked cry. Rude flew backward, slamming into the ground with a pathetic scream. The demon recruits watching gaped, unable to believe the sight before them. What? Rude didn't even have time to react. Even the drill instructor broke out in a sweat, his voice trembling in panic. Could he be dead? Rude lay sprawled on the ground, his face bruised and bloody, gasping for breath like a beached fish. Kella looked down at the defeated opponent with contempt, his voice full of sarcasm. What did you say just now? How dare you speak to the Demon King's son like that? Beaten to a pulp, Rude lay flattened, his face covered in blood, his voice trembling as he begged Kella for his life. Kella growled, his golden eyes blazing with killing intent, warning him directly. Don't make another mistake in front of me. You'll die. The demon recruits watching were utterly shocked, unable to believe that the good-for-nothing Kella they knew could pull off such an overwhelming comeback. Kella turned to the drill instructor, who was trembling like a leaf, and called out, Instructor. With a provocative smile, Kella asked the pale-faced instructor, Should we continue the lesson? Which scared the man out of his wits. Amidst the crowd, Rin, along with 2 other students, also stared at Kella in shock. Completely bewildered by what was happening, Rin broke out in a cold sweat, with only one thought in her mind. The young master definitely has a problem. Rin's gaze inadvertently drifted up to a distant balcony, where a powerful figure was silently observing everything. Kella stood alone in the training ground, looking down at the rag doll that was Rude, clenching the hand that had just disciplined his opponent. It turned out the observer was none other than Demon King Hel Kaldun, Kella's father, silently watching his son's surprising performance. The scene shifted to Hel Kaldun Castle, where a voice full of resentment rang out. I cannot forgive him. It was Seldura, seething in a healing bath, screaming in frustration that the bastard Tarme dared to splash poisoned soup in her face, while Tarme coldly told her to focus on healing. Tarme reminded Seldura bluntly, You don't have Kella's terrifying regenerative abilities. Seldura grew even more furious, yelling and wondering why only that good-for-nothing Kella possessed such overwhelming regenerative power. Tarme mused, realizing a truth. It seems Kella has changed. Memories flooded back. Kella as a child was a whiny brat, screaming for a separate meal during dinner. The image of the 3 siblings appeared in the past. A weak Kella, a hot-headed Seldura, and a perpetually dangerous Tarme. Back in the present, Seldura froze, speechless. She recalled the moment Demon King, Hel Kaldun, their father, smiled for the first time upon witnessing Kella's comeback. Seldura was utterly shocked, for it was the first time in her life she had seen her father smile because of one of his children. Seldura was still soaking in the healing bath, but her mind was exploding, screaming in bitterness because she couldn't believe her father would smile for someone like Kella. In stark contrast, Tarme kept a cool head, calmly admitting, It truly is unusual. Seldura lost her patience, growling directly. So what the hell are you trying to say? Tarme began his negotiation, sneering. Seldura, you'd probably rather die than shake hands with me, but… Seldura froze, her pupils contracting, clearly stunned by the unexpected proposal. Tarme smirked cunningly, making a deadly offer. How about we put our differences aside for now and take care of Kella together? Tarme's smile grew even more sinister, revealing his fangs, showing he was completely serious about his dirty plan. After a moment of deliberation, Seldura also smirked with delight, agreeing, Not a bad idea. Both troublesome siblings shared a bloodthirsty smile, deciding on a common goal. Let's deal with Kella first, before he catches father's eye again. At the same time, Kella appeared with sharp eyes, seemingly having sensed the killing intent from the 2 conspirators behind his back. The former Demon King, Turk Kaldun, appeared with a wild grin, sharp fangs, and golden eyes blazing with killing intent. A demon instructor began the history lesson, introducing this overwhelmingly powerful former king. AI Gamer, in Kella's body, also froze, thinking, He looks incredibly evil. The instructor emphasized that Turk's skill back then was unrivaled, but he was eliminated by the Heaven Guild Knight's despicable trick. From then on, opportunistic guilds began to covet, gathering around the demon kingdom like a flock of vultures. The memories of Kella's old body flooded back, reminding AI Gamer of the threats surrounding the kingdom. In the past, Kella was just a weak boy, helplessly looking outside and cursing the wretched guilds. He felt suffocated as if imprisoned, realizing he couldn't even escape this very castle. In despair, Kella slammed his hand against the wall, bitterly accepting his fate of eternal confinement. Damn it. Back in the present, AI Gamer's eyes were completely different, cold and sharp, no longer those of the useless boy from before. The demon instructor began class, warning that the Heaven Guild was coveting an attack on the kingdom. The old instructor continued to boost morale, urging the recruits to give their all in combat class to assist Demon King Hel Kaldun in wiping out the enemies. The entire class roared with fervor, for the honor of the demon race, while AI Gamer sat silently, his face expressionless. AI Gamer was completely indifferent to the empty rallying cry. His eyes showed he was calculating something else. Scene change. AI Gamer and his maid Rin were on the castle rooftop, the wind whipping around them. Looking down at the vast territory, AI Gamer made up his mind. I must find a way to escape this place. He realized his precarious situation. If he stayed in this cursed place, he would sooner or later perish at the hands of his damned siblings and overbearing Demon King father. AI Gamer turned to Rin, confirming his father's schedule. He would be away for the next 3 days. The maid hesitantly agreed. He turned away, his eyes sharp, and continued to ask, "Do you know?" AI Gamer turned his back and casually stated a glaring weakness of the castle, leaving Rin dumbfounded by the suddenness. He calmly explained, "There isn't a single map architect here who knows how to utilize the terrain for combat," while Rin was still processing. In his mind, a strategic map appeared, showing the trashy guilds exploiting abandoned territories to attack from all sides. So he decided to use the time before the old man went on his expedition to redraw the entire map of this area himself. And with that map, he would help his Demon King father wipe out those small fry, a sly smile spreading across his face. But that's for later. For now, prepare for the real escape. His eyes flashed, realizing this world was different from reality, meaning he could create maps however he wanted. He suddenly turned and shouted an order to Rin. "Immediately create a secret office in the basement for me." The maid was startled and stammered a question. AI Gamer growled, asserting, "I need a secret workspace that the old man cannot know about." The emerald magic torch flickered, illuminating the dark corridor leading down to the castle's basement, where the secret base was about to form. Amidst surging pink magic, the Demon King sat there, the overwhelming aura of a final boss emanating from him, his 2 subordinates standing silently. The Demon King's knife-sharp gaze locked onto an invisible target, the old man growling in his mind. "You won't escape my sight, Kella." He stood up, deciding he couldn't sit still any longer, muttering, "Before it's too late, I need to confirm it." The Demon King had sensed something unusual from his useless son. Meanwhile, elsewhere, AI Gamer stared at the maid's handiwork, his face speechless. "What the hell is this?" Rin hesitantly presented the dusty secret basement, while he roared, "This is supposed to be an office for the son of the great Demon King?" Rin whimpered an explanation that she had to do it secretly, so this was all she could manage. But he didn't care, shouting directly at her, "Make it presentable." He leaned his hands on the table, telling himself that he occasionally needed to give the maid a good scolding to maintain his new image. Rin trembled, only one thought in her mind. He's so scary. Young master is no longer the Kella I once knew. But then, a strange glint appeared in her eyes, a hint of doubt. But, faced with AI Gamer's cold, overbearing demeanor, the maid Rin blushed, her heart pounding. "Young master is cooler now. Maybe I should work harder?" AI Gamer cut off her thoughts with a shout, ordering like a true master. "What are you looking at? Go make me a cup of coffee, quickly." Rin jumped, startled, and scurried away. The basement door slammed shut, leaving only the echo of the absolute command. "Coffee, coffee." When he was alone, AI Gamer confirmed the maid had left, and the space returned to the quiet stillness of the secret basement. He placed his hand on the tattered old map, disdainfully muttering, "This Demon King's castle truly has no hope or dreams whatsoever." AI Gamer's eyes sharpened, and he declared firmly, "Now is the time to create my own map." Meanwhile, Rin was still rushing through the castle corridors, muttering her urgent mission in her head. "Coffee, coffee." Suddenly she stopped dead, her face blank with a silly question. "Huh? But what is coffee?" A deep and authoritative voice echoed from behind, calling her name coldly. "Rin." The Demon King suddenly appeared, his overwhelming aura crushing everything, questioning the maid who was pale with fear. "What are you doing in the basement without Kella by your side?" Rin stammered in fright. "Great Demon King." Demon King Hel Khaldun interrogated with knife-sharp eyes. "Where is Kella?" Rin froze with fear, sweat pouring down, stammering incoherently. The pressure from the Demon King surged. He growled, "Answer," while Rin could only panic, thinking of her promise to keep the young master's secret. Meanwhile, inside the secret basement, the door remained quietly shut. AI Gamer was extremely relaxed, calmly outlining his plans on the map and smirking with great interest. Quite fun. He secretly thought he was incredibly lucky, as this world had a structure and rules identical to the game he was once top 1 inch. With the mindset of a strategist, he began to outline the first steps to turn the tables. AI Gamer recalled his past life, a gamer who always found immense joy in analyzing and drawing strategic maps. Suddenly, loud noises echoed from the other side of the basement door. Crash! The door was shattered by an energy explosion, startling AI Gamer in utter astonishment. Demon King Hel Khaldun stood tall at the entrance, his overwhelming aura present, growling. I can't believe you dared to set up a secret office without reporting it. AI Gamer was speechless, sweat pouring down, unable to understand how his old man had found his way here. Before he could collect himself, the Demon King charged forward at terrifying speed, delivering a punch straight through AI Gamer's chest. Calden grabbed the collar of his dying son, his eyes cold. If you want to kill me, don't hide like a coward, come at me head on. AI Gamer coughed up a mouthful of blood, his voice trembling as he called out, Father, in utter horror. Horrible pain surged through him, making him realize the disparity in power. This was the might of the great Demon King. A completely different league. Facing imminent death, the top 1 gamer experienced the feeling of game over in real life for the first time. In that moment of life and death, AI Gamer hastily raised the strategic map, stammering, Father, look at this. The Demon King maintained a cold expression, grabbing his son, who was suspended in midair, and asked curtly, What am I looking at? AI Gamer hurriedly explained his plan, pointing at the map, and stating that the castle's outskirts were too disadvantageous for battles against the guilds. Despite his wounds, AI Gamer played his trump card, pointing at the strategic map. If we change the terrain as I've drawn it, he gritted his teeth through the pain, his eyes gleaming with the confidence of a top-tier gamer. It will become a huge advantage in the upcoming battles. Demon King Calden froze, his eyes clearly showing surprise at the audacity of his useless son. But immediately, Calden tightened his grip, making AI Gamer scream in agony as his wound was crushed. The Demon King looked at his son collapsing at his feet, coldly questioning, Then why did you secretly establish your own base? AI Gamer clutched his chest, his voice trembling but resolute. Because if I had suddenly said I wanted to help you, you would never have allowed it. He placed his hand on the map, stating firmly, That's why I wanted to show you this, after I had completed it. After hearing this, the Demon King remained silent, seemingly reconsidering the entire situation. AI Gamer sharply raised his head, boldly declaring his ultimate goal. As the son of the great Demon King, I want to contribute to wiping out the Heaven Guild. The father and son, one a ruler and one rising, looked at each other with sharp gazes, a silent acknowledgement seemingly forming. Rin froze, sweating profusely, thinking to herself, Is my young master trying to get himself killed? Daring to speak to the great Demon King like that? The Demon King coldly asked directly, How long do you intend to take? AI Gamer was stunned, his mouth full of blood, not understanding the old man's question. Calden pointed directly at him, clarifying, How many days do you think you need to complete your map? Despite his injuries, AI Gamer growled, slamming his hand on the map and thinking, So this old man is capable enough to understand my map. 5 days is enough. The Demon King sneered dismissively. 5 days? The Heaven Guild will regroup in 3 days, he stated firmly, as if his son's plan was already useless. By then, your map will just be scrap paper. AI Gamer looked up sharply, his eyes piercing, correcting him defiantly. No, not 5 days. 5 hours is enough. For the first time in his life, the Demon King showed extreme astonishment, his eyes wide at his son's insane declaration. AI Gamer pointed at the map, concluding, And in 3 days, we can complete the construction before the battle. So, let me command this plan. Demon King Calden narrowed his eyes, assessing, his mind processing his son's crazy plan. AI Gamer remained perfectly silent, his golden eyes showing no trace of fear, awaiting the final verdict. Finally, the Demon King sneered, adopting a superior air. Very well. Try to complete your map then. He turned his back and walked away, his voice ringing out, cold as ice. If you're just all talk, then I will tear you and that map into tiny pieces. Even with blood still trickling from his lips, AI Gamer growled back defiantly. Yes, of course. The Demon King's retreating figure disappeared behind the door, and the terrifying pressure finally vanished. Immediately, AI Gamer sighed in relief, winking smugly, thinking, The tables have turned. But his joy was short-lived. The pain from the old man's punch surged, almost making him collapse. AI Gamer couldn't hold on any longer, collapsing and vomiting a pool of blood, the price for his big talk in front of the final boss. Having narrowly escaped death, AI Gamer was drenched in sweat, secretly cursing the Demon King as truly cold-blooded, ready to dispose of his own son if he proved useless. Meanwhile, the maid Rin was still bewildered, unable to believe that her young master Kella had just outmaneuvered the great Demon King. The pain flared, and AI Gamer snapped, ordering Rin not to freeze up and to quickly take him to the infirmary, making her jump and hastily obey. Just 5 hours later, despite his chest still being bandaged, AI Gamer had completed the strategic map as promised. his eyes full of confidence and defiance. Immediately, the Demon King's forces were mobilized, and an extremely large-scale construction project began to be implemented exactly as planned. To blind the enemy, a team of demon mages erected a colossal magical illusion, enveloping the entire area. The magic was so powerful it altered the surrounding terrain, an unimaginable concealment tactic so that the Heaven Guild players couldn't detect it. AI Gamer smirked smugly. Everything was proceeding smoothly, just like a pre-arranged game. True to the style of a top 1 gamer, at the Heaven Guild's base, the knights were in an uproar, shouting in alarm upon receiving an unbelievable intelligence report. Heaven Guild Master Hermeson was utterly shocked, unable to believe his ears when he heard that the demon faction was altering the surrounding terrain. A knight reported urgently with a serious expression, "That's right. We've discovered they're using illusions to deceive us." The knight continued to question Hermeson. "What are they plotting? Should we attack and stop them?" Hermeson dismissed it decisively. "No." The old guildmaster sneered confidently, believing it was too late for the demon faction to pull any tricks. Doing so now would only be useless. Playing his trump card, Hermeson revealed his ace. In 3 days, Tulua's strongest army, the Taucan, will arrive. The Taucan army, an elite force secretly built by Tulua for decades, was finally complete and ready for battle. Hermeson burst out laughing, boasting loudly. They cannot possibly defeat an elite army prepared for decades in just 3 short days. Demon King Hell will be defeated. The Taucan army charged fiercely, led by a dragon knight who roared, "Speed up! In 2 days we will reach the Demon King's castle." The Taucan leader, riding on the red dragon's back, shouted a declaration of war. "In the name of Taucan, the Demon King's 1,000-year reign will end here." The red-haired warrior, riding on the back of her beast, roared, leading the army. "Charge! Raise the Demon King's castle! Advance!" The red-haired warrior watched General Killman soaring on the red dragon, secretly admiring her superior's command ability. A subordinate knight excitedly turned and asked, "Commander Shrills, will we truly hunt down the Demon King?" Shrills sneered confidently. "Of course. Our Taucan squad is completely different from those small fry guilds." She finished her boast. "We will ensure the Demon King is eliminated," as the mighty army advanced into demon territory. Meanwhile, in a tower of the Demon King's castle, the atmosphere was eerily silent, signaling an impending battle. Inside, Kella sat perched on the throne, his demeanor like a true king, thinking to himself that his map plan was no joke. He admitted that this plan was not yet perfect, but given the current situation, it was the best option. Kella's body had reached its limit. His hands trembled violently from exhaustion, but he had no other choice. The young man clenched his fist, his eyes sharp. "Tomorrow will be the day I settle the score with the Heaven Guild." On the castle roof, the demon mages were racing against time, hastily moving colossal architectural blocks with magic, following orders. "Not enough time. Move faster." At the foot of the castle, the demon workers were vigorously digging, shouting to urge each other to work faster to complete the defensive structures. From a high window, AI Gamer and the maid Rin observed, nodding smugly. Everything is going according to plan. The young man thought to himself that this feeling was completely different from creating maps in a game. This was the power to change real-world terrain. Looking out at the reshaping mountain landscape, he felt absolute power, being able to mold the entire land to his will. AI Gamer crossed his arms, an imposing aura about him. Now he just had to wait for the dramatic battle between the Demon King's demon faction and the Heaven Guild's people. His eyes gleamed with deadly confidence, muttering, "And tomorrow is the big day." The next day, the battle officially began. The mighty Taucan knights appeared with a roaring red dragon, and shouts of "Taucan, the strongest," echoed through the sky. Killman stood before Guildmaster Hermeson, reporting clearly, "The Taucan knights are ready. Let us defeat the Demon King together." Hermeson laughed gleefully, agreeing instantly, his voice filled with excitement. "Good. Head straight to the Demon King's castle immediately." Killman raised a fist to the sky, roaring to boost the morale of his entire army, determined to bring victory to Tulua. As the enemy forces were brimming with fighting spirit, a blue magical teleportation circle suddenly glowed on the ground. Hermeson and the Heaven Guild knights froze, staring blankly at the trap that had just activated beneath their feet. Killman's face changed color, and he yelled in confusion, "What in the world is happening?" He quickly regained his composure, shouting orders to his entire army. "Sudden attack, everyone, into defensive formation." Before they could do anything, a colossal blue energy pillar erupted, blowing away the Taucan knights like trash amidst their desperate screams. Killman and a few elite soldiers managed to raise their energy shields to defend, their faces pale as they witnessed the power of the attack. A young mage from the Heaven Guild raised his hand to cast light magic, while Hermeson, standing behind him, muttered in astonishment. Impossible. Amidst the energy storm, a gigantic shadow with the distinctive horns of the demon race slowly emerged, its pressure crushing the entire battlefield. The shadow gradually dissipated, revealing the muscular upper body of a figure everyone knew. Demon King Hel Kaldun officially made his landing, his golden eyes burning with killing intent as he looked down at the small fry, making them tremble and exclaim, "Hel Kaldun? How can he be here?" AI Gamer reported calmly before the tactical map. "Father, I have disabled the Heaven Guild's surveillance barrier." With sharp eyes, he affirmed, "Now you can use teleportation without worrying about them watching." Sitting on his throne, Demon King Hel Kaldun smirked, muttering with interest. Teleporting directly into the Heaven Guild's base, huh? Seldera flinched upon hearing this, yelling to dissuade him. "Wait, father. Don't tell me you're planning to charge into the tiger's den alone?" Tarme also showed deep concern, warning, "This plan is too dangerous, even with your power, father." Hel Kaldun merely glanced at them, a terrifying pressure filling the room. "Are you doubting the Demon King's power?" Seldera and Tarme broke out in a cold sweat, hastily explaining in fear, No, not at all. It's just that your health hasn't fully recovered yet." But the Demon King cut them off with a single word, his gaze allowing no argument. "Silence. My decision is final." Killing intent exploded, and blue magical energy surged around Hel Kaldun as he declared, "I will kill every single one of them." Immediately, a storm of blue energy swept across the battlefield, making Kilman, who was holding a battle axe, scream in frustration. "You bastard! How dare you ambush us?" Kilman gritted his teeth, roaring a challenge. "We will make you regret coming here. We are the Talcon." Kilman swung his weapon, shouting orders to his entire army. "Talcon Knights, all-out attack." But Demon King Hel Kaldun only responded with an icy gaze, blue magical power erupting violently around him. A terrifying energy explosion swept the ground clean, and the desperate screams of the Talcon Knights echoed as they were blown away. Meanwhile, on another front, AI Gamer stood atop a fortress, below him a vast demon army already in position. He smirked confidently, muttering, "Excellent, I've gathered enough forces." With sharp fangs revealed, AI Gamer declared firmly, "Now all preparations are complete." AI Gamer swung his hand forward, roaring orders to his entire army. "Everyone, charge." Responding to the call, the demon army, with all sorts of ferocious monsters, roared and charged forward like a flood. On the other side, a Heaven Guild mage frantically screamed in alarm upon seeing the army from the demon castle pouring in. As the Heaven Guild knights stood stunned, the ground cracked open, and a swarm of hideous monsters emerged, roaring, making them scream in panic. "What? They're attacking from underground!" Completely caught off guard, the knights could only scream in despair as they were torn apart by the ambushing demon army, a commander desperately yelling to stop them at all costs. Amidst the chaotic scene, AI Gamer stood there with a cold expression, declaring that everything was unfolding exactly according to his plan, accompanied by a crazed, self-satisfied smile. Suddenly, a voice called AI Gamer's name from behind, shattering his moment of triumph. The stranger coldly declared that AI Gamer's plan would not succeed as he wished. The two obstacles revealed themselves, none other than Seldera and Tarme, his older siblings, blocking his path with clear hostility. AI Gamer was stunned, his face changing color as he recognized the two uninvited guests. Seldera, Tarme. Tarme flashed a wicked smile, holding a green energy short sword, uttering a death sentence. "Die. There's no place for you here." Thud. Without warning, Tarm's sword pierced through AI Gamer's chest, making him cough up blood and collapse in utter shock. Slash. Tarm's green energy blade plunged deeper into AI Gamer's chest, blood gushing out. AI Gamer let out a desperate scream, his eyes wide with pain and disbelief at the fatal stab. Tarme smirked, his eyes sharp as knives, ordering his accomplice, "It's your turn, Seldera." Receiving the order, Seldera darted forward like a blue flash, growling, "Your insane regeneration speed will be useless if your head flies off." A swift and brutal sword strike instantly decapitated AI Gamer. Both AI Gamer and Tarme simultaneously wore a savage, insane, chilling smile. His head severed from his neck. AI Gamer's expression shifted from maniacal to utter shock as he realized the harsh truth. In his final moments, his eyes flashed with despair. Is this the end? AI Gamer's headless body staggered, then fell from the fortress wall. His head dropped right after, completely ending the turnaround that hadn't even begun. AI Gamer's lifeless body lay sprawled on the cold stone, his head rolling not far away in a pool of blood. Even decapitated, AI Gamer's eyes were wide with horror, his mouth trying to utter final, desperate gurgles in vain. Tarme smirked with satisfaction beside Seldera, declaring, "Finally chopped off AI Gamer's head. Now, let's go assist Father." Suddenly, a glowing green energy blade pointed directly at Tarme, making him freeze, unable to react. Seldera delivered a fatal stab through Tarm's chest from behind, sneering. "Found your weakness, didn't I?" Tarme stumbled from the wound, while Seldera pulled out the blood-soaked dagger, her tone both mocking and praising. "Just as expected, you're quite sharp, Tarme." Tarme stared in horror at the dagger, recognizing its origin. "That's Mother's weapon, the one we're forbidden to use." Seldera smiled sinisterly, completely disregarding his words. "We are demons. What are rules? Weapons are meant to be used." Tarme roared in anger and disbelief at the blatant betrayal. Are you serious?" With a cruel smile, Seldera raised the dagger, her voice full of provocation. "If I kill you here, then I'll be the only one left, won't I?" Seldera licked the blood-stained dagger, laughing maniacally, as she declared, "Then, I will be the sole remaining successor." Tarme gritted his teeth, roaring the name of the treacherous betrayer. Seldera. Stabbed from behind but still resilient, Tarme charged forward in a rage, roaring a death vow, "I'll kill you." Seldera effortlessly dodged the attack, her voice full of disdain. "It was game over the moment that knife pierced you, brother." The two children of the Demon King clashed in a fight to the death, whip and dagger colliding, sparking, determined to send each other to their ancestors. The scene returned to the old site, Kella's headless body sprawled on the cold stone floor. In the final moments before completely dying, Kella's eyes remained wide open, his inner thoughts screaming a question. How could they be so demonic? But then, his last thought was the cold acceptance of an analyst. Just as I predicted, they had to be like this. A full view of Kella's corpse, head separated from body, lying in a spreading pool of blood like a broken puppet. The death of the Forsaken Prince was sealed, a fate that couldn't be more tragic. Seldera didn't say much, grabbing Tarme and using gravity acceleration, slamming his face straight into the shattered stone floor. The scene shifted. Rin horrifyingly discovered her master's headless body, trembling as she picked up AI Gamer's head. The maid clutched AI Gamer's head tightly, her face clearly showing pain and despair. Back in the battle, Tarme, despite being stabbed through the gut, managed to grab Seldera, stunning her with his desperate counterattack. In a flashback, the order was given. Advance to the secret path. A daring plan was launched. An entire demon army was teleported through a gigantic spatial gate, with a clear objective: circle around and ambush the Heaven Guild. But life is not a dream. As soon as the demon army appeared, they saw the Heaven Guild knights already waiting, their commander sneering. "You foolish demons, we know all your tricks." The female Night Mage of the Heaven Guild raised her hand, gathered a sickly green energy sphere, and roared, "Now, kill every last one of them." Cornered, a bull-headed demon roared to encourage his comrades. "To hell with what they know, fight for the honor of the demon race." With no retreat, the two sides charged at each other, creating an earth-shattering energy explosion, ushering in the slaughter. The red dragon gathered a max-power fireball in its throat, preparing to unleash its finishing move. Boom! A gigantic dragon's breath was unleashed, sweeping straight towards the Demon King with terrifying destructive power. Demon King Hel Khaldun stood amidst the flames, smirking disdainfully. "Dragon's breath, huh? It's been a while since I tasted that." Without letting his opponent recover, Demon King Hel Khaldun closed in, one hand tightly gripping the red dragon's upper jaw, making it scream miserably. Slash! Demon King Hel Khaldun used pure strength to tear apart the dragon's jaw, blood splattering everywhere, brutally finishing off the beast. Kilman was frozen in shock, then roared in a frenzy upon seeing his mount torn to shreds. Damn it. He killed Phili. The female Night Mage of the Heaven Guild was unfazed, decisively ordering her entire army. "Everyone, unleash all attacks." In response, the demon army roared with surging morale, charging forward to sweep away the enemy and cover their master. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, Demon King Hel Khaldun erupted with a gigantic blue magical energy, terrifying pressure radiating out, engulfing everything. Kilman stood frozen, sweat pouring down, his voice trembling before the overwhelming sight. "Have we taken him down yet?" A Talken knight strained his neck and roared, still refusing to accept defeat. "It's not over yet." Immediately, Demon King Hel Khaldun's gigantic blue magical energy erupted even more violently, beginning his transformation process. The magical energy condensed, enveloping Demon King Hel Kaldun's body, reshaping his physique. Demon King Hel Kaldun revealed his final form, a muscular monster with a third eye on his chest, his entire body engulfed in deadly blue magical flames. Kilman gritted his teeth, recognizing this legendary form. His appearance. He transformed exactly as recorded in books. Shrills also turned pale, her voice lost in terror. That's the Demon King's final form. The Talkin Knight from before was trembling like a leaf, stammering a report to his commander in vain. "Commander, my body." Shrills roared, trying to calm her soldiers and herself. "Focus, don't let fear overwhelm you." Kilman could only hiss a curse, completely helpless before the overwhelming power. He gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down like rain, admitting the harsh truth. Even I can't stop trembling. No wonder the soldiers can't even move from fear. Demon King Hel Kaldun, in his final form, muttered about the only weakness in his son AI Gamer's plan. This plan was an all-in gamble, teleporting the entire army directly into the heart of the Heaven Guild's base. Its fatal flaw was that once inside, the entire demon army would have no escape route. He admitted it was the only risk, a life-or-death gamble. But as the Demon King, he never mentioned this risk. For a king never shows hesitation. Looking at the trembling Talkin Knights, he declared firmly, "The Demon King doesn't need to worry about a retreat." The Demon King suddenly realized that with AI Gamer's mind, his son Kella had probably already calculated this risk as well. However, the Demon King brushed aside all tactics, for now was not the time for strategizing. He channeled his energy, roaring his sole objective. "Just crushing all of them right here is enough." Kilman shouted in despair, realizing the Demon King wasn't just bluffing, but was about to unleash his full power in his final form. Facing the Demon King, Kilman roared to encourage the lowly soldiers. "Everyone charge, risk your lives for me." But the only reply was the Demon King's blazing golden eyes, a cold gaze signaling the imminent annihilation of the entire enemy army. A cataclysmic energy explosion swept across the battlefield, crushing everything into dust. In some dark dungeon, light filtered through a hole in the ceiling. Below, Rin was supporting Kella, who was fainting from exhaustion. She frantically hugged her master's head, which was covered in blood, muttering pleas. Rin's face was pale and utterly terrified. She pleaded in despair. "Please, please." It turned out this was a training session, and Rin was going crazy. "This is awful. It's disgusting. When will you get used to this sight?" Kella, topless with a severed arm, snapped at the maid holding his armpiece. "It hurts so much. Quickly reattach it." Rin gritted her teeth, pressing the severed arm firmly against Kella's stump. Muscles and flesh began to reconnect amidst his pained groans. Rin gritted her teeth, her face pale with disgust, stammering a question. "Is it done?" AI Gamer sat on the chair, topless, showing off his muscles, calmly examining his newly regrown hand. As expected, it's a success again. He turned with an insane smile, announcing the next test. "Good. Next, try with my head." Rin froze, utterly shocked. AI Gamer pointed to his head, explaining that he needed to ensure the most important part could also regenerate, making Rin scream in despair. "Are you crazy?" He calmly ordered, "Since the head is quite dangerous, take it slow. Cut carefully, okay?" Rin shouted, firmly refusing. "I don't want to." After the mental torture, AI Gamer had put on his noble suit again, adjusted his tie, and calmly declared, "The experiments are sufficient for now." With sharp eyes, AI Gamer pointed and ordered Rin. "Now go to Seldara's maid and relay exactly what Eve instructed. Remember to act naturally." Rin's pupils constricted, sweat pouring down as she faced her unwilling espionage mission. Rin forced a stiff smile and began her act. "Let me tell you something," Rin reported with a serious expression to Seldara's maid. "Young Master Kella is planning to kill Lady Seldara in the upcoming battle." Seldara's maid listened and coldly replied, "What?" Rin grabbed Seldara's maid, revealing the shocking plan. He intends to make his move while the Demon King is busy fighting the Heaven Guild. Seldara's maid foamed at the mouth upon hearing this, roaring, "That bastard dares to plot such a heinous scheme?" Rin, with a meaningful smile, added fuel to the fire. "I think this will be a golden opportunity for Lady Seldara to send Kella to his grave with a single decapitating blow." Rin's smile turned sinister, as she thought that once his head was severed, his regeneration ability would be useless, while Seldara's maid was sweating profusely, completely falling for the trap. Scene change. Rin was supporting a battered Kella, gritting her teeth. "Damn it. Everything went exactly according to your crazy plan." Kella collapsed, blood staining his mouth, looking as if he was on the verge of death. Rin supported him while crying out in despair, "But it'll all be for nothing if you die here, you idiot." Suddenly, Kella lifted his head, his golden eyes glowing brightly, grabbing Rin's hand and asking in a chilling voice, "Who did you just call an idiot?" Rin froze, her eyes wide with terror as she realized she had spoken too soon, her voice trembling as she called his name. "Ah, Kella." Kella stood up, dusting himself off as if nothing had happened, coldly analyzing. "I really thought I was dead." It seems regeneration speed slows down when hit by a magic-infused dagger. Kella smirked, covered in blood but with sharp, cold eyes. "But surviving is enough. Everything is still going according to my plan." Rin froze, her face pale, and burst into sobs upon seeing her young master's miserable state. She rushed to embrace Kella, crying out in tears, "Young Master Kella, I truly thought you were dead." Kella, the master strategist, was stunned by an embrace for the first time in his life, his face flushing crimson with extreme panic. He quickly pushed Rin away, his voice somewhat flustered. "Stop. I'm alive, so I'm leaving now." Kella suddenly raised his hand, a magical seal glowing brightly as he declared, "At this moment, I, Kella Kaldun, revoke the contract with my maid, Rin." He decisively pushed the seal forward, his eyes unwavering, and grant her freedom. Rin was speechless, her eyes wide in disbelief at what was happening, only able to utter her young master's name unconsciously. He coldly looked at the still bewildered maid. Now that the contract is gone, Kella turned and walked away, leaving behind a profound statement. "Live the life you desire." Rin was stunned, her pupils contracting at her young master's ruthless decision. Kella turned and walked away, his back exuding the aura of someone who had cast off all restraints. Memories flooded back. Young Kella had once said to the kneeling maid, "Don't be a maid anymore, be my friend." Upon hearing this, Rin burst into sobs, the old offer finally touching her heart. "Take me with you, young Master Kella," Rin cried out, clinging to Kella while he snapped. "Why are you following me?" "Stop clinging." The argument continued, Rin insisting on coming along while Kella flatly refused, calling her a burden. Scene change. On the desolate battlefield, Kilman, leader of the Talkan army, crawled through a pool of blood, fearfully calling out the enemy's name. "Hell Khaldun, you truly are a monster." The Demon King's arm had been severed, blood gushing out, a heavy price in the battle to the death. Even with his body mangled and one arm gone, Demon King Hell Khaldun still stood tall, his overwhelming aura making his enemies disbelieve their eyes. Facing the true form of a great demon, the enemies could only tremble and admit, "That's him, the great Demon King." Kilman gritted his teeth, his face smeared with blood, bitterly admitting, "Damn it, it's truly frustrating, but we can't defeat him." Demon King Hell Khaldun, in his final form, declared a harsh truth. "No matter who it is, no human can stop this catastrophe." The Demon King remained silent, the aura of a destroyer emanating from his every feature. He scanned his surroundings. The elite Talkan army now just a pile of corpses, almost completely wiped out. The Demon King's gaze swept across the desolate battlefield, cold and emotionless, and his own army was no exception, lying scattered in pools of blood to execute the plan. Blood gushed from his mouth. The Demon King roared the names of his two traitorous children. Seldera, Tarme, Kella. He called the name of his youngest child, blood still ceaselessly flowing from his severed arm. He realized the bitter truth. The children whose names he called would never come to reinforce him. But then, his eyes flashed with a determined light. "No. From the very beginning, this was my own battle." Amidst the desolate battlefield, a colossal pillar of purple energy erupted, signaling the final blow. Now everything will end. Seizing the opportunity, Kella and Rin ran headlong through the ruined corridor. A glowing gate appeared ahead, Kella overjoyed. "I see the exit. Escape from the Demon Castle's surveillance." Kella's bruised face gleamed with a mix of madness and hope. He growled, "Just get there, and it'll be free." Rin suddenly realized something was wrong. She frantically screamed, trying to pull her young master back. "Wait, young Master Kella!" Whoosh! A ghostly blue energy surge suddenly appeared, blocking their path. Immediately, a dark purple magic orb swallowed both of them, Kella and Rin only realizing they had fallen into a trap. Trapped within the barrier, both Kella and Rin bared their fangs and growled, shifting into combat stances as they smelled the strong scent of blood. From the shadows, a group of blue-hooded mages appeared, their leader sneering. "Hell Khaldun, it seems you're just a father trying to help his child escape, aren't you?" The blue-hooded mages blocked their retreat, confirming the trap was already set. "We knew we should hide here as a precaution." Kella, his face bruised, roared in frustration as he realized their secret escape route had been preemptively guarded by a surveillance team. The blue-hooded mages revealed themselves, their leader coldly declaring that they were well aware of the plan and would not let any member of the Demon King's royal family survive. Without further ado, the assassins charged simultaneously, firing bolts of lightning magic, shouting, "Kill him!" Rin suddenly lunged forward to shield her young master, deploying a fragile dark magic barrier to block the attack, shouting, "Young master, I'll hold them off. You must run." Kella was utterly stunned, roaring in confusion. "What? But what can you do alone?" Ignoring her young master, Rin mustered all her strength, purple magic and blue lightning intertwining around her. She shouted, "I am your maid, young master Kella. My priority is to protect you." Kella gritted his teeth, his AI brain analyzing rapidly. According to the data, Rin is just a weakling, only knowing a few paltry defensive spells and almost no offensive capabilities. He realized immediately. That girl, Rin, was planning to use her own life to buy him time to escape. Rin screamed in despair, urging her young master to run quickly, while her shield was about to shatter into pieces. "Rin," Kella mumbled, then suddenly reached out, placing his hand decisively on the shoulder of his desperate maid. Kella forcefully pushed Rin backward, roaring, "How dare you act so high and mighty? What the hell are you doing?" He gritted his teeth, blue magic beginning to leak around him, growling in annoyance. "If you want to follow me, then at least don't die in front of me. It's an eyesore." Rin was completely stunned, unable to comprehend her young master's actions. The blue-hooded mage sneered, mocking, "You fool. Now you have nowhere left to run." He gathered a lightning magic orb and confidently declared, "I heard that mid-tier magic is enough to take down Kella, the weakest one in the Demon King's castle. Kill him." Kella gritted his teeth, thinking about the label of weakness he had carried for so long. "That means everything you know about me is a lie." Kella roared as a massive surge of blue lightning magic erupted from his body. Rin's jaw dropped, utterly terrified by her young master's display of power. The blue-hooded mage trembled, his voice panicked. "No way. I thought his mana was just trash." Kella let out a roar, lunging forward like a blue lightning bolt, ready to wipe out the small fries. With blood staining his mouth, Kella still sneered, taunting the small fries. "Oh, really? Maybe you should check your sources again." Without another word, Kella closed the distance in a blink, one hand gripping the mage's throat, letting him scream in panic. With a brilliant blue magic explosion, Kella sent the leader flying straight into the wall like a ball. Result: the mage passed out, eyes rolled back, collapsing amidst the rubble. One shot. Nothing more, nothing less. Rin froze, unable to believe her eyes, thinking to herself that her young master had just solo killed a Heaven Guild mage with pure mana. The remaining mages trembled uncontrollably, stammering incoherently. "Impossible. You're supposed to be a useless piece of trash with no combat power." Kella replied coldly, the blue magic in his hand, the most resounding answer. "And I told you your information was completely wrong." Cornered, the two mages decided to go all out, shouting, "If that's the case, don't blame us. We'll use light spear magic." They knew this was a technique that poured all their mana into a single attack, a life or death gamble. A series of light spears were summoned, radiating terrifying pressure, and the two mages screamed, "If we fail, we are the ones who will die." Seeing her young master about to take the full combo, Rin frantically rushed forward, yelling, "No, young master, please retreat." Too late. A barrage of light spears pierced straight through both Kella and Rin amidst their pained screams. Kella gritted his teeth, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, realizing a bitter truth. "Damn it. My body can't move." Rin trembled, looking at the light spear pinning her down, weakly calling, "Young master." With despair in her eyes, the maid gritted her teeth, enduring the pain, blaming herself. "I'm sorry. I couldn't protect you." The two blue-hooded mages panted, but their faces were beaming with smug satisfaction that their all-out attack had hit perfectly. One of them raised his staff, light energy gathering, his voice full of killing intent. "This is the end for you." Suddenly, his comrade stopped him, grinning sinisterly. "Wait, don't you think we deserve a little reward after all this trouble?" This made the other mage confused. He grabbed Rin's chin, his tone vulgar. "Don't you think this little girl would be fun to play with?" This made her roar in fury. "You scum." Despite being restrained and severely wounded, Rin didn't flinch, growling defiantly. "I know everything you've done to us demons." The blue-hooded mage pressed a dagger to Rin's neck, sneering morbidly. "Shut up, I'll play with you soon enough." Witnessing that, Kella gritted his teeth, realizing that the humans in this world were also just scum who treated others like objects. The mage turned back, raising a dagger with a cross emblem, declaring he would deal with the Demon King's brat first. Kella desperately looked towards the cave entrance. bitter that he was about to fall when he was just one step away from his goal. He growled, unwilling to accept defeat after coming so far, but it seemed everything was over. Without another word, the mage roared, "Die!" then lunged, swinging his dagger, determined to deliver the finishing blow. Rin could only helplessly scream her young master's name in despair as the fatal dagger was about to strike. Whoosh! A surge of purple magic suddenly erupted, stopping the dagger right in front of Kella, leaving even him stunned. A strange sense of power surged within his body. Kella realized something was coming. Amidst the purple magic, a gigantic purple demon entity with bullhorns materialized, scaring the mage out of his wits, making him stammer for help. Kella was in utter panic, roaring in his mind. Has the battle already ended? While the purple demon entity remained stone-faced, Kella began to despair as he thought of his plan. He slumped down, bitterly realizing, "Has my plan fallen apart?" The purple demon entity suddenly spoke, his voice full of authority. "Listen, Kella. I have fought and calculated every possibility countless times." Kella snapped his head up, bewildered and not understanding what was happening. "You? What are you talking about?" The purple demon entity began to analyze the situation, mentioning Seldera, who would stop at nothing to become the Demon King. Next was Tarme, someone completely without ambition to contend for the throne. Kella snapped, not caring about the other two. "I don't care. I want to know how you're here." The purple demon entity revealed a shocking secret. A Demon King has the ability to transfer their mana to their bloodline before death. Kella's eyes widened, and his mouth hung open after hearing that, his brain unable to process the information he had just received. "What?" The purple demon entity, the soul of the Demon King, declared bluntly. "Even in a short time, I have seen you as the most promising candidate for the true Demon King's throne." Kella was startled, quickly waving his hands to deny it. "You? What are you talking about? You're mistaken." Without bothering to argue, the Demon King's soul officially declared his name. "I, Demon King Hel Kuldan, will transfer all the remaining mana in my body." A dense, dark, purple energy orb, containing terrifying power, condensed. "To my son, Kella Khaldun." The mana orb shot straight into Kella, giving him no chance to refuse. Kella's face went pale, screaming in despair as he was forced to accept the gift. "Stop! What are you doing?" Hel Khaldun's soul looked at his son, his voice deepening like a last will. "My son, Kella, do not mourn my death." His eyes turned sharp, giving his final instruction. "Live as a true demon." The scene shifts to a fierce battlefield. Demon King Hel Kuldan, in his final combat form, was covered in wounds, his third eye on his forehead wide open, his expression extremely ferocious. Srills, the red-haired warrior, also severely wounded and exhausted, panted as she desperately called her master's name, Hel Khaldun. On the desolate battlefield, Demon King Hel Kuldan's head lay detached, beside his two loyal subordinates, Srills and Kilman, who were severely wounded. A voice echoed, declaring, "The Demon King is dead." Kilman, his face bruised and battered, whispered that he had to sacrifice himself for this victory. Srills completely broke down, screaming in pain and despair upon hearing the news about her general. The surviving Talcan soldiers froze, one of them asking in shock, "What? Hel Kuldan is dead?" News of the Demon King's death spread, and shouts of victory echoed everywhere. "Hel Kuldan is dead! We won!" Amidst the enemy's cheers, the Demon King's golden eye, though detached from his body, remained wide open, gleaming with one last cold gaze. At the same time, Kella let out a pathetic scream as his father's massive purple magic was forcibly poured into his body. Boom! A new surge of energy erupted from Kella, clashing with and blowing away the enemy's light spear in an instant. Even Rin, despite her injuries, had to gape, stammering in astonishment at her master's transformation of power. "Young Master Kella?" The leading blue-hooded mage also turned pale, screaming in panic. "What? Why did his mana suddenly increase so much?" AI Gamer's bruised face twisted into a savage smile, and he mumbled, "What?" as if he couldn't believe what he'd just heard. He snapped his head up, his golden eyes blazing with madness, and dark red magic emanated from his hand as he called his father's name. Hell! Within his consciousness, the purple demon entity was also stunned by the shocking news. Dead? Ignoring the pain, AI Gamer growled with twisted satisfaction, telling himself that his plan had succeeded perfectly. The two blue-hooded mages had completely run out of mana, their faces drained of color, as they trembled and sought to flee. AI Gamer coldly pushed Rin aside so she wouldn't be caught in the crossfire, his gaze completely locked onto his target. Pinkish-purple dark magic violently erupted from AI Gamer, terrifying the mages to their core, making them stammer and call him a demon. AI Gamer smirked, his voice full of murderous intent. A demon? What did you bastards just say to Rin? Without another word, a destructive wave of dark purple energy shot straight towards the two mages. AI Gamer roared, "You bastards are the real demons," as his magic tore one of the mages to shreds amidst agonizing screams. AI Gamer's final burst of power blew away the remaining two blue-hooded mages, smashing them against the wall. One mage collapsed, gasping for breath in a pool of blood, completely incapacitated. AI Gamer stood tall amidst the dark magic, exuding an overwhelming aura, and coldly declared, "This is hell's power." But immediately after, he realized his body was overloading, straining to endure a power far beyond his current limits. He turned to Rin, who was still dazed, and briefly asked if she could still move, receiving an affirmative answer. Then, "Let's get out of here," AI Gamer ordered, leading Rin as they ran through the rubble. Their backs moved towards the light at the end of the tunnel. AI Gamer silently thanked his deceased father. "It's all thanks to you, Hell, that I escaped this castle." They were outside, behind them a fortress engulfed in flames, a magnificent sight marking their successful escape. Standing under the clear sky, AI Gamer took a deep breath, feeling freedom for the first time after being suppressed for so long. Blood still stained his lips, and he flashed a mad smile, fully enjoying the feeling of liberation. AI Gamer smirked arrogantly, savoring the feeling of absolute freedom. Now I can go anywhere and live the life I want. While he was high on adrenaline, a sudden blue light enveloped AI Gamer, startling him. "Huh? What the hell is this?" Rin screamed in panic, immediately realizing the problem. "It's a teleportation spell." AI Gamer was also completely shocked, unable to believe his eyes as his body was forcibly pulled away by the magic. Being pulled away uncontrollably, AI Gamer yelled, trying to reach out to his maid. "Rin, grab my hand." Rin froze for a few seconds, completely taken aback by the sudden situation. Whoosh! A colossal blue pillar of light shot straight into the sky, marking the teleportation location. The spatial teleportation magic carried them both away from the burning fortress island and directly towards a new land. The pillar of light landed in an area that appeared to be an academy or city, signaling an unannounced crash landing. As soon as they landed, AI Gamer was on alert, pulling Rin close and asking in a bewildered tone, "Where are we?" Having just crash-landed in an unfamiliar place, Rin, still dazed, called out her master Kella's name. Rin gaped, asking her master, since when he knew how to use teleportation, but AI Gamer calmly denied, "It wasn't me." He explained that this was an alarm spell the old Demon King had pre-installed on his children, in case he died. Rin was startled to realize that all her wounds had healed as if no battle had ever occurred. AI Gamer, with his god-tier analytical mind, calculated, "We must have been stuck in the teleportation space for about 3 days." He firmly asserted that the Demon King had intentionally done this, so they would have time to fully recover in an emergency. Rin was completely shocked, not expecting this to be a type of magic that combined both large-scale teleportation and healing. AI Gamer pondered for a moment, admitting that installing such an overpowered spell on his children proved that the Demon King was indeed a father figure. Rin hesitantly asked the most important question. "So, does that mean the Demon King is dead?" And received a cold reply. "That's right." AI Gamer turned sharply with a sinister, domineering smile, a game-changing thought echoing in his mind. "Everything is going exactly according to my plan." Rin spoke seriously, preparing to make an important proposal to her master. She suddenly yelled with an extremely determined expression, "Please become the next Demon King." AI Gamer turned sharply, his face showing confusion and a hint of annoyance. "What? Why should I do that?" Rin affirmed confidently, recalling his recent overwhelming, game-changing moments, and declared, "Because you are the one truly worthy of becoming the Demon King." She placed her hand on her chest, swearing absolute loyalty. "From now on, I will devote all my strength as your maid until you become the Demon King." AI Gamer was speechless, secretly thinking that this girl must have seriously misunderstood something. He sighed, shrugging it off because he was severely short-staffed. "All right, do whatever you want. I'm short on manpower anyway." Rin beamed with joy, quickly calling him back when she saw him about to leave. They stood before a colossal, magnificent structure, and Rin couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. "This place is..." That building was the magic nation of Arsal, a forge specializing in training talents with the sole purpose of demon extermination. Truly a landing straight into the tiger's den. In the heart of enemy territory, a banner fluttered, proclaiming the death of Demon King Hel Khaldun and praising the eternal light of Talua. AI Gamer and Rin froze, realizing they had landed directly in the tiger's den. He growled, "What the hell? Why here?" AI Gamer broke out in a cold sweat, muttering about the catastrophic consequences if their demon horns were discovered here. Rin didn't waste a second, immediately activating her transformation magic, suggesting they disguise themselves before being caught. AI Gamer nodded in agreement. Transformation magic also enveloped him, a basic skill that even the useless Kella knew how to use. Both successfully disguised themselves in traveler's clothes, and AI Gamer immediately ordered Rin to report all information about this land. Rin began to explain that Arsal was a small island nation, located on Tulua's eastern border, a formidable stronghold of the enemy faction. This place was blessed by a colossal sea monster named Watergore, creating an ideal environment for magic to flourish. Thanks to the monster's blessings, Arsal had produced countless formidable mages, dedicated to a single goal. Rin concluded that Arsal was the sworn enemy of the demon race, a demon-hunting fortress under Tulua's command. AI Gamer coldly absorbed the information, his mind analyzing rapidly, secretly wondering why the old Demon King had thrown him into this deadly, dangerous place. Rin frantically grabbed her master's clothes, her voice trembling as she urged him to flee immediately, because this was Arsal's capital, the enemy's tiger's den. AI Gamer calmly replied with a critical statement. Even if we want to run, we need preparation. Leaving Rin speechless with a helpless expression, he firmly declared that to achieve his dreams in this world, magic was the most crucial key. As rumored, the Arsal mages were performing water magic, turning everything here into an energy show for the citizens. The city scene unfolded with buildings constructed and even floating in mid-air, entirely by the power of magic. AI Gamer realized this was a golden opportunity, a resource mine to exploit. If I can learn magic here, I can build even more than in the game. In the middle of discussing grand plans, Rin's stomach suddenly rumbled loudly, her face flushing red with embarrassment and hunger. AI Gamer sighed, deciding to put aside the important matters, and ordered, "Let's eat first." Rin immediately forgot everything, her eyes sparkling brightly as she happily savored Arsal's famous magical cuisine. Rin bit into a piece of magic pastry, her eyes shining as she exclaimed in delight, "This is freaking delicious." Before she could even swallow, she eagerly pointed forward, dragging AI Gamer along to continue their rampage. "Try that one." The two munched on breadsticks, Rin still blissfully enjoying herself while AI Gamer was already getting sick of it. Rin went on a pointing spree, demanding to eat the entire street, making AI Gamer want to just ditch her and make a quick escape. Seeing the sign for the magic bar, AI Gamer sighed and decided to stop in to rest and regain his strength. As soon as they entered, a voice announced that drinks were on the house to celebrate the Demon King's defeat. Everyone could order whatever they wanted. The red-haired commander, Shreels, raised her glass amidst the roaring cheers of the crowd, who hailed her as Arsal's savior. Rin also joined the festive atmosphere, partying wildly because of the free drinks, while AI Gamer could only force a smile. They truly were a pair of lightweights. Tipsy, AI Gamer's eyes drooped as he told himself that taking a little break in the tiger's den wasn't a bad idea. Just then, Shrills unexpectedly noticed the strange young man sitting in the corner, her eyes glinting with curiosity. Both AI Gamer and Rin were flushed red, chugging alcohol like water. They truly were a pair of lightweights. Sitting nearby, Shrills smirked meaningfully as she kept an eye on this interesting pair. After the party, AI Gamer was completely wasted, having to rush to a corner to vomit profusely, while Rin stood beside him, grumbling. Rin scolded him irritably. "You know you're a lightweight, but you got carried away and drank so much, even though you were the one who invited me to drink." While he was still dizzy, a crowd of citizens rushed past, shouting about a brand new S-rank quest that had just appeared. Both were bewildered, not understanding what was happening. A new S-rank quest? But the Demon King was dead, wasn't he? Rin muttered to herself. Until now, the only S-rank quest had been to hunt down the Demon King. Her curiosity piqued. Rin immediately grabbed the staggering AI Gamer by the collar and dragged him along to see it. And what met their eyes was a new S-rank wanted poster, hunting the Demon King's son, with AI Gamer's true face as the main image. Amidst the crowd, AI Gamer and Rin froze solid when they saw what was on the bulletin board. Rin frantically confirmed with her master. "Master, it's you," pointing at the S-rank wanted poster with AI Gamer's true face. AI Gamer frantically yelled in broad daylight, "The Demon King is dead, why is it me?" Making Rin beside him break out in a cold sweat. Rin quickly clapped a hand over her master's mouth, forcing a laugh to cover up for the crowd. "Haha, he's just a little too drunk." The surrounding hunters began to whisper. One of them spoke up. "Isn't Kella the weakest of the Demon King's children? This is an easy bounty." The crowd chimed in, dismissing this S-rank quest as nothing more than a B-rank mission, believing that all the hunters would rush in to tear apart the target's head. AI Gamer gritted his teeth, realizing he had become a juicy target for this entire nation, and secretly decided, damn it. I have to lie low and wait for my chance. Regaining his poker face, AI Gamer ordered Rin. Let's go, Rin, making her flinch and almost blurt out Master Key. The two quietly left, blending into the crowd, when Rin hesitantly asked a crucial question. What should I call you out here? After a moment of silence, AI Gamer decided it was time to have an alias for their operations. He coldly declared, just call me Chiwu, making Rin freeze for a few seconds. Then she asked blankly, Chiwu? Both were speechless. Rin secretly thought the name sounded unbearably cheesy, while AI Gamer snapped, just call me that. As they walked, Rin anxiously reported the situation. Things are really bad. I can't believe they found out you were alive so quickly. AI Gamer decided he needed to quickly gather necessary items and escape, but just as he finished speaking, they ran into Shrills, making Rin hastily call out, yes, Master Chiwu. Overhearing someone mention an S-rank quest, Shrills turned back with a meaningful smile, asking in a dangerous tone, another S-rank quest? Really? Overwhelmed by Shrills' aura, Rin broke out in a cold sweat, stammering an explanation. Oh, yes, we were just looking at it. AI Gamer immediately analyzed the situation, recalling how the crowd in the bar had hailed this woman as Arsol's hope, and concluded that she was no ordinary individual. Meanwhile, Shrills took a sip of wine, her eyes sharp as she thought about the news of the Demon King's son being alive, then muttered a curse. Damn demons! AI Gamer confidently declared that Kella was originally a good-for-nothing, so there was nothing to worry about, while Rin broke out in a cold sweat, trying to act as if it were a minor matter. Shrills' sharp gaze stared intently, clearly scrutinizing them and not believing a word. With a whoosh, both AI Gamer and Rin jumped, startled, as they felt someone approach from behind. Shrills unexpectedly slung an arm around both of them, her voice full of sarcasm. Not a big deal, huh? Even if that damned Demon King's son is still alive and kicking? Cold sweat poured down. AI Gamer realized the situation was more tense than a taut string when Shrills said she had noticed something about them. You two smell strange, Shrills declared bluntly, making Rin panic and think. Oh no, have we been exposed? With a predator's smile, Shrills drew out her words dangerously. You two are definitely. Both AI Gamer and Rin turned pale, screaming in their minds. She definitely knows everything. Shrills burst out laughing, delivering an unbelievable twist. Travelers who haven't bathed in a long time. Then she invited them both back to her place to wash up and continue drinking. AI Gamer and Rin froze completely, their brains unable to process Shrills' extremely sharp turn. Having narrowly escaped danger, both sighed in relief as Shrills burst into laughter, confirming they were safe, and slung her arms around them, pulling them along to continue partying. Shrills led them both to a luxurious mansion, complete with floating watchtowers that looked like something out of a game. Treated like a VIP, AI Gamer soaked in a premium hot bath, beginning to enjoy his new life. Not only did he bathe, but he was also served exquisite tea and pastries he had never seen before. AI Gamer picked up a colorful piece of candy, smirking as he wondered if this, too, was created with magic. He leaned back, lost in thought about his dream from his previous life. To live in a game world. Now, that dream had come true, and a feeling of satisfaction welled up within him. AI Gamer clasped his hands behind his head, enjoying the refreshing sensation, and concluded, turns out, isekai isn't so bad after all. Rin, soaking in the bathtub, broke out in a cold sweat, telling herself to calm down if she didn't want to disappear here. Shrills grinned, asking Rin if her bathtub was good, while Rin could only force a smile, trembling like a leaf. Shrills narrowed her eyes meaningfully, asking directly why Rin was so tense, looking exactly like a demon caught red-handed. Rin let out a forced laugh, quickly denying it. That's not true at all, Shrills said. Is that so? Then gently created a shimmering orb of light in her palm. With an enigmatic smile, Shrills declared she would use a special aromatherapy to help Rin relax. Rin's face went ashen, realizing it was holy energy, an arch-enemy scent that would drain the mana of demons. Her panic reached its peak when Rin realized that this light was about to shatter her magical disguise. Utterly panicked, Rin could only scream in her mind, "Save me, young Master Kella." Immersed in the bath, Shrills began to confide, recounting how she once thought all suffering would end with the Demon King's death. Rin, startled, covered her mouth, silently screaming at Shrills to shut up because she didn't want to hear another word. Shrills remained unfazed, continuing to ramble about being destined to be a mage since birth. Unable to bear it any longer, Rin shot up from the water, yelling at Shrills to save her reminiscing for later. Using the excuse of needing to use the restroom, Rin bolted out of the luxurious bathroom. Left alone, Shrills smirked meaningfully. She knew full well that Rin had fled because she couldn't stand the holy scent she had just released to test her. As soon as she exited the bathroom, Rin breathed a sigh of relief, her heart pounding and legs trembling, having narrowly escaped disaster. Kella had also just finished bathing, comfortably praising the hot spring water as truly authentic, which infuriated the panicking Rin. Rin yelled at her master, explaining that her disguise magic almost vanished due to Shrill's prank, while Kella remained bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Rin frantically explained that Shrills had used a holy scent, an extremely potent technique against demons if cast by a skilled mage, capable of draining their mana. Kella frowned upon hearing this, realizing the situation could have been dire if not handled quickly. Seeing her master still dazed and wanting to continue bathing, Rin angrily grabbed his shoulder, yelling to escape immediately. Shrills suddenly appeared, smirking as she blocked their path and reminded Kella of his promise for a second round. Rin broke out in a cold sweat, forcing a smile as she confirmed, but quickly made excuses, saying they had to leave. Shrills didn't let up, pulling out her trump card, inviting them to enjoy food and drinks created with magic. Hearing the words culinary magic, Kella's attitude immediately changed, his eyes gleaming with interest. And so, the deal was sealed. Kella agreed to the second round, leaving Rin helplessly screaming her master Kella's name in despair as Shrills linked arms with him and dragged him away. As night fell, a mysterious group in blue cloaks silently approached a large building. Their leader confirmed with certainty that demons were inside, and the entire team immediately went into battle readiness. The blue-cloaked order had identified their prey not just as demons, but as the Demon King's offspring, declaring this a once-in-a-millennium opportunity they wouldn't let slip. Inside the building, their targets remained unaware of the danger lurking outside. Meanwhile, Shrills casually invited them all to enjoy a special drink, confidently boasting it was made from holy water, and Kella innocently praised its taste. The moment she finished speaking, both Kella and Rin's faces paled, feeling as if their entire bodies were burning from drinking the holy water. They had truly been tricked. Shrills smirked, changed the subject, and began to lament, recounting the story of her life to Rin. She revealed that she had gambled her life, joining the elite Talkin squad with a single objective: to kill the Demon King. To add credibility, Shrills immediately pulled up her shirt to show a long scar on her abdomen, claiming it was a memento from a past test. Kella and Rin froze. Kella immediately noticed the inconsistency. "But I didn't see that scar earlier." Shrills let out a scoff, her hand beginning to push back, the hair covering one side of her face, her voice full of sarcasm. "Huh. Doesn't look very pretty, does it?" And then the trump card was revealed. Shrills not only had scars, but she was also blind in one eye, a horrific injury hidden all this time. Kella and Rin froze, completely shocked by Shrill's revelation. Shrills scoffed, explaining that she had to use magic to hide her scars, because every time she saw them, hellish memories flooded back. A commander roaring, forcing the ragged recruits to stand up and think about killing the Demon King. The flashback continued with the flag of the Special Forces, established with the sole purpose of hunting down and annihilating the Demon King. A young Shrills, her face covered in blood, knelt in despair, but was still indoctrinated to endure all pain to kill the Demon King. The crazed commander screamed at the soldiers, "Stand up and roar, what is our objective?" Amidst blood and tears, the young Shrills cried out in agony, her voice trembling but full of hatred, "Kill the Demon King." Back in reality, Shrills touched the scar over her eye, her voice filled with bitterness. "I sacrificed my entire life to kill the Demon King, and received these scars in return." Immediately, she leaned close to Kella, her eyes full of provocation. "So what about you? What the hell were you doing all that time?" Shrills didn't say much, directly pulling up Kella's shirt, challenging, "That's right. You must have a scar like this too, don't you?" Kella broke out in a cold sweat, completely frozen by Shrill's audacious act. Shrills ran her hand over Kella's body, then spoke bitterly. "What? Your skin is perfectly smooth. Not a single scar." Rin, behind them, turned pale, screaming in alarm as she saw her master being stripped in broad daylight. Kella gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly as Shrill's hand slowly unraveled his disguise. Shrills leaned close to Kella's ear, a meaningful smile on her face, and whispered his true name. "Chi-Wu. You." Shrill's eyes turned as sharp as knives, and she growled, stating unequivocally, "Are a demon, aren't you?" Kella froze, his mind unable to process, realizing this person had known his true identity all along. At the same time, a swarm of red-eyed white rats secretly poured in from every corner, acting as eyes and ears for some unknown force. From outside, the blue-cloaked order had pinpointed their target. They simultaneously channeled their magic, unleashing a full-force lightning strike. A terrifying magical explosion engulfed all three. Shrills only had time to realize their enemies were mages before being caught in the epicenter. Kella and Rin's faces were drained of color, realizing they had just been led by Shrills into a deadly trap. Shrills smirked defiantly as she saw the hunters fall into the trap. "All of you are here now." The blue-cloaked order appeared, their leader pointing directly at Shrills, growling. "Look at that eye." Heaven Guild's message was correct, he yelled, asserting with certainty that their prey was merely concealing her true nature. The leader exposed Shrill's true identity. Shrills is a demon who infiltrated our soul. Kella and Rin froze, their mouths agape at the unbelievable turn of events. Kella's mind raced, realizing that this group's target wasn't him, but Shrills, and that she was also a demon. Shrills calmly snatched the enemy's staff, purple magic beginning to surge from it. "That's right, I have no reason to hide anymore," she scoffed, revealing her own hand. "In fact, I was the one who leaked the information that I am a demon." The leader of the blue-cloaked order roared furiously at being outsmarted, ordering a full assault. "She's confessed herself, no need to hesitate. Kill her." Shrill's eyes sharpened, and she declared with certainty, "I am an elite mage of Tolkien. A dozen petty mages from Arsol are no match for me," Shrills growled, unleashing an overwhelmingly powerful surge of purple magic from the staff. Rin screamed in panic, trying to push her master Chi-Wu out of the danger zone. "Damn it, we're screwed." Kella realized he was right at the epicenter of the explosion, his face pale. Boom! A terrifying magical explosion swallowed everything, combining the blue lightning of the blue-cloaked order and dark purple energy. The smoke and dust gradually cleared, leaving behind a devastated landscape after the full-force attack. Amidst the ruins, Shrill stood tall, single-handedly blocking all attacks, making Rin stammer in disbelief. "No way! Her mana is too strong." Kella and Rin froze, their minds unable to process that the person they had just been chasing was the very one who had protected them. Shrills turned, her sharp gaze piercing them. "You two are also demons, aren't you? You can't hide it from me." She smirked, proudly laying her cards on the table. "I am the daughter of Demon King Hel Khaldun. My name is Shrills Khaldun." Kella and Rin gaped, their minds unable to process Shrill's confession of being the Demon King's daughter. Shrills smirked, declaring she had no time for lengthy explanations, and decided to use memory transfer magic to quickly show them. Whoosh! A surge of dark purple magic energy rushed directly into Kella and Rin's minds, forcing them both to relive Shrill's entire past. In the memory, Demon King Hel Khaldun and a hooded demon mage gleefully declared, "We finally succeeded." It turned out Shrill's was the product of that experiment, a demon capable of completely concealing her horns and magic power. For the first time in her life, little Shrills saw Demon King Hel Khaldun, and realized he was the absolute ruler of the demon race. The Demon King looked directly at the little girl and declared bluntly, "My blood flows within you, therefore you are my daughter." Young Shrills froze, unable to believe the truth she had just heard, that she was a princess of the demon race. But before that, the memory rewound to a scene of her and other children locked behind bars, treated no differently than lab rats. Every day was living hell as all the children, including Shrills, endured magic experiments of extreme agony. In the memory, young Shrills could only grit her teeth and endure the excruciating magic experiments that tore at her flesh. The result of the hellish laboratory. All the children of her generation perished, leaving only Shrills alive amidst the pile of corpses. The little girl burst into tears in despair, believing she too would soon become a lifeless corpse like her unfortunate friends. Tears streamed down her dirty face. The little girl was ready for death. In the midst of despair, an unbelievable truth was thrown at Shrills. "You are the Demon King's daughter?" Demon King Hel Khaldun appeared, his cold eyes looking down at the only surviving experiment subject after the brutal purge. Instead of fear, Shrills looked up, her voice trembling but her eyes gleaming with a spark of hope. "It is an honor, sir." Hel Khaldun officially bestowed upon her a new name and identity. "Your name shall be Shrills Khaldun." Her first mission was immediately assigned, to act as a spy, infiltrate the Heaven Guild, and feed information back to the Demon King, and Shrills accepted without hesitation. For Shrills, as long as it was for her father, Demon King Hel Khaldun, she would not shy away from anything. In a magnificent fortress, a shout was heard, discovering someone lying collapsed on the ground. Two Arsol soldiers discovered an unconscious red-haired child, believing she was a victim of a demon attack. Without a moment's doubt, one soldier hoisted the little girl onto his shoulder, rushing her back to base for treatment. Shrills, playing the role of a rescued child, smirked inwardly. From then on, I began spying for the Demon King. She recounted her arduous journey, from an apprentice mage of Arsol, gritting her teeth and enduring every hardship to climb to a higher position. Finally, after joining Talua, Shrills reached the pinnacle, becoming one of the strongest warriors of the elite Talkan army. 15 years passed, and Shrills finally met her father again, Demon King Helkaldan, in his mighty demon form. Facing her father, Shrills longed to run and embrace him, but couldn't, her voice trembling as she called out, "Father." The goal was right before her eyes, but Shrills had to suppress her emotions, tears welling up as she realized she was about to complete her mission. The plan was set. She had to wait until all the Talkan knights, except for their commander Kilman, were eliminated. Shrills revealed her mission: to be an infiltrator, secretly using magic to hinder the Talkan forces. The ultimate goal was to provide support for her father, to finish off General Kilman. Once her father wiped out the Talkan, she would be able to return to the castle with him, ending her days as an undercover agent. All she wanted was a new life beside her father, with her true name, Shrills Kaldan. But life is not a dream. The memory returned to the battlefield, where Kilman panted, admitting the Demon King was the strongest opponent he had ever faced. The Demon King, in his overwhelmingly powerful final form, scornfully retorted, "You acknowledge me? The words of a trash human like you hold no weight." Insulted, Kilman sneered, gathering power for his final blow. Truly arrogant, Demon King. Then let's end this here, shall we? He poured everything into his last attack, unleashing the ultimate technique, Heavenly Commander's Spear, a colossal pillar of light aimed directly at the Demon King. Without flinching, the Demon King countered with his ultimate move, Magnalexer Inferno, a destructive sphere of dark purple magic power. Witnessing the collision of two destructive powers, Shrills could only scream in despair. "Father." The two ultimate techniques clashed, creating a colossal purple magic explosion that tore through the battlefield. In that moment of life and death, a familiar voice echoed in Shrills' mind. The image of Demon King Hel Khaldun appeared, solemnly calling his daughter's name, Shrills Khaldun. Shrills froze as her deceased father conveyed his final command. His last will was transmitted as his form faded. "Serve the successor Demon King as you once served me, and protect them to the very end." Tears streamed down her face as Shrills sobbed, calling out for her father in despair. The fleeting flashback ended. The cruel reality was a storm of purple magic power still sweeping through everything. Whoosh. The destructive energy gradually subsided, leaving a deadly silence. Amidst the dust and smoke, the Demon King's injured face appeared with a satisfied smile before completely vanishing. Powerless, watching her father's colossal form turn to ash, Shrills could only scream in agony, her face smeared with blood and dirt. Shrills froze, stammering incoherently at the horrifying sight. The image of Demon King Hel Khaldun vanishing, and Shrills' desperate cry of "Father," were etched deep into her mind. Shrills began to recount. After witnessing her father perish, she had no choice but to return to Talua with the reinforcement army. Meanwhile, the entire continent, including Talua, celebrated wildly at the news that the Demon King had been defeated. Silently donning her cloak, Shrills blended into the cheering crowd, her eyes as cold as ice, a stark contrast to the false joy around her. She decided to retire, setting off alone, leaving all battlefields and glory behind. Her destination was Arsol, a place called her second home, and also where she began the first mission her father had entrusted to her. With a radiant smile, Shrills told herself she would start a new life here, blending in as an ordinary person. But the facade quickly dropped, her eyes sharp, burning with a single purpose: to avenge her father's death. Back in the present, purple magic power erupted around Shrills as she laid her cards on the table before Kella and Rin with a mad smile. "I've planned to wipe them all out, starting with Arsol." Rin was so shocked she froze, her voice trembling. "No way? You're the Demon King's daughter?" Kella's annoyance was clear on his face as he cursed inwardly. "Damn it. I thought I finally escaped those cursed siblings." Even without a blood connection, Kella still couldn't believe he had another sibling, a truth too difficult to swallow. Shrills sneered, declaring bluntly, "I'm not forcing you to cooperate as kin, but one thing needs to be clear." She pointed directly at the magnificent fortress under the moonlight. "The magic nation of Arsol is the core threat to all demonkind." Shrills stood in the center, her aura overwhelming, calling Kella by name. "Kella Khaldun, the last hope of demonkind. The longer we leave this place be, the sooner you will die." Shrills' words were like a bucket of cold water splashed directly onto Kella's face, leaving him stunned. Kella gritted his teeth, clenching his fists as he admitted, "Damn it, She's right. Even in games, mages were always an extremely important force on the battlefield. His AI brain analyzed at light speed, and he immediately realized, if we leave them alone, I'll be the first one in danger. Meanwhile, the mages of the blue-cloaked order struggled after the explosion, their leader growling. Damn it! Everyone is definitely heading here. We can't let others snatch it away. The leader of the blue-cloaked order roared, ordering his subordinates to pour all their mana into the attack. Kella muttered with sharp eyes. The bastards. They think I'm human, but they still strike without hesitation. Rin panicked, her voice trembling as she called, Young master? Sensing the chilling killing intent emanating from Kella. Dropping the act, Kella revealed his true demon form, his black horns emerging, and his golden eyes glowing brightly, calmly declaring, This is just self-defense, okay? Shrills and the blue-robed mage froze, completely shocked by Kella's transformation and overwhelming magical power. Shrill's eyes constricted, utterly astonished. This energy, it can't be. Behind Kella, the Demon King's illusion appeared, and Shrill's froze as she immediately recognized. Father's power? That very night, an endless battle erupted. Kella and Shrill's fighting side by side, wiping out the weak mages. In Rin's eyes, the scene before them was nothing short of a bloody, brutal massacre. For Shrill's, Arsol was her home turf, so she knew every nook and cranny, savagely slaughtering enemies with a maniacal smile. The revenge began. Shrill's said little, unleashing purple magic to obliterate all of Arsol's main government infrastructure and magic academy. Kella calmly explained to the cowering Arsol mages. I'm also using Hell's mana, as his and Shrill's shadows enveloped them. A flashback showed Arsol's brutality. A mage used ice magic to execute a civilian just for being drunk during a festival. Kella and Shrill's, the destructive duo, unleashed their attacks together, declaring that with their power, this magic nation of Arsol would be flattened. Two high-ranking Arsol mages could only gape in horror, unable to believe the harsh reality unfolding before them. And the result was as expected. An entire vital building in Arsol was blown away in an instant. Kella and Rin stood atop the ruins, coldly observing the entire city engulfed in a sea of vengeful flames. A surviving Arsol knight scrambled to his feet, looked at Shrill's, and muttered in despair. No. It can't be. Arsol can't fall so easily. He struggled up, spitting blood and roaring his final, bitter declaration of war. You demons, I will never forgive you. His words were met only by a wave of purple magic that swallowed everything, leaving only a desperate scream before he completely vanished. Amidst the ashes, Shrills retorted to the dead man's curse. That's what I wanted to say. I'm the one who can't forgive you. With a crazed smile, Shrills declared her world-spanning revenge plan. Starting with Arsol, then the Talkin Knights, and even the Talua Empire. I will finish them all. Kella froze at such insane ambition, thinking it impossible, while Rin behind him turned pale with fear. Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, Kella decided to make a quick escape. We've helped each other enough. Let's go our separate ways, but he was immediately cut off by Shrills. Shrills turned back with eyes sharp as knives, laying her cards on the table. Did you think I wouldn't recognize that mana? You are father's second son, Kella Khaldun, aren't you? Called by his true name, Kella froze. Knowing his disguise had been blown and there was no denying it, he sighed, reluctantly admitting his identity and helplessness. Contrary to his expectations, Shrills flinched in surprise, which made Kella dumbfounded, realizing this woman had just guessed correctly. Shrills quickly regained her serious expression, admitting she was only slightly suspicious at first, but now things were different. She revealed that she wasn't a biological daughter, but a mutation from the Demon King's blood, and because of that, she recognized Kella's lineage more than anyone. Shrills leaned in close, grabbing Kella's chin and explaining, I was created after you were born. Then she winked provocatively, concluding with a shocking statement. So you're my older brother. Kella was speechless, silently screaming, No, I'm not. Shrills stepped back, purple magic swirling in her hand, bluntly inviting, I assume you also want to avenge father, right? Then come with me. Kella turned his face away, muttering indifferently, I ran away from home. Revenge my ass. Immediately, Shrill's eyes turned sharp as daggers, her voice full of pressure. You're not planning to run away, are you? Her expression became crazed, emphasizing each word. You are the Demon King's only remaining bloodline, father's only child. Behind them, Rin turned pale with fear, screaming in Kella's mind, Please agree to go with her. She looks like she's about to kill us both if we refuse. Kella turned back with a determined look, his voice cold. Of course, I'll take revenge. At this moment, I have no other choice. Shrills smiled contentedly, her aura soaring. Good, then let's go. Let's burn them all down. Kella pulled the trembling Rin into his arms, his resolute gaze answering Shrills with a single word. All right. Kella glanced at Shrills, his gamer brain beginning to calculate. Revenge is just an excuse. I need Arsol's magic anyway, and this one knows everything. The three set off together, Kella having his own plan. He'll just use revenge as an excuse to buy time. For now, we're family. Behind them, the surviving member of the blue-cloaked order scrambled up amidst the ruins, bitterly watching the trio disappear. He dragged himself to a corner, his face covered in blood but his eyes full of determination. I must report this to Talua. The scene shifted to the Talua Empire, where an urgent message from Arsol had just been sent to the king. The king of Talua, a grizzled old man tearing at meat, looked up and growled. Urgent. What the hell is going on? A messenger bowed and reported, Your Majesty, Shrills of the Talcan Knights was exposed as a demon, so Arsol's mages tried to eliminate her. The old king narrowed his eyes, pressing with a thoughtful expression. And then what? The messenger delivered the final blow. Kella Kaldin has appeared, and, together with her, burned Arsol to ashes. Snap! The old king crushed the fork in his hand, utterly shocked by the earth-shattering news. The king of Talua seethed, roaring. The demon king's son is in Arsol? A trusted old man suggested Kella might be connected to Shrills, making the old king curse even more bitterly. The old king gritted his teeth, fearing that Arsol being raised by Kella would make his kingdom a laughingstock. The trusted old man also agreed, his face hardening with humiliation. Without hesitation, the king of Talua ordered their execution. Kill Shrills and Kella Kaldin immediately. If you don't bring their heads back here, you'll lose your position. The old man, who called himself Hayden, placed a hand on his chest and swore, I swear on my honor, I will kill them. With that, Hayden turned on his heel, his cloak billowing. Without a moment's hesitation, Hayden entered a secret room, where the most horrific trophy was displayed. The head of Demon King Hel Khaldun, preserved in a crystal block. Staring at the indomitable face of the Demon King, Hayden muttered, Hel Khaldun, your bloodline continues to trouble me. Through the reflective glass, Hayden's eyes were sharp and cold as he cursed. I swear I will burn all those who carry your bloodline. In a castle, an impatient question rang out. Where is the news about Killian's squad? In the study, a Talua official reported to Haden that General Killian must have received the news and been ordered to return immediately. Hayden's face wrinkled like a monkey eating chili, as he growled, Killian's name. The trump card, known as the strongest knight, even surpassing Kilman. To deal with Kella and Shrills, they had only one option. They needed the formidable Killian. In a distant place, a muscular man with white hair, holding a parchment scroll, coldly asked, So, my brother Kilman is dead? A hooded messenger confirmed, his voice filled with tragic solemnity. Yes, he bravely sacrificed himself to kill the Demon King. Killian stood up straight, revealing a body covered in battle scars, his voice contemptuous. So what? Killed by a demon? Is that all? The hooded messenger frantically persuaded. Talua needs you. To hunt down Kella Khaldun. Killian turned his back, revealing a giant X-shaped scar, his voice as cold as ice. I don't care what Talua wants, but because those demons killed my brother. Killian's killing intent exploded, shattering a stone wall behind him, as he declared chillingly, I will kill every single demon on this continent. Killian, the strongest knight, his eyes sharp, declared the first target of his hunt, starting with Kella Kaldin. Scene change. Kella flinched, his eyes wide as if he had just sensed a deadly threat from afar. Kella, Rin, and Shrills were roasting meat. Kella grumbled about the huge chunk of meat, only for Shrills to retort bluntly, If you're full, don't eat. This isn't even enough for me. Rin innocently asked Shrills for the secret to eating a lot without getting fat, and received a street-smart philosophical answer. If it goes in fast and comes out fast, you won't get fat. Rin's eyes sparkled, treating that absurd theory as a miraculous truth she had just discovered. Kella secretly assessed the situation, sighing in relief that Shrills didn't seem to be as malicious as his two siblings, Seldera and Tarmay, though he still worried she might be jealous of him being the legitimate heir. Without beating around the bush, Kella asked Shrills directly, Do you resent me because I am our father's biological child? Shrills's expression changed faster than a flip of a rice paper, her killing intent flaring as she growled. Of course, I do. To the point where I want to kill you right now. Kella was silenced, just as he expected, but then she softened, the Demon King's image appearing behind her as she explained. But because you carry the bloodline of the father I always respected, I cannot hate you. Shrills concluded the matter, her gaze firm. Furthermore, because you are father's flesh and blood, I have a responsibility to protect you at all costs. Kella froze, his mind unable to process Shrills' declaration. Unlike those two wretched siblings, she will protect me? Shrills unexpectedly placed her hand on Kella's, her voice firm. Therefore, from now on, I will stake my life. With a confident and domineering smile, she concluded, to keep you alive. Kella blushed, visibly flustered, only able to stammer in response. All right, thank you. Seeing the intimate scene, Rin exploded, screaming like a fangirl. What? Why is young master blushing? Immediately, Rin switched to caretaker mode, stuffing a large piece of meat into Kella's mouth. Young master Kella, eat my share too. You use a lot of mana, so you must eat a lot. She then launched into an impassioned speech, swearing to protect her young master's health with her life, leaving Kella speechless, and only able to ask her to calm down. As night fell, Shrills changed the subject, analyzing the situation. Arsal's situation has been exposed. Demon hunters from all over will flock here. She suggested the group find a safer place to sleep, as it was too dangerous here. But Kella had other thoughts. Kella waved it off, his eyes full of calculation. No, this is actually a wonderful place to spend the night, Rin asked, bewildered. Here? Kella smirked confidently, declaring, that's right. With a little effort, this place will become an impregnable secret fortress. It turned out all three had combined their magic to alter the terrain, erecting a temporary base for hiding and recuperation. While resting by the fire, Kella reanalyzed the recent battle, drawing lessons for the next combat encounters. He meditated shirtless, realizing that after expending mana, one must rest immediately. Even the mighty demon king Hell Kalden of old had to do the same. Shrills, who had used even more mana, was completely exhausted, lying flat like a lifeless corpse, which even made Rin feel concerned. The group safely recovered their stamina and mana inside the secret fortress, with Kella standing guard vigilantly. Scene change. In another city, an announcer knight stood on the city wall, shouting important news through a megaphone. The crowd cheered wildly as an elite squad appeared, led by a white-haired man radiating killing intent. Talkans. Second squad. The White Talkan. It's Killian. Killian and his White Talkan squad, clad in majestic white cloaks, entered the royal palace to the sound of the announcer. Your Majesty, the White Talkan have arrived. The King of Talua, an old man who looked extremely formidable, smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, just looking at them is enough to give me goosebumps. The King of Talua joyfully declared, Welcome back, my strongest army, the White Talkan. A squad member named Deed smirked teasingly. Captain Killian, it seems you've grown several times stronger in a short amount of time. Deed continued to taunt, subtly mentioning Killman, while Killian maintained his poker face. A pointy-eared female warrior named Audria snapped, making Deed flinch. Deed, watch your mouth. Killian glanced over, calmly remarking, You're as noisy as ever, Audria. The burly Kalka impatiently asked, Captain Killian, do we really need to obey the king's summons? Kalka gritted his teeth, the fire of anger flaring in his eyes. I don't think even killing Kella Kalden right now would quell this rage. Killian coldly responded to his comrade's resentment. My apologies, Kalka. He turned away, his gaze directed at a hooded member. I have something I need to show Curdly. The entire squad headed towards the royal palace, a colossal structure, preparing for a plan even grander than the king's orders. The head of Demon King Hel Khaldun was displayed in a glass cage, his eyes still full of power even in death. He was the first target in the plan. Killian, leader of the White Talkan squad, stared at the head with a poker face, the name of his brother's killer echoing in his mind. Hel Kalden. The White Talkan squad gathered around the trophy. Deed uttered a disgusted remark, only for Audria to snap at him to shut up. Killian turned to the squad's mage, asking directly, Curdly, with just this head, will the tracking magic work? And received a firm answer. It's possible, Captain. Curdly explained that the bloodstains on the head would allow her to track those of the same bloodline, then began to channel magic, a blue energy orb forming in her hand. The blue magical energy enveloped Hel Khaldun's head, and the tracking magic was officially activated. Killian looked directly at the glowing head, his voice full of challenge. Hel Khaldun, open your eyes and watch. He smirked savagely, provoking the Demon King's soul to witness his son being hunted, as Kella's demonic form appeared menacingly. Scene change. After resting, Shrills was full of vigor again. She shouted with fiery passion, Rest time's over. Let's hunt those bastards. Talkan's second squad is about to be summoned here. Rin's face turned pale upon hearing this, and she stammered in panic. Talkan's second squad? Shrills began to explain the balance of power. bluntly stating that in Talua, no one had ever hoped that the first squad could defeat the Demon King. She bitterly admitted, "To be frank, we were just test subjects." The image of Kilman's army, including herself, appeared like a group of pawns thrown to their deaths. In contrast, the army that Talua truly poured all its heart into building was the second squad, the White Talken. A bunch of monsters clad entirely in white. Kella muttered the name White Talken, his mind beginning to analyze the new threat. Srills confirmed this was Killian's army, Kilman's younger brother, an elite squad of combat geniuses. The skill gap between the two brothers was clearly immense. Kella immediately posed a razor-sharp question to gauge their strength. "So, Kilman, the one who killed father, is even weaker than them?" Shrills gritted her teeth, clenching her fists, clearly unwilling to admit this harsh truth. Finally, she had to spit out the truth. "They are much stronger than Kilman. I can't even estimate by how much." Behind her was an illusion of the White Talken squad, their aura completely overwhelming. Kella's eyes flashed with a cold light, devoid of fear, only the intense focus of someone calculating for a life-or-death game. Meanwhile, Rin was scared witless, shouting, "Then how on earth are we supposed to invade Talua?" Srills asserted that the White Talken squad was undergoing isolated training, making it a golden opportunity to attack Talua right away. But Kella coldly analyzed, "Talua is 10,000 times larger than our soul, and there's no room for luck in this battle." His eyes gleamed, his mind working at full capacity to find a different move. Kella turned to retort to Shrills, arguing that with his bounty, the White Talken squad might have already assembled ages ago. He declared bluntly, "3 of us attacking a fortress is a joke. Instead, we must build our own army and base." Shrills and Rin froze, not expecting this kid to have such grand ambitions. An army and a base? Kella declared he would create a demon army capable of matching the entire White Talken squad fairly, and an impregnable base, a fortress that the Talua army could only watch from afar. With the insane smile of a top-ranked gamer, Kella concluded, "We will build the strongest dungeon." Shrills was boiling with battlelust, while Rin was pale as a ghost, completely shocked by this crazy plan. Kella stated firmly that they couldn't play a game of chance like the Demon King of old, if they didn't want to meet the exact same fate. With fiery eyes, he declared he would build the ultimate dungeon, and from there launch an all-out war against Talua. Shrills openly delighted, acknowledging that her younger brother was truly the real deal, worthy of being the Demon King's son, while Rin was still processing. Kella secretly thought to himself that he was just acting cool, but in reality, this plan was something he'd made up on the spot. Shrills, brimming with battle lust, volunteered to recruit an army immediately, even claiming to have a few good connections already. The two women, Shrills and Rin, were utterly thrilled, shouting, "For our war." While Kella was speechless, watching the two hyperactive individuals, Kella secretly gloated, seeing his bluffing plan receive such enthusiastic support. Regaining his cold expression, Kella told himself that this was the best way to buy time for now. His eyes flashed with a hint of madness, determined to build his own world, a private server that no one would dare trespass upon to ruin the game. The dream of a top-ranked gamer for a perfect map, unattainable in the old world, would now be recreated by Kella in this world. After the grand pronouncements, Kella clenched his fist, his eyes sharp, officially initiating the army-building plan. Kella turned to ask Shrills if she knew any trustworthy contacts, and his older sister merely smirked meaningfully. "A few." His mind started working. Kella outlined the first criterion. "First, we need someone who knows the terrain well." Shrills covered her mouth, chuckling to herself, seemingly having already picked the right person for this position. Without waiting for Kella to say more, Shrills waved confidently. "I know someone. Let's go," pulling her still bewildered younger brother along. The group began their journey to recruit the first talents for their future empire. Along the way, Kella wasn't idle. He buried his head in an Arsal magic book to study, while Rin behind him looked as grumpy as if she'd lost her ration book. Kella admitted to himself that the Arsal magic system was incredibly complex, not something one could learn in a day or two. But thanks to his Demon King lineage, Kella activated a cheat, effortlessly absorbing knowledge and casting new magic. Kella smiled domineeringly. The feeling of personally casting magic and gradually realizing his goals thrilled him immensely. 4 days later, the trio of Kella, Shrills, and Rin traversed a desolate, barren land under the setting sun. Shrills announced they were almost there, but Kella looked suspicious, wondering why a demon would live in such a godforsaken place. Shrills explained with a distant look that this place wasn't always desolate. It was all due to an ambush by the Talken Knights. Kella and Rin were both stunned by the new information, not yet understanding what was happening. Suddenly, Shrills gave a sharp command, her eyes piercing. "Both of you, stay still, no matter what happens." A fierce-looking beast demon warrior suddenly charged out, roaring madly. "Stop, you damned Talkin' Knights! Is it you again?" The beast demon warrior said no more, swung his weapon, and charged straight at Shrills, vowing to tear the Talcan Knights to shreds. Shrills coldly took the full force of the attack without flinching, her eye patch revealed, muttering, "I knew it. It seems the demons here haven't heard anything about me yet." Rin was in utter panic, shaking Kella and yelling at Shrills. "What are you doing? Why are you letting him attack you? Tell me the truth." Shrills simply raised a hand, cutting off Rin's panic with a single powerful word. Silence. Kella seemed dismissive, signaling Rin to ignore these small fry. The beast demon warrior growled bitterly, believing Shrill's refusal to fight back was the ultimate insult. Shrills bowed her head, her voice full of remorse. "I apologize." She knelt to the ground, hands crossed over her chest in a submissive posture, declaring she would endure all their wrath until their anger subsided. The beast demon warrior paused, recognizing it as a symbolic posture known only to their tribe. Shrills, still kneeling, affirmed once more, "As a fellow tribesman, I sincerely apologize." The remaining demons were deeply shocked, questioning why a demon would be with the Talkin' Knights during the last attack. Kella stepped forward, coldly confirming, "That is the truth." He played his trump card, declaring himself the last son of Demon King Hel Khaldun, and vouching for Shrills with his honor. The overwhelming magical power emanating from Kella stunned the beast demon warriors, who immediately believed him completely and confirmed his royal identity. The earth demons, who were about to charge into a bloody fight, suddenly froze, all simultaneously prostrating themselves as they recognized Kella's true identity. "It truly is young Master Kella." The entire earth demon tribe bowed low, solemnly declaring their loyalty. "We, the earth demons of this region, offer our greetings to His Highness Kella Khaldun." Kella maintained his cool, protagonist-like expression, while Rin behind him couldn't hide her excitement, her eyes shining brightly as she looked at her young master. Shrills smirked contentedly, whispering to Kella, "See? They've acknowledged you as the legitimate heir." Kella remained silent, his sharp golden eyes gleaming, his mind continuously working to analyze the situation and new opportunities. An image suddenly flashed in Kella's mind. Looking through the cracked earth, a hidden settlement lay beneath. The full view of the Earth Demon Tribe's base appeared, a solidly built stronghold, an absolutely incredible resource. Kella smirked confidently, realizing that building his own army might not be as difficult as he imagined. A future vision appeared. Amidst a packed demon assembly, all were chanting Kella Khaldun's name, acknowledging their new king. An Earth Demon elder stepped forward, smiling genially and firmly pledging, "Son of the great Demon King, you only need to command, and we will prepare everything you require." Kella observed the underground fortress, his brain analyzing at the speed of a supercomputer. This architectural style is completely different from the Demon King's castle and Arsal. He continued his assessment, realizing their skill level was no joke. To build such a sturdy city without magic, using only natural materials. The geographical location is also too perfect. The Earth Demons were roaring in excitement, unable to believe such a large city could hide underground if they hadn't revealed themselves. Kella turned to Shrills, nodding in agreement. "You're right, Shrills. We need the talents of the Earth Demon tribe." Shrills smirked triumphantly. "See? I told you so." Shrills didn't stop there. She continued to entice him. "Besides them, there's another exceptionally skilled warrior we should recruit." Kella showed interest. An exceptionally skilled warrior? Meanwhile, Rin in the back was still engrossed in gnawing on a piece of grilled meat. Shrills began to recount an old story, her eyes becoming serious. The Talkin' Knights discovered this city on their march to the Demon King's castle. The flashback returned to the past. Kilman, with a cruel expression, roared orders to his soldiers. "Don't let a single demon survive. Slaughter all those filthy earth demons." A bloody massacre ensued, the Earth Demon tribe screaming in despair as Tulua's army swept through mercilessly. "Run! It's Tulua's soldiers! Help!" By General Kilman's command, the flames of war erupted, burning the forest, which had been the city's perfect camouflage, to ashes. Shrills recounted that the massacre years ago pushed the Earth Demon tribe to the brink of extinction, but then a variable appeared. Amidst the sea of flames, a sinewy Earth Demon warrior stood shielding the children, roaring curses at the invaders. "You cruel bastards, how dare you massacre those who don't even know how to fight?" He spread his arms wide, declaring that he wouldn't let anyone lacking a warrior's pride touch the children. Standing amidst the ranks, Kilman and his red-haired knight were surprised to see a demon dare to risk his life to protect his kin. Kilman, the leader of the massacre, unexpectedly spoke up with interest. "Warrior, what is your name?" The earth demon replied boldly, without a trace of fear. "I am Douglas, son of the earth demon tribe." Kilman murmured the name Douglas, his eyes flashing with an unreadable glint. Clearly deeply impressed, Kilman's gaze sharpened, an unexpected decision about to be made right there on the battlefield. Kilman looked at Douglas with rare respect, thinking to himself that if this man had been born human, he would have been a hero. Suddenly, Kilman roared an order to his entire army. "Everyone, stop! We're leaving here and continuing our march to the Demon King's castle." Douglas froze, completely unable to understand why the enemy had spared his life. The red-haired knight accompanying Kilman sneered, uttering, "Heh, your courage saved your entire tribe." The earth demon remained silent, unable to believe what had just transpired. Douglas stood alone, steadfast, shielding the earth demon children behind him as the invading army retreated. Shrills concluded the story, emphasizing that Douglas hadn't fled but stayed and fought to the very end to save the children. Rin's eyes shone with admiration. "Wow, Douglas is so cool," while Kella nodded, acknowledging that the name itself sounded reputable. Kella's delight was evident. A combat-capable earth demon was a rare commodity, a bargain far exceeding expectations. At the banquet table, Kella declared his wish to meet Douglas, but the earth demon elder immediately intervened, stating that the man was extremely stubborn. The elder broke out in a sweat, advising his young master to find someone more amenable. Kella brushed him off, his eyes sharp. "No, I will bring Douglas with me." "Where is he?" Inside a smoky forge, the incessant clang of hammers echoed. Kella stood with his arms crossed, his sharp gaze directly questioning. "Do you dare defy my orders?" The muscular earth demon continued to hammer diligently, retorting without looking up. "You may be the Demon King's son, but I am not obligated to obey you." Kella smirked, his voice full of challenge. "What if I use force then?" Sweat streamed down, but Douglas still growled, his eyes devoid of fear. "Then I will fight to the death." Kella changed his tone, curiously asking the reason for his stubbornness, and Douglas replied curtly that this was where he was born and raised. Douglas gritted his teeth, asserting that he had a duty to protect his homeland, and that was why he couldn't leave. Kella sighed, admitting helplessly, "You truly are as stubborn as the rumors say." Douglas bowed his head, his voice deepening to show resolve yet still respectful. "My apologies." Kella feigned regret, but in his mind, he was screaming, recalling his gamer life where he grinded relentlessly to get a top-tier orc companion like Douglas. Flatly rejected, Kella sighed helplessly. "There's no other way." He said he'd rather die, but just a second later, Kella's brain clicked, another idea suddenly flashing in his mind. He turned on his heel and left, his gaze sweeping over the structures of the Earth Demon village, the sound of hammering still echoing incessantly. Kella immediately realized their architectural skill was extremely efficient, a talent that couldn't be wasted, he muttered, admitting that he desperately wanted someone with the knowledge of the Earth Demon tribe under his command. Just then, a drunken Shrills and Rin stumbled over, shouting praises for the Earth Demon's incredibly delicious wine and inviting Kella to join them. Kella's annoyance was clear on his face. He grumbled in his head. "These two drunks. Can't you see I'm busy investigating?" Forced to drink a mug, Kella reluctantly raised his cup. He was utterly surprised to taste sweet potato in the beer, while Shrills looked bewildered, not understanding what a sweet potato was. As a result, all three were completely drunk, and the Earth Demon Elder could only shake his head in exasperation at his new masters. The Earth Demon Elder grinned, enthusiastically ordering his subordinates, "Take them to our best guest room." Inside the Earth Demon tribe's fortress, a sturdy structure was built precariously on a cliff face under the sunset. After the boisterous drinking session, Kella had been taken back to his room and was sleeping soundly on a simple bed. Even in his sleep, his face exuded a cold demeanor, his distinctive purple lock of hair falling to one side. Creak. The room door was suddenly opened by a stranger, breaking the silence. A large man with heavy leather boots stepped in, the sound of his footsteps echoing menacingly. In his hand, he wielded a gigantic double-bladed battle axe, radiating intense killing intent. Just then, Kella suddenly opened his eyes, his warrior's instinct telling him something was wrong. Douglas, the stubborn warrior he had sought, stood towering over the bed, roaring a contemptuous remark. "Kella, you weakling." Without another word, Douglas swung his axe straight down, shouting, "Today, you die here." Douglas was stunned, sweat pouring off him as he saw his axe strike miss. Only one question in his mind: how the hell? Kella remained on the bed, the axe blade close to his face, but his eyes were cold, his brain calculating. It's fine. With this, I'm sure of it. Whoosh! Kella flipped off the bed, narrowly dodging the attack, making Douglas furiously roar. Damn it, he wasn't asleep. The earth demons rushed in behind, screaming with indignation. It's the coward, Kella. Kill him. Kella landed as lightly as a cat, taking a defensive stance with sharp eyes, ready to face the entire mob. He smirked, beginning to recall his analysis. It's true that I had some doubts at first. Kella recalled Douglas toiling in the forge, drenched in sweat, but not to forge weapons, about why Douglas was crafting things that weren't weapons in the smithy. What he was making was a pair of handcuffs, and Kella immediately realized the problem. No matter how you looked at them, those cuffs couldn't possibly fit an orc. And the final piece, Kella recalled walking through the city. While observing my surroundings, I noticed someone tailing me. Kella continued his recollection, his mind working at full capacity. From then on, I started observing my surroundings even more carefully. He discovered a wall enchanted with an extremely sophisticated magical barrier. Kella smirked. Only someone carrying the Demon King's mana could sense such a high-quality item. And then he realized a fatal anomaly in the Earth Demon's story. He remembered Shrill's words that Douglas had risked his life to protect the Dark Elf children. But after circling the village, Kella saw no trace of any Dark Elf children. And that's when everything clicked. In that moment, every piece in Kella's mind fit together perfectly. Back in reality, Kella burst with speed, sweeping past the charging Earth demons like a gust of wind. With a whoosh, he was right behind Douglas, completely evading the attack and neutralizing the threat. Kella coldly exposed the truth. Douglas, you didn't tell Killman that you couldn't let the Dark Elf children die, but rather that you couldn't hand them over. Kella called Douglas out directly. That means you didn't care about protecting them. You just didn't want them stolen from your grasp. Douglas was utterly shocked, his face pale, unable to comprehend how this kid had seen through his tribe's secret. Having the upper hand, Kella ordered with a cold expression. Now, shall we go dismantle that magical barrier? The entire Earth Demon village was plunged into a terrifying, tense silence. The Earth Demons froze, seeing their great warrior Douglas subdued by Kella with such ease. Kella smirked. He had guessed correctly. Just as expected, the entire village was involved in this. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been hidden so well. The old tribal elder flew into a rage, yelling at Douglas. Damn it, Douglas, did you really fail? Completely exposed, Douglas could only grit his teeth, sweat pouring down, and mumble an apology. Kella pressed a glowing blue lightning blade to Douglas's neck, warning the entire tribe. Stand still. If anyone moves an inch, Douglas will be gone. The old tribal elder was utterly furious, unable to believe that Kella, the coward from the past, could now single-handedly turn the tide. In the middle of the Earth Demon village, a dilapidated building turned out to be a disguised facility. Kella grabbed Douglas by the collar, pressed him against a massive wall, and ordered curtly, "Open the door." Completely subdued, Douglas clicked his tongue in frustration, reluctantly pulled out a purple magic gem, and pressed it into the secret mechanism. Crash! The heavy stone door slowly lifted, revealing a dark, damp space within. Inside was a crowd of dark elves, all elderly and children, imprisoned in squalid conditions, their eyes filled with panic. Kella froze, while Douglas broke out in a cold sweat, not daring to look him in the eye. Kella's expression darkened. He was utterly shocked by the prisoner's miserable state, far worse than anything he could have imagined. Just then, Shrills and Rin rushed over, shouting in alarm, thinking Kella had been ambushed by these cowards. Both Shrills and Rin froze at the sight before them. Kella was fine, but inside the wide-open door were wretched prisoners. Kella turned, his voice icy, and ordered his strategist, Shrills, capture one of those dark elves, and use memory transfer magic for me to see. Shrills stood among the dark elves, confirming to Kella that transferring memories from another was possible, though not as clear as experiencing it oneself. Kella, stone-faced, closed his eyes and ordered curtly, "Then do it." Without a moment's hesitation, Shrills channeled her purple magic, preparing to cast the memory transfer spell on a dark elf. Purple energy enveloped Kella and the victim, and a horrifying stream of memories began to flow into his mind. The first memory appeared. Nothing less than a concentration camp, where female dark elves became pregnant in despair. Truly a living hell. A dark elf child was born, not from love, but from coercion. Every life here was produced this way. And then, the masked human nobles appeared, grabbing the chosen children by their hair and dragging them away like merchandise. They kidnapped infants and young children to sell at exorbitant prices, a systematic human trafficking ring. It turned out the Earth Demons were the masterminds, gleefully counting every coin earned from the bodies and lives of the Dark Elf tribe. Occasionally, Adults captured from the outside world would tell the children about a free world they had never known. The Dark Elves' memories surfaced. A world with blue seas and endless skies they had never seen. They dreamed of delicious food and free journeys. A normal life they could only imagine. But these were things they would never know in this hellish place. The only wish of the Dark Elves before death was simply that their children could escape and experience that free world, even just once. Kella's eyes gleamed with cruel coldness as he understood everything. What a pathetic existence. His rage erupted. Kella gnashed his teeth and roared, his killing intent surging. "You earth demons, you bastards!" Without a word, Kella spun around, his eyes blazing with fury, aimed directly at Douglas, standing right behind him. A surge of blue lightning magic erupted. Kella unleashed a devastating blow, sending Douglas flying. Crash! Douglas was struck down in an instant, lying sprawled on the ground, utterly helpless against the overwhelming power. Kella called them out directly, his gaze sharp as a knife. "So you weren't saving the children, but trafficking them?" This utterly shocked Sreels and Rin. Beaten badly, Douglas scrambled to his feet and confessed, "That's right. Dark elves are hot commodities that human nobles drool over." The dark elf children trembled in fear, brainwashed into believing that being sold to live in the place they were told about would allow them to live in peace. Douglas snarled, revealing his beastly nature. "Doesn't that make them the perfect livestock to breed?" Sreels roared in fury, pointing directly at Douglas and cursing, "You bastard! How dare you enslave your own kind?" While Rin froze in utter shock, Douglas cried out desperately, trying to salvage a reason. "The Demon King is dead. They are an essential resource for us to survive against humans." Kella clenched his fist. Blue lightning magic began to gather, signaling an impending explosion of rage. Painful memories flooded back. Kella recalled his own miserable past, enduring oppression from his biological father, the Demon King. But looking into the desperate eyes of the Dark Elf children, Kella realized their suffering was 1,000 times more horrific than anything he had ever experienced. His killing intent exploded. Kella snarled, his eyes burning with hatred. "I cannot stand by and ignore something like this happening right before my eyes." Blue magic erupted. Kella turned and called out to his two comrades, Sreels, Rin. His eyes gleamed with deadly resolve. "Let's clean up the remnants Kilman left behind." Sreels and Rin roared in unison, filled with fury, vowing no mercy for the scoundrels who dared to betray their own kind. Kella bared his fangs, declaring a death sentence. "Me too. We will purge this place of these earth demons." A loud-mouthed earth demon roared, trying to rally his comrades, deluding himself that they could overwhelm their opponents when the enemy only had 3. Heeding the foolish advice, the entire horde of earth demons roared and charged in like suicidal moths. Rin screamed as she was attacked, but still managed to activate a yellow magic shield, blocking an earth demon's strike. Sreels furiously summoned a colossal purple magic weapon, growling, "How dare you rebel against the bloodline of the great Demon King?" An earth demon stubbornly charged forward, shouting that Kella was just a weakling and they had no reason to obey him. Rin immediately retorted, asserting confidently amidst the battle, "Nonsense. Young Master Kella will become the next Demon King." An earth demon roared, "Die, Kella," then threw a devastating punch, but Kella easily blocked it with one hand. The power gap was too wide. Kella clearly realized, this isn't a game, this is real life. If I can change everything with my own strength. Finishing his thought, he growled, "Then I won't suffer humiliation like before," then unleashed a lightning counterattack, sending the earth demon flying. Meanwhile, the imprisoned dark elves witnessed the scene, one of them screaming in despair, "Kill them." Another dark elf hesitantly realized, could it be that they are doing this for us? Wood, a young dark elf, his eyes burning with determination, "Then we must help them." Just as Wood was about to rush out, another fellow tribesman grabbed him, frantically shouting, "What are you doing, Wood? It's too dangerous. Get back." The others also quickly tried to stop him, their voices full of fear. "If they lose, we'll be tortured again." "Just stay put, Wood." The 2 words torture struck Wood like a hammer blow, freezing him in place, sweat pouring down him. A horrifying memory flooded back, of a dark elf being mercilessly torn apart by the wolf demon jailer. A horrifying memory flooded back, a dark elf screaming miserably as they were brutally tortured. Kella froze, feeling the extreme agony of the imprisoned. He turned to face the earth demon, growling, "Can you hear those cries of pain? You will all pay for this," Douglas muttered, admitting his opponent's strength was no joke, then pulled out a glowing red ore from his pouch. He roared, ordering all his comrades, "Everyone, eat the earth stone. Losing to them means losing everything," then threw the ore directly into his mouth. Hearing the command, The earth demons didn't hesitate, simultaneously consuming the ore like their leader, preparing to fight to the death. Rin gasped in astonishment. Earthstone? I thought that was just a legend. Kella also bared his fangs in caution, growling, "What the hell is that?" Shrills, with her vast experience, immediately explained that it could increase physical strength tenfold by burning away one's lifespan. Douglas tensed, his muscles bulging, tearing his shirt amidst bestial growls. After consuming the ore, Douglas' muscles swelled, veins bulging as he roared, "Kella, ill." He completed his transformation, bearing monstrous fangs and screaming directly at his opponent. "Kill you." Kella was stunned, realizing that not only their physical strength but also their magic power had been buffed to a new level. Annoyed that he couldn't use his full inherited power yet, Kella tensed, blue lightning magic enveloping his arm. Immediately after transforming, Douglas charged like a mad bull, swinging a punch wrapped in dazzling golden energy straight at Kella, roaring, "Prepare to die." Kella gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down him, only one thought in his mind. "This is dangerous." Whoosh! Douglas's devastating punch narrowly missed its target, leaving a whistling trail of wind in the air. Douglas was dumbfounded, unable to understand why his sure-hit punch had missed so inexplicably. Suddenly, dark chains emerged from nowhere, binding Douglas's limbs, making him scream in panic. What the hell is this? A colossal shadow, exuding terrifying pressure, appeared behind Kella, making Douglas tremble and swear he would never dare to utter another word. Wood, a dark elf, desperately pleaded in extreme fear. "I don't want to be tortured again." The other dark elves screamed Wood's name in horror, believing the boy had sealed his own fate by angering the jailer. Douglas grabbed Wood, roaring savagely, threatening to torture the boy who dared to stand in his way until death. Just as Douglas was about to strike, he suddenly froze, his fierce expression turning to one of utter bewilderment. Kella had blocked the attack, his eyes as cold as ice, growling, "Don't mess with me. That will never happen." Crack! Kella's lightning-clad arm punched a gaping hole into Douglas' chest, making him groan in pain. Kella coldly turned back, his gaze directed at the boy he had just saved. "You are Wood, aren't you?" With a cunning grin, Kella bared his fangs and looked directly at Wood. Kella made a bold declaration, both an invitation and an assertion of power. "I think I like you." Wood froze, his face flushed with shock, while the dying Douglas still tried to crawl up, cursing him for daring to betray him. Despite the hole in his chest, Douglas roared furiously, his muscles bulging. "Forget the torture, I'll kill you right now." Kella was stunned to see Douglas's body suddenly swell, his power exploding abnormally. Giving his opponent no time to recover, Douglas swung a devastating punch straight at Kella's face. Kella couldn't block the blow, and the super-heavy punch slammed him straight into the ground like a meteor. Kella's entire body was deeply embedded in the cliff face after the horrifying impact, taking a painful, full blow. Struggling to his feet after the punch, Kella muttered in astonishment, unable to believe an earth magic stone could grant such terrifying power. Ignoring Kella, Douglas spun around to his main target, charging straight at Wood and roaring, "Die, Wood." He grabbed the dark elf's face, effortlessly lifting the boy into the air. With eyes burning with hatred, Douglas growled a threat. "Wood, I'll twist your neck right here." Wood could only gasp in pain, his hands struggling to pry off the iron grip tightening around his throat. After taking a beating, Kella scrambled to his feet, bitterly realizing that the madman Douglas was more intent on killing Wood than fighting him. Kella gritted his teeth, helplessly watching his target being choked from afar. "Damn it, the distance is too great," Kella growled, his brain switching to combat mode, realizing he needed a long-range attack to save him. In that critical moment, Kella screamed in his mind, begging for any power he could get, as long as it could turn the tide. Pop! Kella suddenly found himself floating in a pitch-black space, bewildered and not understanding what was happening. A dark entity with glowing yellow eyes appeared, sneering. "Fool! This is inside your consciousness," Kella roared, challenging the dark figure. "Who are you?" The dark entity calmly retorted, hitting a sore spot. "Instead of asking who I am, why don't you worry about how to save that boy? Time moves slowly here, but you still need to hurry." Hearing this, Kella jolted awake, sweat pouring as he recalled Wood's life-or-death situation. Without a moment's hesitation, Kella spun around, shouting at the purple demon entity. "Do you have a way to save Wood?" The purple demon entity sneered, telling Kella directly, "You're still too green, not skilled enough to wield the full power Hell Khaldun left behind." It explained, "When your mind and body synchronize, new skills will gradually unlock, and your power will become even more overwhelming." Kella had no time for lectures, snapping, "Forget the explanations. Just tell me what I can use right now. The purple demon entity smirked. All right, there's one thing you can use, then summoned a blue energy bow. It bid farewell, rattling off all of Kella's identities, from Kella Khaldun to Kangchi and Shiwu, then promised to meet again, leaving Kella stunned and completely shocked. Kella broke out in a cold sweat, his mind exploding with the question, how does it know my name? Thump! Kella returned to reality, his face still etched with panic. Unable to compose himself after the informational shock, he looked down at his hand and noticed the new toy, a blue energy bow forming, and Kella immediately recognized the genuine article. Is this Hell's Flame Arrow? The bow fully formed, its blue energy blazing, and Kella knew this was the key to turning the tide at the last moment. Without a second's hesitation, Kella drew his bow, roaring a warning to his comrade. Wood, shield your body. Wood let out a desperate cry as Douglas grabbed him by the neck, while the earth demon froze at the sight of the newly appeared energy bow. Squeezed tight by the giant hand, Wood could only grit his teeth and endure the excruciating pain. Douglas roared, flinging Wood aside like a broken toy. Kella's eyes blazed with fire, and he growled his verdict. All your sins end here, Douglas. Without further ado, Kella fired, the blazing blue energy arrow tearing through the air straight towards its target. Douglas's face turned ashen. Before he could understand what was happening, he took the full force of the devastating hit. The earth demon screamed desperately as his entire body was engulfed by the blue energy flames. Amidst the sea of magical flames, Douglas desperately cried for help, but it was too late. Kella held his stance, coldly confirming, it's done. A direct hit. Douglas's silhouette gradually vanished in the blue flames, leaving only his final, agonizing scream. Amidst the blue sea of fire, Douglas's silhouette screamed, then completely disappeared. Kella stared at the energy bow in his hand, his mind still troubled by the purple demon entity he had just encountered in his consciousness. Meanwhile, Rin was surrounded by a horde of earth demons, in an extremely disadvantageous situation. Damn it, there are too many of them. Shrills was no better. The red-haired woman snarled in frustration because the cramped space prevented her from unleashing wide-area magic. Kella stepped forward, confidently drawing his bow and reassuring his comrades. Don't worry, I'll clear them out in a flash. He leaped into the air, drew his bowstring taut, and unleashed a rain of blazing blue energy arrows upon the demons. The earth demons could only let out a desperate cry before being pierced by the magical arrows like a flock of lambs. Shrill's eyes widened in surprise, and she immediately realized, flame arrows using demonic energy? Has Kella's mana grown stronger? Kella landed coolly, his sharp eyes declaring, now I have long-range attack capabilities. He smirked with satisfaction, admiring his new toy. Excellent, very excellent. A faint black shadow streaked away from the desolate battlefield, disappearing into the moonlit night. Amidst the lingering blue magical smoke, Kella let out a sigh of relief. Finally, it's all cleaned up. Shrills picked up a red ore and examined it, her eyes sharpening. These earth ores are much stronger than I expected. Rin's face turned pale upon hearing this, and she revealed in alarm. I didn't know they also consumed your lifespans. Clutching the ore in his hand, Kella realized the problem. I definitely need to investigate these things. Kella turned his back to the battlefield, closed his eyes, and spoke in a clear voice, addressing those who had just been rescued. Now, all of you. He opened his eyes, his powerful gaze sweeping over the crowd, and declared decisively, are free. Before the bewildered dark elves, Kella coldly ordered, don't let those scoundrels capture you again. Live your own lives. The dark elves were stunned, their voices trembling with extreme disbelief as they asked, free? Are we truly free? Kella confirmed concisely, without any superfluous emotion. Yes, you can leave this place right now. A small, dark elf, still in shackles, asked tearfully and hopelessly, can we take the children out of this hellish place? Freed, the entire tribe of dark elves simultaneously knelt to the ground, profusely thanking Kella with boundless gratitude. Shrills looked annoyed, realizing she had been deceived by the earth demons, and frustrated that she couldn't recruit them as subordinates. Rin stood beside her, only able to sigh and admit, it's a shame, but there's nothing we can do. Kella turned to ask Wood directly, one of the dark elves. Wood, you weren't born here, but were captured and brought here, right? Wood looked up, his voice weak, as he confirmed Kella's words were true. Kella continued his psychological tactic, asserting that Wood probably had no family left to rely on. Wood bowed his head, sadly admitting it once more, completely falling into a passive state. Kella stopped beating around the bush, concluding powerfully, then come with us. Then threw out a flimsy reason. We need an earth demon who knows how to scout. Wood looked bewildered, quickly explaining honestly. But I'm not an earth demon, and I'm not good with terrain. Wood looked at his shackled hands, his voice full of self-doubt. I won't be able to help you at all. Kella ignored him, calmly replying, Don't worry, you're a dark elf favored by nature, aren't you? He continued his psychological tactic, asserting that the courage Wood displayed when facing danger was more than enough. Kella extended his hand, commanding with authority, That's enough. Now, stand up and follow me. Wood was completely speechless, unable to believe what he had just heard. His crimson eyes shone with emotion, and he called Kella's name with a trembling voice. Memories flooded back. Wood recalled not even knowing his parents' faces, just being an abandoned child. The young Wood back then had been captured by an earth demon in extreme panic. Captured and brought here, Wood's life was plunged into suffering and despair. His entire life, he had to live in this hell, under the rule of brutal earth demons. Wood's recollection ended in despair. He had thought he would have to live in this hell until his death. Returning to reality, Wood looked up at Kella, his voice trembling as he asked if he was truly allowed to leave this place. Tears began to fall. Wood dared not believe the truth, stammering again if he could truly follow Kella. Kella coldly concluded with a powerful statement. You will not follow me. Wood was stunned, but Kella finished his sentence, asserting his position as leader. You will come with me. Kella pulled Wood to his feet, officially recruiting his first member, while Wood stammered his thanks, calling him Sir Kella. The entire group, including Kella, Shrills, Rin, and the newly rescued Dark Elves, left the desolate land together. Mission accomplished. The earth demons had been dealt with, and all captured Dark Elves were freed. Kella donned his cloak, confidently remarking that although he was a bit worried at first, the Dark Elves, being a demon race favored by nature, would be fine. The Dark Elves looked ahead with hope, for any place they went would be 1,000 times better than the hell they had just escaped. Wood, the newest member of the team, his eyes gleaming with determination after being freed, was ready for a new beginning. Under the star-filled night sky, the group began their first journey as a fledgling army. After just a few steps, Rin put on her senior airs, yelling at Wood. Listen up, you're a rookie, so you have to obey us, got it? Which made the young dark elf meekly comply. Kella ordered the group. Then let's go find a place with a river, which left Wood bewildered. True to his nature as a dark elf, Wood immediately proved his worth, pointing ahead and declaring, I smell water in that direction, which even surprised Shrills, though Rin still grumbled. Humph. Not bad, I'll give you that for now. She was clearly convinced by Wood's skill, and the young man could only thank her. Kella turned to ask Shrills, who served as their strategist. Shrills, why are we looking for a river? Shrills smirked confidently, explaining the plan. Because we can't keep walking like this forever. We need to find something to ride. Hearing this, Rin and Wood's eyes lit up, and Rin excitedly shouted, Oh, let's go catch dragons. Completely misunderstanding Shrill's intention. Shrills bluntly crushed Rin's dream. Stop fantasizing about catching dragons, while the girl still clamored for something cool. At best, well, find a unicorn. Kella concluded, deciding to trust the rookie's nose. All right, let's follow Wood's direction. And the whole group responded in unison. The team ventured deeper into a dense forest under the cover of night, and the air began to smell of something. And just as predicted, a pair of pure white unicorns with purple manes were circling by a magical stream. The unicorns suddenly snapped their heads up, their eyes full of vigilance, clearly having caught the scent of humans. With a whoosh, they immediately turned and fled, as fast as the wind. But before they could regret it, with a thud, a giant clawed foot unexpectedly slammed onto the ground. A massive footprint was deeply imprinted on the damp ground, signaling the appearance of a true boss. And there it was. A muscular wyvern appeared, spreading its majestic wings under the moonlight, seemingly making Rin's dream come true in an unexpected way. Under the moonlight in the desolate wasteland, a purge had just concluded. A female leader in a white cloak stood tall before a dying earth demon amidst the ruins. The earth demon crawled forward, blood filling its mouth, stammering desperate pleas for its life. The female leader in the white cloak coldly confirmed, So, this is the only one who survived. She smirked smugly, clearly finding the recent massacre to be a trivial matter. The scene shifts to a group camping amidst a field of monster corpses. Another battle seemed to have just ended. A fur-collared warrior in the group irritably questioned why the bloodline tracing magic wasn't working. The female leader in the white cloak, also present, replied that the magic was detecting too many targets everywhere. The fur-collared warrior froze, realizing there couldn't possibly be so many surviving children of the Demon King, and directly asked how to find Kella. The entire squad was in a difficult situation. The blonde female fighter snapped about wasting time. while the leader confirmed there was no way to distinguish targets. The white-haired leader decided they couldn't wait any longer. There's no other way. We'll hunt down the remaining demons scattered across the continent. He turned and ordered the hooded female mage. Curdly, you start searching for Kella first. Curdly coldly replied that teleporting herself would be much faster. Deed laughed like a madman, gleefully blurting out, "Excellent. In the meantime, we can clean up. You handle that, Curdly." Curdly nodded, accepting the order, and prepared to cast her magic. Curdly's eye flared with blue light, and teleportation energy began to activate. With a whoosh, Curdly vanished in a sphere of light, making Deed exclaim in surprise, "Whoa, that fast?" The white-haired leader smirked with a murderous grin, ready for the fun. "Well then, shall we begin our demon hunt?" Curdly appeared in a ruined village, sensing the faint energy of the Demon King's child, and wondered if Kella had passed through here. The surviving beast demon warrior lifted his head, howling with hatred. "That's right. It was that bastard Kella, that weakling, who wiped out my entire tribe." Curdly coldly interrogated the surviving beast demon warrior. "And where did he go?" The beast demon was in extreme panic, stammering that he didn't know, and began to bargain for his pathetic life. Swoosh! Before he could finish his plea, a blue energy ray pierced the beast demon's head, sending him to meet his ancestors. Curdly stood there, holding an energy crystal she had just used to strike, coldly gazing at the fallen corpse. She uttered a statement like an undeniable truth, asserting the value of the recently deceased. "If you don't know, you're just useless." Unable to extract anything further, Curdly decided to track the faint energy traces remaining at the scene herself. Her eyes gleamed with determination as she muttered her prey's full name. Kella Kalden. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Kella's group had reached a verdant blue river, concluding a long journey. Kella turned to thank Wood, acknowledging the Dark Elf's true skill. "To guide the entire team by scent alone when we were still a day's journey away. Truly impressive." Seeing Wood praised, Rin immediately flared with jealousy, grabbing his collar and snapping. Just a little bit of work, and you're getting cocky, rookie?" Wood, expressionless, simply replied, "I apologize." Rin eagerly volunteered to find food, boasting to Kella that she was an excellent fisher since they had all been starving for days. Before Rin could show off, Wood acted first, using his water manipulation ability to make an entire school of fish automatically leap out of the river. Kella, Rin, and Shrills were stunned, mouths agape in astonishment, as they watched Wood effortlessly catch a huge haul of fish with his bare hands. Shrills chuckled delightedly, explaining that Wood had used natural power to control the water and lavished praise on his impressive skill. Having her spotlight brazenly stolen, Rin was furious, her face contorted in a scowl of embarrassment. Rin tried to salvage the situation by volunteering to start a fire, but Shrills once again acted first, snapping her fingers to create a purple magical flame, making Kella exclaim, "Magic really is convenient." With all her attempts to show off thwarted, Rin was utterly speechless, her entire body turning to stone in helplessness. Smoke billowed from the campfire, signaling a hearty meal, and a voice rang out in praise. Truly delicious." The group gathered around the fire. Shrills praised Wood again for bringing in the delicious meal, and Wood simply thanked her humbly. Kella saw Rin sulking in a corner and offered her a grilled fish, but the girl was still too proud, turning her face away and saying she was fine. Seeing Rin still pouting, Shrills nonchalantly picked up her portion of grilled fish, threatening to eat it, and Rin could only helplessly agree with resentment. Kella glanced at Rin, who was sulking at the world, clearly plotting something in her mind. Kella casually remarked that fish alone wasn't enough, and Rin immediately seized the opportunity, shouting to volunteer to find fruit to save face. Just as Wood was about to speak up and take the task, Kella raised a hand to stop him, stating flatly, "No, Wood, let Rin go find them." Kella turned to Rin with a meaningful smile, acting like a big boss bestowing a favor upon a subordinate. Given the opportunity by her master, Rin was overjoyed, shouting promises to bring back the most delicious fruits before dashing into the forest. Shrills watched Rin's retreating figure, smirking at Wood, and commented succinctly, "What an idiot." Shrills turned to tease Kella, praising him for caring about his subordinate, which made Kella jump and vehemently deny it, straining his neck to argue that he just craved fruit. Changing the subject, Kella turned to ask Wood if there were any unicorns around, and the dark elf immediately confirmed that he had smelled them. Kella was still bothered by Rin's bragging about dragons, but Shrills immediately shattered that illusion, firmly stating that there was no way such high-class creatures would be here. Determined to save face, Rin screamed in her head about her ultimate goal: delicious fruit. Rin excitedly rushed off like a whirlwind, finally discovering a promising fruit tree. As she nimbly climbed, Rin muttered her resolve not to let the rookie steal all the spotlight. She had to please her master. And there it was, a perfectly ripe, plump apple, her first triumph. But as soon as she touched it, the entire tree shook violently, startling Rin, who cried out in panic, thinking it was an earthquake. She looked bewildered, then realized something was terribly wrong. A colossal yellow eye, as large as a headlight, slowly opened directly beneath her, accompanied by an intimidating growl. It turned out the tree Rin had just climbed was actually the head of a massive wyvern, and now she was standing right on top of its head, speechless. Meanwhile, Kella and Shrills were sitting and listening, as Wood explained his ability to sense earth energy. Wood confirmed that, though he couldn't put it into words, he could sense natural energy within a certain range, a living radar. Indeed, Kella, with a gamer's mindset, secretly thought Wood's ability was similar to viewing a map in a game. Shrills smirked, immediately acknowledging it as a cool skill for finding dungeons. Wood humbly admitted his scanning range was limited, and wasn't sure how much help he could be. Kella immediately asked if there was a way to train to increase the scanning range, and Wood confirmed there was one way. Wood revealed the secret. Swallowing a 1,000-year-old dragon's stone of far sight will boost your sensing range hundreds of times. Kella's jaw dropped. A boost of several hundred times. That's insane. Shrills immediately poured cold water on the idea, calmly analyzing. Finding a dragon is already difficult. Killing it is an impossible feat. Kella turned to Shrills, bewildered, not understanding how powerful dragons truly were. Shrills stated firmly, "Dragons are the apex predators of the food chain, and they absolutely despise demons." She added that only a few humans with extremely strong spiritual power had a chance to tame them. Kella smirked, finding life truly ironic. How funny, that weak humans are the only ones who have a chance to tame dragons. Shrills scoffed, looking experienced. Don't bother trying to understand dragons, it'll just tire your brain. Kella was still annoyed, his gamer brain kicking in, muttering about the dragon's all-seeing eye stone. If only there was a way to get one. Shrills bluntly crushed his hopes, waving her hand dismissively. There's no chance of finding a dragon, so stop thinking about it, give up. Kella reluctantly accepted reality, but his gaze remained on Wood, secretly thinking he had to find one for his subordinate. No sooner had he finished speaking than Rin came running frantically towards them, a colossal wyvern roaring in pursuit behind her. She screamed, "Master, it's a dragon, help me!" The entire team froze. Kella and Shrills gaped in astonishment at the monster, while Wood only managed to utter a calm remark. "Whoa, it's huge." The group fled headlong, Kella yelling at Shrills as he ran. "You just said we wouldn't encounter a dragon. Why is it here and so damn big?" The wyvern let out an earth-shattering roar. Shrills, equally panicked, yelled back, "How the hell would I know? I've never even seen one this big before." In the air, only Rin's frantic screams remained, making Kella snap. "Rin, shut up. If you keep screaming, it'll chase us forever." In the quiet forest, a woman in a white cloak stood still, listening to the savage roar echoing from afar. The white-cloaked woman frowned slightly, recognizing the unusual sound. That noise, the monster's roar, still echoed throughout the mountains and forest, signaling an extremely dangerous presence. Kella's entire team, their faces drained of color, hid behind a boulder while the wyvern circled, searching for prey. After searching for a while and finding nothing, the colossal wyvern flapped its wings and soared away, disappearing behind the treetops. Shrills cautiously peeked out from behind the boulder, sighing in relief when she saw that the monster had truly left. Immediately, Shrills grabbed Rin by the collar and shook her wildly, growling, "How did you go picking fruit and bring back a dragon?" Making the maid only able to profusely apologize through tears. Wood, in stark contrast, maintained a calm expression and offered his professional assessment. "It really is big. At this size, it might have lived for over a millennium." Kella's gamer brain immediately clicked. When he heard millennium, he turned to the person next to him, eyes shining brightly. "A dragon that's lived for over 1,000 years means it has an all-seeing eye stone." Kella, full of vigor, unknowingly grabbed the cloak of the white-cloaked woman standing behind him, declaring confidently, "That's it. This could be an opportunity." Kella's entire team, Shrills, Rin, and Wood, along with Curdly, sat in a heap, their faces blank with speechlessness. Kella spoke up, bewildered, breaking the silence. "Who?" Shrills suddenly snapped awake, her face paling as she screamed, "No way! Is that Curdly of the Talkin' White Squad?" Kella and Rin were also utterly shocked, yelling in panic. "What? Why is a member of the Talkin' Squad here? Have they found us already?" Without further ado, Kella's entire team immediately entered combat stance, channeling mana, ready to fight Curdly to the death. Curdly stood still, her face as cold as stone, exuding the aura of a notorious, ruthless mage. Kella channeled his energy bow while screaming in his head. I thought escaping the Demon King's castle meant I could live in peace. Why do I keep running into one danger after another like this? He gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing as he glared at Curdly, a truly ruthless mage. In contrast to the tense atmosphere, Curdly calmly spoke. Please calm down. We don't need to fight here. Kella froze, the energy bow in his hand still raised, completely unable to understand what this person was planning. What? Curdly looked directly at Shrills, her voice full of sarcasm. Shrills, the traitor of Talcon. You should know that fighting here is pointless. Shrills gritted her teeth, her face hardening with anger at the provocation. Without further ado, Curdly channeled ice magic, a chilling aura surging forth, declaring bluntly, I can wipe you all out with a single move. Kella turned, his face pale, asking Shrills if it was true, and received a bitter reply from his comrade. I don't want to admit it, but that girl isn't bluffing. Shrills broke out in a cold sweat, bitterly acknowledging the harsh truth. Curdly alone is definitely stronger than all of us combined. Rin was utterly panicked, her voice trembling as she asked, but what are we supposed to do then? While Wood, standing behind her, also couldn't hide his worry. Curdly withdrew her magic, repeating her icy offer. There's no need to resort to violence here. If you obediently follow me, then you won't have to die, for now. A threat that couldn't be clearer. Kella still didn't lower his weapon, growling. Where do you want us to follow you? Curdly glanced over, her icy blue pupils flashing, to where our captain is. The captain Curdly mentioned was the man with white hair and overwhelming bloodlust. Killian. Hearing the name Killian, Shrill's face went pale, screaming in panic while Rin froze in fear. Curdly ignored them, continuing to command. Our captain is looking for Kella Calden, so follow me now. Kella channeled his blue magic, growling in response, understanding that following her meant surrendering himself to death. Curdly smirked, condensing a sharp ice crystal in her hand, her attitude utterly contemptuous. She cast a sidelong glance, her voice full of sarcasm, sowing a false glimmer of hope. Who knows? Maybe you'll survive a little longer. Refusing to listen further, Kella erupted, yelling that he wouldn't accept such a pointless death when his isekai dream had only just begun. Faced with the choice between following her and certain death, Kella decided he'd rather fight to the bitter end. With that, Kella leaped into the air, pouring all his magic into a colossal lightning arrow, determined to go all in. In response to that full-power attack, Curdly simply raised a hand, conjuring a hexagonal energy shield, blocking the arrow with effortless ease. Seeing Kella's attack was useless, Shrills roared, ordering a full assault, firing her magic gun which unleashed a massive purple energy blast. The purple magic blast slammed directly into the blue energy shield, exploding but leaving not a single scratch. Wood, the dark elf, also took his stance, preparing to rush forward and assist the attack. Another physical attack also struck the hexagonal shield, being blocked without any difficulty. Curdly stood still behind the shield, easily neutralizing both coordinated attacks as if they were child's play. Seeing the stalemate, Rin unleashed her magic, determined not to be a burden any longer, and vowing not to die uselessly. I've always been a dead weight to you, Kella. She screamed that she would protect Kella, pouring all her strength into a bare-handed punch, aimed directly at the opponent's shield. Shrills frantically yelled, a warning to Rin not to get close, but it was too late. Inside the shield, Curdly coldly looked at Rin, her tone full of death. If that is your choice. Immediately, a blue energy blast from the shield retaliated, striking Rin and making her scream in pain. Rin took a full ice magic hit, was blown away like a rag doll, and screamed miserably. She collapsed, sprawling on the ground, groaning in pain, utterly helpless. Curdly coldly formed a hand seal, her voice filled with killing intent. Bringing Kella's corpse back will suffice. The hooded sorceress unleashed her ultimate move, a terrifying blizzard raining down on Kella and Shrills. With no way out, Shrills yelled, "Everyone, get closer!" then charged forward, erecting a purple magic shield. The furious ice rain poured down, shattering the ground and slamming directly into Shrills' shield. Kella quickly caught the fading Rin, asking in a panic, "Rin, are you all right?" Rin burst into tears in despair, blaming herself. "I'm sorry, Master Kella. I've never been able to help at all." Shrills braced herself against the attack, her shield already beginning to crack, yelling, "My shield won't last much longer." Kella turned and desperately yelled at Shrills. "Shrills, is there any way you can dispel that magic?" Shrills yelled in helplessness, admitting her magic skill was trash compared to Curdly's, the difference like heaven and earth. Curdly didn't bother to say more. With a wave of her hand, A storm of sharp ice shards rained down like a tempest. Sril's magic shield was completely cracked by the ice rain, on the verge of shattering. Kella clutched his head, bitterly realizing that if the shield broke, the entire team would be wiped out instantly. Sril's, Kella, Rin, and Wood all showed expressions of despair, knowing for sure they were about to die at the hands of that sorceress. On the brink of life and death, Kella racked his brain to find a way to survive. There must be a way. Think. I have to think. Suddenly, a flash of insight appeared in his mind. Kella realized he still had a trump card. He recalled the powerful purple demon entity within his subconscious, deciding to go all in. That's right. If I can meet it again. Without further hesitation, Kella let out a roar, releasing a torrent of dark purple magic from deep within his body, shaking the very space around them. Seeing Kella's drastic move, Sril's yelled at him in alarm. What the hell are you doing? Using that power now will only make the shield break faster. Cornered, Kella mustered all his strength, letting out a roar, calling the formidable entity within him to awaken. Come out now. In midair, a giant wyvern suddenly appeared, flapping its wings powerfully. The beast landed, its glowing yellow eyes scanning its surroundings warily. It let out a roar, its pupils constricted, seemingly sensing a special energy source. Curdly frowned, finally realizing the truth. I sense Hellkaldun's energy from you, so it only manifests when you push yourself like this. She crossed her arms, looking as if she understood. Now I know why I couldn't locate you before. Even so, Curdly still acted superior, coldly declaring the battle was decided. It seems this is the end. Kella clutched his head, writhing in pain, snarling bitterly. Damn it. Why can't I enter the consciousness space? He suddenly realized a harsh truth, sweat pouring down him. Could it be that thing only appears when I'm about to die? Just then, Sril's shield cracked open, shattering into pieces under the terrifying pressure, and she screamed in despair. No, the shield is breaking. Curdly hovered in the air, coldly looking down as Sril's defensive shield shattered into pieces amidst desperate screams. Kella could only watch in despair, letting out a cry of, no, as everything was about to be wiped out. At that critical moment, a giant wyvern unexpectedly swooped down from the sky, blocking Curdly's attack. Wood and Sril's froze, not understanding what was happening as the giant monster suddenly appeared. Wood gaped in astonishment, unable to believe the wyvern had used its body to take the full force of that destructive attack. Curdly also frowned, showing confusion at the wyvern's intervention. A mysterious blue energy suddenly erupted from the point of impact, engulfing the wyvern's head. Kella found himself touching the wyvern, completely bewildered, not understanding what had just happened. Kellis and the wyvern's eyes synchronized, a strange psychic connection immediately established. In a flash, Kella was pulled into a stream of memories, realizing he was seeing the wyvern's own past. In the wyvern's memories, the image of a white-haired demoness with a radiant smile appeared. It was the demon queen Kellis' mother. It turned out this wyvern had a past connection with the demon queen, a deep bond from long ago. The hazy memory showed the demon queen had once been very gentle, tenderly embracing the giant monster's head. Back in reality, the wyvern looked directly into Kella's eyes, a command echoing in his mind. Run. Kella froze, realizing the voice came from the wyvern itself, an unbelievable telepathic communication. The wyvern suddenly craned its neck back, spitting out a glowing red orb from its mouth. Kella reflexively caught the orb, his face still bewildered, not understanding anything. The wyvern explained telepathically, "This is my enlightenment mirror stone." Kella, still reeling from shock, questioned why it would give him such an important item. The wyvern roared its final warning, its voice urgent. "No time to explain. Hide that power and get out of here immediately." Kella broke out in a sweat, his mind struggling to process the monster's warning. "Tell me to hide my power and run? What the hell are you?" The wyvern growled, urging Kella telepathically. "Hurry." Without further words, the wyvern immediately craned its neck and spat out a massive fireball, deciding to hold back the enemy. The fireball slammed directly into Curdly's magic shield, terrifying heat engulfing the sorceress. Inside the shield, Curdly frowned, unable to believe her eyes. A dragon helping a demon? This is too strange. Kella snapped out of it, pushing all questions aside, and roared, "Now's not the time to think." Seizing this golden opportunity, Kella yelled out orders to the entire team. "This is our chance, everyone, run." Curdly was still bracing herself against the attack, her mind filled with questions. Why would such a powerful dragon appear in a godforsaken place like this? Realizing the situation had gone beyond her expectations, Curdly mused, "There are too many things to reconsider about this." The wyvern's glowing yellow eyes shone with determination. It would buy them time at all costs. The wyvern roared, pouring all its strength into spitting out a destructive fireball. But that full-power attack was like a mere scratch, hitting Curdly's magic shield without leaving a single scratch. Inside the shield, Curdly sneered contemptuously. "Is that all you've got? Then, it's my turn." The sorceress wasn't even serious, her blue eyes flashing with a magic circle. "Let's get serious for a bit." As she finished speaking, a giant magic circle enveloped the entire sky, signaling a formidable skill was about to be unleashed. Curdly coldly declared the finishing move. A giant icy meteor was summoned from above. The wyvern looked up at the descending meteor, desperately breathing fire in a futile attempt to resist. Even though it had mustered all its strength, its flames were like a mere matchstick against a blizzard. In that moment of life and death, the wyvern's golden eyes flashed with an image from the distant past. Memories flooded back, showing it once curled up, protecting the sleeping demon queen. An unexpected connection. The wyvern's memories resurfaced, revealing how it had once been a loyal guardian, curled around the resting demon queen. Back in reality, the wyvern's golden eyes blazed with its final will to survive, refusing to fall easily. Boom! Curdly's ultimate move descended, ice exploding, crushing all of the beast's defensive efforts. Just then, Kella, along with Shrills and Rin, emerged from the forest, stunned by the horrifying sight. Kella's face darkened, his sharp golden eyes fixed on the enemy, killing intent beginning to spread. The wyvern collapsed, a massive block of ice impaled in its body, fresh blood staining the ground red. Curdly landed, looking down at the dying prey with a superior expression, as if everything was over. She muttered, finding it extremely perplexing that a dragon would protect demons. There must be some hidden secret. "Let's see what interesting memories you have before you die." Curdly reached out, preparing to invade the wyvern's mind. Gurk. Instantly, a gigantic, blazing eye opened from the Thach Min Jiam, emitting terrifying pressure that halted her action. Curdly flinched as the wyvern's body suddenly erupted in destructive flames, signaling an impending catastrophic explosion. From within the sea of flames, the eye of Thach Min Jiam roared a curse. "You selfish, cruel humans." The blazing eye stared directly at Curdly, delivering its final warning. "You will surely regret this." An earth-shattering explosion swept everything away, turning the wyvern's colossal body into dust. Amidst the devastation, Curdly sat on the ground, looking at the remaining ice. Realizing the beast had chosen self-destruction, she sneered, muttering contemptuously that the wyvern had chosen to end its own life, to protect a secret. Curdly suddenly realized. Meanwhile, Kella had concealed himself and escaped once again. "How troublesome," she muttered, blue magic beginning to gather in her palm. Curdly stood up, her eyes cold. "But that won't change the outcome, Kella Kaldun." Magic erupted into a swarm of light butterflies, and Curdly declared with certainty, "Ultimately, you will still die by the hands of the White Talkin Squad." Amidst the desolation, the group was still reeling, wondering what kind of wyvern it was that initially tried to kill them, only to turn around and save their lives. Shrills analyzed sharply, pointing out that the beast only appeared precisely when Kella used magic, and its goal was clearly to protect him, not anyone else. Kella, his face grim, revealed a shocking piece of information. "Just now, I glimpsed its memories. It seems it knew my mother." Rin broke into a sweat, unable to believe it, as according to the rules of the world, dragons and demons were sworn enemies. She wondered about the mystery behind it. Kella mused, admitting he didn't know the full story, but had sensed a deep sorrow from the wyvern before it vanished. When asked, Kella held out his hand, revealing a blazing red stone that the wyvern had given him before its self-destruction. Everyone was deeply shocked to realize it was the Thach Min Jiam. The wyvern had not only saved their lives but also bestowed its most precious treasure. Shrills looked directly at Kella, with an illusion of the demon queen appearing behind her, stating firmly, "It seems we owe our survival to the demon queen." Kella gripped the glowing stone, recalling the wyvern's eyes and realizing the connection between it and his mother was far from simple. Without hesitation, Kella handed the Thach Min Jiam to Wood, ordering the dark elf to accept this fortunate gift. Shrill's face hardened, declaring bluntly, "The White Talkin Squad has sniffed us out. We must prepare everything possible immediately." Wood hesitated, looking at the Thach Min Jiam, and asked to confirm, "Is it really all right for me to accept such a precious item?" Kella brushed aside his subordinate's hesitation. "Of course. This thing is useless if we keep it. Just take it." Without another second of hesitation, Wood decisively brought the blazing red stone to his mouth. A close-up of Wood preparing to swallow the treasure that the wyvern had sacrificed itself to bestow. Gulp. Wood swallowed the Thach Min Jiam whole, and a surge of energy began to churn within him. Wood froze, his body trembling, as the stone's power began to erupt, a painful yet potent sensation spreading throughout him. The dark elf threw his head back and roared, his eyes blazing with red light as the transformation began. Wood's eyes flared with dazzling red light. The wyvern's power was being activated within his new body. A horrifying memory surfaced. A young wyvern, bound tightly to an operating table, becoming a human experiment from the moment it was born. The wyvern's memory returned. The human researchers, with their sick smiles, treating its pain as mere entertainment. Day after day, the young wyvern was dissected and mercilessly tortured on the experiment table. Each time it neared death, they would heal it, only to continue the endless cycle of torture. Hundreds of years passed, and the monster's eyes gradually lost their light. Its mind shattered, and it gave up everything. A human researcher sneered. "It doesn't even bother to roar anymore. Getting it to shut up is quite an achievement for our generation." Just as the wyvern desperately awaited death, an earth-shattering explosion unexpectedly leveled the entire city. The former demon king Turk Khaldun appeared in a furious rage, roaring, "You trash humans! I'll kill every single one of you." That battle destroyed the laboratory, and the chains that bound the wyvern shattered into pieces. The entire sturdy prison collapsed into thick dust and smoke. Finally, after centuries of captivity, the wyvern was free, escaping its earthly hell. After escaping its earthly hell, the wyvern felt freedom for the first time. It spread its wings and flew everywhere, searching for its kin. It found other dragons, told them about the cruelty of humans, and proposed an alliance with the demon race for revenge. But contrary to its expectations, those dragons only looked at it with suspicion. Not a single one believed its words. It turned out that the dragon race had long allied with humans, becoming partners in the long-standing war against the demon race. The harsh truth was that to forge such a relationship, humans had sacrificed countless experimental subjects like the wyvern for research and to gain trust. Those humans had used these victims to find a way to approach the dragon race, a truth its kin were completely unaware of. The sick researchers even dissected its kin to usurp their magic, holding dragon eggs in one hand and internal organs in the other, laughing gleefully. The truth never reached the other dragons. They only saw the wyvern as a threat to humans. As for the demon race, who already considered dragons enemies, they also didn't bother to welcome an outcast like it. Ultimately, whether human, demon, or dragon, the wyvern realized it belonged to no faction, completely alone in the world. After being abandoned by the whole world, the wyvern wandered alone, wondering why it even existed. Its eyes filled with despair, questioning why it was born into this rotten world. Lost in solitude, it wondered if its existence held any meaning if it belonged nowhere and could do nothing. So it secluded itself in a remote place, letting its life force dwindle, simply waiting to die. Just as it was about to give up everything, the faint sound of bare footsteps echoed. A ragged and dirty white-haired demon girl was sobbing from exhaustion. The wyvern's life took a different turn the day it met the girl named Karist. The child looked up with tear-filled eyes, stared directly at the giant monster, and stammered, "Mother?" The wyvern completely froze, having no idea what was happening. Despite its terrifying appearance, little Karist, still crying, ran straight towards the wyvern, as if it were her only refuge. The tattered white-haired demon girl hugged the giant wyvern's head, crying out in despair. With tears welling up, the child desperately cried out, "Mother!" The wyvern froze, sweat pouring down, its inner thoughts roaring a single sentence, "I am not your mother." Amidst the mountain scenery, the wyvern lay there, suddenly realizing that perhaps this was the reason it was born into this world. The child named Karist had appeared, and her existence completely changed the wyvern's life. Through memory transfer magic, the wyvern saw a past even more brutal than its own. It turned out that, just as it had once been a human experiment subject, Karist was a demon experiment subject. The culprits were a group of extremist mages within the demon race, a rogue faction named Tarsika. These Tarsika mages specialized in dissecting and researching dragon magic from remaining relics. Their ultimate goal was to find a way to completely control the dragon race, and the dragon eggs before them were proof of that crime. It turned out that Demon Queen Karist, immediately after hatching from her egg, was captured by the Tarsika mages and turned into an experiment subject in shackles. Among the experiment subjects, Karist was top tier, possessing far superior magical potential. She could even instinctively use transformation magic, something even pure-blooded dragons struggled with. Because of that overwhelming talent, Karist became a key experiment target, mercilessly tortured by the Tarsika mages on the operating table. Amidst endless pain, Karista's golden eyes held nothing but utter despair. But in that life-or-death moment, she awakened teleportation magic on her own. A flash of light amidst the bastard's astonishment. Karist unconsciously escaped the laboratory, beginning to wander alone aimlessly in a tattered state. And she kept walking, until fate arranged for her to meet the Wyvern. The Wyvern wondered if it was because of their shared tormented fate that the girl was drawn to it, or if it was all just a coincidence. But whatever the reason, it couldn't ignore a being whose past was no less painful than its own. After being rescued by the Wyvern, Karista dazedly called it Master. The Wyvern declared bluntly, its eyes full of power, "I am not your mother. From now on, call me Master." Kariste showed no fear. Instead, she happily accepted immediately, exclaiming, "Yes, Master." The girl even cheekily added, "Master, Master is like a mother," making the Wyvern snap in its thoughts. "No, just Master." The Wyvern's memories began. From that moment, it decided to teach Karist everything, starting with the girl's first peaceful sleeps. It taught Karist about how the world worked, about the tenets a dragon must follow to survive. Not only that, the Wyvern also imparted all the dragon magic it had mastered, and Karist proved to be an incredibly fast learner. The days that followed were a string of beautiful memories, with Karist riding on the Wyvern's back, soaring through the sky, enjoying freedom. Unlike her past of torture and torment, time spent with Karist flew by in a blink, simply grilling meat together by the fire. The Wyvern ended its recollection with a grateful whisper, "Thank you, Karist," leaving the girl sitting on its back bewildered. The Wyvern closed its eyes, with only one thought in its mind. "I just wanted to say thank you." Karista grinned, playfully baring her fangs. "Come on, Master." The Wyvern's memories continued. It had watched Karist grow little by little from her most peaceful sleeps. Every moment with the girl was a string of indescribably happy days. The Wyvern told itself that its entire dragon life had been steeped in suffering, but the time spent with Karist was incredibly vibrant and beautiful. But all good things must come to an end. The farewell arrived without warning. Suddenly, the stream of memories was cut short, and the Wyvern's eyes snapped open, completely bewildered. Karist innocently tilted her head and asked, "Huh? What's wrong, Master?" The Wyvern roared in its mind, its eyes full of doubt. "You, who are you?" While Karist remained unfazed. "What are you saying, Master?" "I'm Karista." The Wyvern's eyes constricted as it realized the horrifying truth. "That form." The Wyvern roared, its killing intent flaring as it questioned Karist. "Are you human or demon? Speak now." Karista was deeply shocked, shouting back in panic, "What's wrong, Master? Are you testing me?" Ignoring her, the Wyvern furiously roared, "I'll kill them all," and spat out a destructive surge of energy. Karist was blown away, only managing to let out a horrified scream, calling her master's name. The Wyvern's thoughts surfaced, revealing that its body had been ravaged after years as an experiment subject, unable to live as long as its kin. Its mind had reached its limit, beginning to shatter, causing an uncontrollable frenzy. Knocked sprawling, Karist desperately asked if it truly no longer recognized her. Hearing the plea, the Wyvern paused, its crazed eyes slowly regaining focus, and it hesitantly called out, "Karista?" Karist rejoiced, eagerly asking if it had remembered her and stabilized. The Wyvern bowed its head, its voice full of remorse. "I'm sorry, Karista. I didn't mean to attack you." The Wyvern realized a harsh truth. Before it completely lost its mind, and no longer recognized Karist, it had to disappear. Without a word of explanation, it decided to leave her immediately, soaring into the sky. Left alone, Karist screamed in panic, demanding it stop joking and come back, but only silence answered, and the young girl broke down, screaming her master's name in despair. In its recollection, the Wyvern told itself that for its precious student, it had flown as far away as possible. It landed in a desolate land, beginning a reclusive life, facing the ravages of time and old wounds alone. From then on, the Wyvern began to prepare for death, barely surviving each day on endless beautiful memories of Karist. Time passed, and as its memories almost faded, it felt its own life force nearing its end. Until one day, as it lay waiting to die, a familiar sensation suddenly arose. The Wyvern suddenly lifted its head. It sensed a strangely familiar aura from afar. Guided by instinct, the Wyvern began its journey to seek that familiar source of power. At the same time, Kella roared, tearing through space as purple mana erupted, and it was this overwhelming energy that reached the Wyvern on its dying day. The Wyvern flapped its wings, cutting through the wind as it flew straight ahead. Suddenly, the beast froze, its golden eyes wide with vigilance. The Wyvern's eyes narrowed. It recognized this aura, something it thought had been buried in its memories. Utter shock. The Wyvern immediately realized, it's Karisti's aura. It couldn't believe it, its beloved disciple, but no, something was wrong. Memories of a tiny Kariste, crying and calling its name like a father, flooded the wyvern's mind. The wyvern roared, its doubt vanishing, replaced by certainty. It's my daughter's aura. Finding its ultimate purpose in life, the wyvern roared Karista's name and shot forward like an arrow. Kella, carrying wood, and Shrills ran headlong through the forest, their speed tearing through the wind. Suddenly, Kella froze, his demonic instinct screaming as he sensed a familiar aura rushing straight towards them. A giant wyvern descended from the sky, blocking both our group and that mage Curdly who was pursuing them. The wyvern glared at the group, its knife-sharp gaze sweeping over Kella, Shrills, and Wood, who were in a defensive stance. Recognizing the mana on Kella, the wyvern was deeply shocked, muttering to itself, "This kid is Karista's child." For a moment, the wyvern's golden eyes peered into Kella's memories, searching for a long-lost figure. A memory appeared. Karista, its beloved disciple, holding a newborn baby. The image of an adult, Karista, now a mother, gently cradling her son, appeared vividly. A tear rolled down the wyvern's scales. It understood everything. Karista's precious child was in danger. The wyvern's eyes blazed with fury and determination. It roared a vow. "For Karista's child, I will not let anyone die." The wyvern let out one final roar, channeling all its life force into a destructive fireball aimed directly at the enemy. In its final moments, the wyvern's eyes shone with serenity. It silently thanked Karist. The wyvern's colossal body slowly dissolved into dust and ashes. It was content that its death was not in vain. Its last memory surfaced. The image of a young Karist nestled peacefully against it, and it was happy to have seen her child. Karista's happy face appeared, and the wyvern whispered its final farewell. "I love you, my daughter Karista." Suddenly, Wood let out a piercing scream, tears streaming down his face as a strange surge of memories flooded his mind. He collapsed to the ground, unable to stand firm against the torrent of emotions and memories that had just been transferred. Rin frantically called out to Wood, but he only looked up, whispering that a very long memory had just been passed to him. Wood continued to explain through tears that the memory was hazy like a dream, fading further the more he tried to recall it. Although he couldn't remember the details, Wood firmly asserted one thing, that Wyvern had a happy death. Kella, still carrying Wood, frowned, unable to believe his ears upon hearing about a happy death. He quickly pieced things together, his sharp eyes concluding, "So, in the end, it was still defeated by that mage?" Only a streak of blue mana lingered in the air, the last trace of the vanished wyvern. Shrills yelled, unable to believe Wood's forgetfulness. "What? You don't remember anything now?" She grabbed Wood and shook him wildly, scolding him for forgetting everything right after crying and recounting it, while Wood could only mumble apologies. Wood, his face still tinged with sadness, explained that perhaps the ability wouldn't activate immediately, but would gradually manifest over time. Wood pessimistically considered the worst-case scenario, that his ability was too weak to manifest, making Rin, who stood behind him, snap impatiently. "This rookie, you're still too green." The group found themselves in a dilemma, unsure when the White Talkin' Squad would arrive, and now their only option was to rely on Wood's yet unknown abilities. Kella wasted no time, giving a decisive order. "We need to find a place where we can defend ourselves." Shrills, "Show me the world map." A map appeared, clearly dividing two territories, the human kingdom of Talua and the demon realm, once home to the demon race. After examining the map, Kella determined their current location was right on the border between the demon realm and human territory. Without hesitation, Kella pointed directly south and declared it their next direction, a decision that went against common sense. Rin gasped, questioning why they weren't heading deeper into demon territory, while Shrills silently observed with sharp eyes. Kella calmly explained that the old demon king sending him to Arsal certainly had a purpose, partly for him to meet Shrills. He continued to analyze, saying that the demon king had foreseen the scenario where, after his demise, humans would launch a full-scale attack on demon territory. Shrills nodded in confirmation, recalling the sight of not just the White Talkin' Squad but the entire human army seizing the opportunity to slaughter the demon race. Rin eagerly suggested, "Then we must gather the demon race under your command, young Master Kella." Kella immediately poured cold water on the idea, dismissing it outright and stating, "That's impossible right now. I've been branded as a cowardly runaway son." A past image flashed, Kella, being shunned by other demons. He bitterly admitted he wasn't capable enough to rally anyone. Rin was about to argue, but Shrills cut her off, pointing out a fatal flaw. "Besides my father, no one can prove I am a descendant of the Demon King." Shrills frankly admitted, "When I was with Talkin, The things I did would be hard to forgive. Kella interrupted, outlining a clear plan. The first thing is to create a dungeon as a base. Then I need to achieve something. He declared loudly, his eyes burning with determination. For the demon race to willingly follow me, I need to prove my strength. Rin and Shrills immediately became excited, completely convinced by Kella's vision. Shrills envisioned Kella radiating an aura, standing above all, proving his strength to become the Demon King, and making the entire demon race bow in submission. Kella unfurled the map, finalizing the battle plan. We will use this time to establish our position and create a dungeon base in the south. The entire team, including Shrills, Rin, and Wood, responded in unison, their spirits high and ready to depart. Kella smirked, feeling relieved that even though the plan was rudimentary, his teammates still trusted and followed him. He became serious again, telling himself that he had finally gathered the necessary people, but was still being pursued by unreasonably powerful foes. Curdley's image appeared in Kella's mind. He admitted a harsh truth. Confronting the White Talkin' Squad directly right now was too dangerous. Kella narrowed his eyes, his AI brain beginning to process data. I need more information. He realized that everything in this world, from magic to monster names, was eerily familiar, just like a game. Kella concluded, if this world is connected to his previous life, he will fully leverage his identity as the Demon King's son to seize what he needs. With the experience of a pro gamer, he would devise an unbreakable survival strategy. Kella's eyes blazed, and he growled, there's definitely a way to win. I can't die in vain before I find it. Suddenly, a horrifying memory flooded back. A village engulfed in flames, desperate screams echoing everywhere. A demon, clutching its small child, desperately begged for its life, declaring it would side with humanity. But the surrender was met with a devastating attack, incinerating the demon in blue magical flames. A human mage with gray hair and one eye bandaged coldly looked down at the victim. Did you say something? I didn't quite hear you. The demon chieftain roared in indignation. You cruel bastards. We already surrendered. How dare you do this? The bandaged eye mage swung a gleaming battle axe, roaring a single word, demons. Audria, the blonde warrior of the White Talkin' Squad, delivered a blood-splattering slash, coldly declaring, you should just shut up and die. A crunch echoed as the demon's arm was severed, blood splattering onto Audria's armor. Kalka, the dark-skinned warrior, reported to the leader, Captain, we've finished cleaning up. But immediately after, Kalka froze, his face filled with astonishment at an unexpected development. Elsewhere, the white-haired leader of the White Talkin' Squad questioned Curdley, while resting his sword on a demon's corpse. So, a wyvern helped Kella? And received an affirmative answer. The leader muttered, realizing that the location where they encountered Kella was not far from the Earth Demon's territory. Curdley, the hooded mage, revealed her tracking plan. I'm using butterflies to search for him. The white-haired leader glanced at the corpse at his feet, smirking, believing Kella wouldn't be foolish enough to return to the demon territory now engulfed in flames. Finalizing the plan, the leader ordered the entire squad, including Kalka and Audria, to finish their mission here and move to Curdley's location. Audria roared, her blood still hot, demanding to seize this opportunity to wipe out the remaining demons. The white-haired leader coldly intervened. Calm down, Audria. It won't be too late to deal with those small fries after we've handled Kella. He smirked, his eyes full of hatred, swearing to eradicate the lineage that killed his brother, even if it was just an hour earlier. Scene change. Kella suddenly felt a sharp pain while moving, gritting his teeth. Kella's entire team, including Shrills, Rin, and Wood, was galloping on the backs of unicorns, complaining about the cold after a week of non-stop fleeing south. Kella stroked Rin's hair and sighed in relief, fortunate that the Talkin' Squad still hadn't caught up to their trail. A blue illusion of Kella's AI self appeared behind him, affirming he wouldn't confront them until everything was prepared. Suddenly, the herd of unicorns stopped abruptly, causing one of the group to cry out in surprise. Kella and the entire team became vigilant, wondering why the unicorns had suddenly stopped. Wood, with his dark elf senses, announced, the unicorns are vehemently refusing to go any further. Kella deduced that the unicorns couldn't endure the harsh environment ahead, but he calmly declared, it's fine, we've arrived. Under the moonlight, Kella ordered the entire team to send the unicorns back. Wood hugged a unicorn, whispering thanks and telling it to return safely. Kella's entire team stood in the desolate land, while several small, mouse-like creatures scurried away in panic. Rin shivered from the cold, believing this weather was a huge disadvantage, but Kella smirked. That's precisely why it's perfect. Kella revealed his demon nature with fangs and horns, his eyes full of calculation, declaring he would find a good position to set up their formation. The herd of unicorns galloped, disappearing into the night, completing their mission of bringing the team to the dead land. Amidst the fleeing small creatures, a blue magical butterfly suddenly materialized. The magical butterfly emitted an ethereal blue light under the moonlight, clearly an enemy's scouting eye. Elsewhere, Curdly was meditating on a mountaintop, muttering about the absurdity of cold-fearing unicorns moving north, indicating she had sniffed out her prey. Curdly frowned when she discovered the prey wasn't just one, but 4. Kella's team had reached the coast. He pointed towards the island in the sea and declared it the safest position. Kella turned to ask Wood if he could scout the island, but Wood helplessly admitted his mind's eye could only sense nature, not living beings. Shrills inspected several dilapidated boats nearby, concluding that no one had ventured to this island for a long time. Kella asked directly, "Are the boats usable?" And Shrills confirmed they were fine. The whole team boarded the boats, gliding across the water, heading straight for the island about 200 meters from the shore. Kella analyzed the terrain. The water wasn't too deep but dangerous enough, and the waves were strong, a perfect location for a trap. With this strategic position, Kella confidently smirked that anyone who infiltrated the island would be immediately detected. The group entered a cave entrance wider than expected. Kella immediately ordered, "Shrills, can you use illusion magic to conceal the entrance?" Shrills calmly replied, "Easy," as purple magic power flared around her when she raised her hand, preparing to cast a spell. An illusory wall of purple magic was erected and then quickly turned invisible, perfectly concealing the cave entrance. Inside, Kella led the team, concluding that this place had been abandoned for a very long time and ordering them to begin scouting. The group ventured deeper into the darkness and discovered the path ahead split into 2. Kella turned to the dark elf. "Wood, give a detailed report." And Wood immediately obeyed. Wood described the map in his mind. 2 narrow paths leading to 2 separate rooms, then narrowing again and merging into a larger hall at the end. The entire team silently listened as Wood finished his report. Behind the large hall is another room with a single entrance and a small exit. Kella smirked. His tactical brain began to work. Split into 2, check both paths, then meet in the middle. Shrills confidently slung an arm around Kella's shoulder, teasing, "So, you and I will take this path, right?" Causing Rin to freeze in shock. Rin immediately panicked, clinging tightly to Kella's other arm and screaming, "No, absolutely not. I'm going with Kella," ignoring his annoyed expression. When Kella questioned her, Rin stammered out a reason. "We don't know what's in there, so the 2 strongest people should split up." After hearing Rin's reasoning, Kella reluctantly accepted and concluded, "All right then, I'll go with Wood." Kella turned and ordered the rest of the group, "Remember to thoroughly check for anything unusual, then meet in the middle." Shrills and Wood entered their assigned path, realizing the way was illuminated by floating luminous stones. Shrills immediately analyzed. These are light stones, a combination of ice and light magic. The fact that they're still glowing means the mage who created them was no ordinary individual. After a short distance, Shrills suddenly turned to confront Wood. "Just so you know, Wood, I still don't trust you." Wood froze, completely unprepared for this psychological blow. "Huh? What do you mean by that?" Shrills smirked, explaining clearly, "I'm going with you because Kella chose you. I'm not the type to easily accept new teammates." The atmosphere became tense as they stared into each other's eyes, a silent battle of wits beginning. Wood broke the silence, replying coolly, "Then there's no need to call me a teammate. Just consider me a slave." Wood's straightforward and dignified answer left Shrills speechless, not knowing how to respond. Shrills bluntly stated to Wood's face, "Yeah, I don't like you." Wood only remained silent, his sharp gaze unwavering at Shrill's attitude. In another passage, Kella wished he could craft lightstones himself, and Rin eagerly volunteered to research the task. After a few steps, Rin suddenly shrieked, warning Kella to watch out for a small stone on the path. Kella was speechless, wondering where this girl got all that energy. Suddenly, an azure slime emerged in the middle of the path. Kella gaped, realizing it was a slime. His gamer instincts kicked in, and Kella was overjoyed to see a real-life slime for the first time, wanting nothing more than to touch it once. Rin flew into a rage, roaring, "How dare you!" then unleashed a blazing purple magic attack towards the slime. She declared she would obliterate the slime for daring to block Kella's path, leaving her bewildered master behind. Rin, her hands bursting with dark magic, her face full of killing intent after dealing with a harmless slime. Kella was speechless, wondering if this girl was expecting praise or something. Forced to praise. "Well done, Rin." Kella could only helplessly watch her beaming, declaring she would handle everything. Rin boldly declared that anything that appeared would be obliterated by her, while Kella just wanted her to calm down. Crash! The ground shook violently, and debris scattered after Rin's display. Both Kella and Rin were stunned by the sudden tremor, sensing something ominous. From beneath the ground, a colossal stone golem with a blazing red eye slowly emerged, its presence overwhelming. Kella immediately pulled Rin behind him, shouting, "This thing is huge! Rin, get behind me!" But Rin shook her head, her eyes full of determination. No. She stepped forward, purple magic surging around her hands, and growled, "I already said, I will deal with anything that blocks our path." Shrills, who always seemed dangerous, suddenly had her eyes lit up, shouting as she discovered something. Wait, this is? It turned out to be a crystal necklace, looking both ancient and expensive, which made Shrills extremely excited, guessing they had stumbled upon a dungeon full of treasure. She tried on the necklace, flashing a smug smile, and asked Wood, "Look, does it suit me?" Wood only replied with a speechless expression and a flat, I guess so." Shrill's smile faded. She realized her attitude was too much, and didn't get the desired reaction. Shrills suddenly thought that if Rin were here, that girl would definitely scream, "So cool, Commander Shrills," and then cheer and go find more treasure. Realizing she had just acted exactly like someone she disliked, Shrills muttered with an extremely annoyed expression, "I don't like this at all." Wood was silent, his gaze seeming to notice the change in her attitude. Suddenly, the stone golem swung a devastating blow, sending Rin flying with a piercing scream. But Rin was no pushover. She landed safely, purple magic erupting around her, and roared, "All I need to do is destroy this golem, right?" The stone golem swung an iron fist, the ground shaking under its might. The attack hit directly. Rin took the full force of the punch and was sent flying like a rag doll. She flew backward, spitting blood. The physical damage was clearly the real deal, Kella shouted, realizing their power wasn't enough to pierce the stone armor. "Without weapons, don't even think about it. Our attacks are completely useless." But Rin refused to give up, roaring, "No, I can do it," and erupted with dark purple magic. With a determined shout, she charged straight at the stone golem, unleashing a full-power magic punch at it. Thud. The punch landed on the target, but the golem was unmoved like stone, and the recoil force made Rin groan in pain. Seeing Rin's recklessness, Kella couldn't help but reveal his demon horns, shouting, "Rin, why do you keep pushing yourself so hard?" Rin gritted her teeth, pouring all her strength into withstanding the weight of the stone monster, but she was clearly completely overwhelmed. Even while being crushed, she muttered with a fiery gaze, determined not to fall. "If I stay like this, I won't be able to continue serving him." Kella froze, unable to believe his eyes at Rin's recklessness. What the hell? Even while getting beaten badly, Rin recalled the first day she set foot in the Demon King's castle, as a maid. In the past, Demon King Hel Khaldun looked at Kella with a sharp gaze. "You want to be friends with a maid?" Young Kella cried profusely but still stuck out his neck. "Yes, father. I want to be friends with Rin." The Demon King roared from his throne, treating his son's words as a joke. "Are you mocking me? A maid is a maid. Make the contract now." Forced by his father, little Kella helplessly hugged Rin tightly, sobbing. Amidst his tears, Kella reached out his hand, magic power erupting, his voice trembling but determined. "I'm sorry, Rin. In the name of Kella Khaldun, I officially accept Rin as my maid." The young master's declaration stunned Rin, who could only mumble her thanks in amazement. Rin recalled that just because of Kella's words wanting to be friends, she felt as happy as if the whole world had acknowledged her. That night, when Kella had cried himself to sleep, Rin stood by his bed and engraved an oath of absolute loyalty into her heart. Rin recalled her old oath, that she would assist Kella in becoming the greatest Demon King. With burning determination, Rin told herself she would do her best. But as time passed, things didn't turn out as she dreamed. It turned out Kella was a crybaby, a coward, constantly beaten half to death by his older sister Seldera and her cronies. The weak young master's screams echoed from behind the door. Kella, covered in blood, ran to Rin to complain. "Rin, I almost died. I'm so scared." Which made her speechless, replying, "If you die, I'm dead too, you know." Although Rin tried to be strict, scolding Kella to make him tougher, he still didn't change, remaining pitifully weak. Because she served a useless master, Rin also suffered the consequences, getting her hair grabbed by Seldera's maid who savagely threatened to gouge out her eyes. Even during meals, Rin was forced to eat Tarme's leftovers, insulted that she would die with Kella anyway, so that was enough. Rin recalled those hellish days, being forced to eat scorching hot food, even having molten lava splashed on her. At night, she had to sleep in a stinking pigsty, without a moment of peace, but even there, other maids came looking for her, daggers in hand, to interrogate her. They falsely accused Rin of seducing Tarmay and smirked maliciously, threatening to beat her up properly. Cornered, Rin could only cower and pleaded in despair. It was then, seeing Kella lying helpless on his sickbed, that Rin's hatred for her useless master surfaced. Bound by a master-servant contract, where if the master dies, the servant dies too, a dark thought emerged. If he dies, I'll be free too. While Kella was still sobbing miserably, Rin decided they would go to the underworld together and get it over with. A scream tore through the night, fresh blood splattering everywhere. But in the end, the one holding the bloody knife was Rin. She had stabbed herself instead of harming her young master. Kella coughed up blood but was still deeply shocked, unable to understand why his useless body possessed such incredible regenerative power. In utter despair, Rin collapsed, bitterly realizing that even in death, her wish would not be granted. Both Kella and Rin cried profusely, only able to sob apologies to each other. And from then on, Kella decided to give up everything, living like a soulless corpse. Back in reality, Rin, having just been beaten, recounted in a strained voice. But then, suddenly, you changed overnight. She asserted that Kella had completely transformed, becoming a different person, with eyes no longer those of a weakling. Rin looked up at the illusion of Kella, who exuded an overwhelming aura, admitting that her current young master was truly worthy of being the Demon King's heir. Finishing her words, the stone golem unleashed a devastating punch, sending Rin flying straight into the rock face. Knocked far away, Rin bitterly realized that she had been nothing but a burden from beginning to end. Determined not to be a hindrance any longer, she poured all her magic power and charged straight at the stone golem with a suicidal intent. Rin's desperate attack collided head-on with the colossal stone monster. Rin screamed that she shouldn't be by her master's side, pouring all her magic power into a suicidal attack aimed directly at the stone golem. Boom! A terrifying explosion engulfed the monster. But when the smoke and dust cleared, it still stood tall. Kella suddenly appeared right behind Rin, stopping her meaningless action. Defeated and exhausted, Rin hung her head, covered in blood, stammering incoherently. She sobbed in despair, crying out her confession. I never want to be abandoned by you. Kella was stunned by Rin's heartfelt words, only able to call her name. Giving no time for sentiment, the stone golem raised its colossal fist, preparing to crush Rin. Rin could only stare in horror as death rushed towards her. Just then, Kella charged forward to block, a brilliant blue lightning orb glowing in his hand. Whoosh! Kella unleashed a maximum energy blast, firing straight at the stone golem with terrifying speed. Boom! Kella's lightning strike created a terrifying explosion, cracking the ground into a deep chasm. Kella caught the blood-soaked Rin, snapping. Are you crazy? Every time I'm in danger, you risk your life to protect me. He looked directly into Rin's eyes, stating firmly, when would I ever abandon a maid like you? Rin was stunned, blood still on her face, only able to stammer her young master Kella's name. Kella smirked, revealing his domineering fangs. Even if you try to run away later, I won't let go. So don't you dare regret it. After hearing his declaration, Rin couldn't hold back anymore. Her eyes welled up with tears, then burst. She rushed into Kella's arms, hugging her young master tightly and sobbing like a child. Kella hugged Rin, thinking, I also have memories of Rin. Her feelings are real. He tightened his embrace, making a firm resolve. For the future, I must turn Rin into the strongest maid. Afterward, both entered a cave filled with treasures. Kella remarked, finally, the first step of the strategy. It's wider than I thought, isn't it? Sril's eyes lit up as she grabbed a diamond bracelet, excitedly planning to show it off, while Wood stood behind her, calling her name meaningfully. Sril's immediately bristled, flatly declaring that she wouldn't give this item to anyone. Wood stared intently at Sril's, his voice full of challenge. Do you truly not know, or are you pretending not to know? Sril's was still bewildered, not understanding what was happening, when the bracelet on her hand suddenly glowed, signaling an ill omen. Blue energy flared, tightening around Sril's wrist into a pair of magical cuffs that couldn't be removed. What the hell is this? Sril's gritted her teeth, trying to pull her hand free from the trap, but it was completely useless. Sril's flinched, feeling a terrifying surge of killing intent from the darkness behind her, where a grotesque eye had just opened. A colossal treasure spider slowly materialized, making Sril's break out in a cold sweat. That thing lives here? Sril's turned to glare at Wood, her voice strained as she realized she had fallen into a trap. That gem is its bait. Wood, you knew and didn't stop me? Sril's furiously yelled at the dark elf, while the treasure spider roared, preparing to act. Wood calmly explained, I just thought Lord Srills would surely know, so I just watched. The treasure spider didn't say much, swinging a colossal leg to attack, forcing Shrills to retreat and narrowly dodge the blow. Wood continued to taunt, saying he thought Shrills must have some brilliant plan. Shrills gritted her teeth bitterly, admitting she had been careless and was now screwed because her hands were locked by magical cuffs, unable to summon her weapon. Out of options, Shrills, both panicked and trying to cover up. That's right. I deliberately let myself be caught to test you, Wood. After hearing Shrill's bluff, Wood just showed a speechless expression. Test? Shrills screamed, trying to put Wood in a difficult spot. I'm tied to the gem now, what are you going to do? Wood didn't flinch, coldly drawing a dagger and declaring he would remove the gem for her. Finishing his words, Wood lunged forward, plunging the dagger's tip directly into the magical gem on Shrill's wrist, deciding to use force to break the trap. Shrills screamed in panic, explaining that treasure spiders place barriers on everything caught in their webs, and they absolutely cannot be broken by normal strength. Wood looked at his attempt to break the cuffs, then at the frantic Shrills, his face clearly speechless. Giving no time to think, the treasure spider opened its mouth and spewed out a stream of extremely toxic green acid. Wood reacted incredibly fast, grabbing Shrills and pulling her backward, narrowly dodging the acid stream that could melt anything. As he dragged Shrills and ran for his life, Wood realized the disadvantageous situation, as the barren ground prevented him from using his abilities. With her magic locked, Shrills helplessly yelled at Wood, bitterly complaining that if she could use magic, this monster would be trash, then screamed at him to do something. The treasure spider continued its skill spam, spewing another volley of acid towards the two. Both struggled to dodge, Shrills letting out a groan as she narrowly avoided a hit. Cornered, Wood had no retreat, raising his tiny dagger, preparing to face the colossal monster's downward strike head-on. Shrills was knocked backward by an invisible force, gasping in horror as she realized she had completely fallen into the trap. With her hands tightly bound, Shrills gritted her teeth, bitterly snarling. This bastard. Is it targeting me first because I'm stuck in the barrier? The treasure spider gave no time to breathe. It lunged forward with terrifying speed, raising a leg as sharp as a blade, aiming directly at Shrills. Helplessly watching the scythe of death approach, Shrill's eyes widened as she screamed in despair, unable to believe that a commander like herself was about to be wiped out by a mere small fry monster. Just then, Wood unexpectedly lunged forward to block, taking the full stab through his shoulder in her place, leaving Shrills utterly speechless. Wood muttered, repeating Shrill's boast that if she could use magic, this monster would be trash, then declared he would handle it himself as instructed. Wood threw the dagger, coated in a blue liquid, at the treasure spider, making it shriek strangely and recoil. But that was just a feint. Wood didn't hesitate, plunging the dagger straight into the magic cuff that bound his own hand. Crack! The cuff shattered, releasing a burst of blue energy. Wood was ready to turn the tables. Shrills roared as she broke the magic cuff, finally completely freed. Before the treasure spider could even collect itself, it took a devastating blow from Wood, letting out a piteous shriek. Wood gave it no respite, lunging in with another thunderous punch that sent the monster flying. Shrills screamed Wood's name in horror, unable to believe the dark elf had just rushed out to take the blow for her. Despite his wounds, Wood pushed Shrills back, coldly ordering, "Handle the rear." Wood turned to look directly at Shrills, his eyes radiating an unusually firm and trustworthy resolve. Shrills froze, completely shocked by the actions and aura of the subordinate she had once disdained. Without further ado, Wood summoned a magic staff that pulsed with dark purple energy, ready to turn the tide. Shrills was stunned, unable to comprehend how a mere bug like Wood could possess such overwhelming power. Shrills' eyes flashed with a deadly glint, and she growled, "Are you mocking me?" Wood channeled his energy, and the staff flared with dark purple magic as he shouted the skill name. Purple Torch. A torrent of purple fire engulfed the treasure spider, blasting it far away amidst piteous roars. Shrills coughed up blood, gasping for air, seemingly having taken a hit earlier. Wood stood guard in front of Shrills, ready for battle, while she remained dazed on the ground. Shrills was utterly shocked, stammering, "How did you break the gem's barrier?" Wood coldly explained that he had gambled the barrier wouldn't affect the spider's own body. Shrills realized the recklessness of that plan, asking incredulously, "If you had guessed wrong, wouldn't you have been dead for sure?" Wood turned back, his eyes terrifyingly resolute. "Life or death doesn't matter, for I only follow my master's command." Faced with Wood's absolute oath of loyalty, Shrills fell silent, sinking deep into her memories. Her memories returned to the hellish training camp, where a young Shrills was stabbed straight through the stomach by another recruit. The blade was pulled out, blood gushing like a spring, but this was the deadly trap she had set. Shrills gripped her opponent's weapon tightly, a challenging smirk on her face. You fell for it. The recruit paled as he realized she had deliberately taken the blow to get close. With a crazed smile, Shrills roared and swung her weapon, in retaliation, determined to finish him in one blow. The unfortunate recruit's head rolled on the ground, while the training commander stood with his arms crossed, calmly commenting on her tactic of sacrificing her body for a kill. The commander added coldly that if she had been off by even a millimeter, she would have been the one lying dead. Shrills, despite her severe wounds, stood tall, her lifeless eyes declaring, "Life or death doesn't matter. I only obey the command to kill my opponent at all costs." The training commander muttered, acknowledging the girl's insane tenacity. The flashback ended with a young Shrills, a knife in her stomach, muttering that she had to achieve her goal at all costs, even if it was a life-or-death test. Back in reality, Shrills looked at Wood, the usually taciturn dark elf, whose recent actions made her think differently. She realized Wood's recklessness was no different from her own in that hellish training ground years ago. This young man had just risked his life to protect her, an act that stirred Shrill's hardened heart. Shrill stood before the exhausted Wood, coldly declaring, "Approved." She officially recognized Wood as a comrade, leaving the young dark elf speechless with surprise. Shrills gave a sharp, undeniable order. "Therefore, don't die so easily. This is a command." Wood was completely overwhelmed by Shrill's aura and command, sweat pouring down his face. Amidst the pile of bones, Wood bowed his head in acceptance, vowing to engrave his new comrade's command into his very being. As soon as they stepped into a new hall, Kella and Wood frantically called out Shrills and Rin's names, worried about their condition. The team reunited, and Kella immediately asked about the injured Wood, but the young dark elf reassured him that Shrills had healed him. Shrills immediately grabbed the heavily injured Rin and yelled directly at Kella, "Kella, you were with her, and you let her get into this state?" Even though Rin tried to explain that it was her own doing. Seeing Rin also battered, Kella turned to question Shrills, guessing that she had just soloed a treasure spider. Kella brushed it off, announcing his achievement. "We dealt with a stone golem, which stunned Shrills." Shrills immediately analyzed, stating that a stone golem and a treasure spider usually don't appear in the same dungeon, concluding that there was some secret here. Putting that aside for a moment, Shrills cast healing magic on both Rin and Wood, ordering them to rest and recover. While the two injured recovered, Kella and Shrills began scouting, realizing that the architecture here was a mix of demon and human styles. The centerpiece of the hall was a giant demon statue, with a sword plunged into an elaborately decorated box, and Kella immediately sensed danger from the box. In contrast to Wood's speechless expression, Rin's eyes lit up like headlights, screaming in her mind, "Treasure chest! Is it a treasure chest?" Shrill's eyes shone brightly like headlights, shouting to open the chest immediately. Truly a treasure-hungry professional. Suddenly, the eyes of the giant guardian statue nearby flashed with deadly light, activating a trap. Kella, with the reflexes of a top-tier gamer, roared, "Wait!" as he felt the strong killing intent. Without a second's hesitation, Kella drew his energy bow, shouting a warning to everyone. "Get down!" A blue energy stream from Kella fiercely collided with a brilliant yellow laser beam shot from the statue, and Shrills was thrown back for standing too close. Shrills and Rin turned pale, unable to believe that the chest was a deadly trap. Kella snapped, cursing the two treasure-hungry fools directly. "Wake up! It's obviously a trap." The guardian statue gave no one a chance to breathe, continuing to fire another destructive laser beam. Shrills, with her extensive experience, deftly dodged the deadly beam by a hair's breadth. Wood and Rin also sprang up, ready for combat, declaring they would join the fight with everyone. Kella, while dodging the laser, snapped, ordering the two injured to stay put because they were just a burden now. Rin was about to argue, but Wood, with a cooler head, immediately accepted the order, leaving her speechless. Rin angrily glared at Wood, growling, "You rookie!" Wood calmly explained that he also received orders from Shrills not to die foolishly, so he would obey Kella and focus on recovering. Rin gritted her teeth, annoyed but had to admit that Kella was not wrong at all. Helpless, Rin could only shout encouragement, hoping Kella would hold on a little longer until they all recovered. Kella carried the team, declaring he would act as a tank to draw the statue's attention, and ordered Shrills to attack its body. A barrage of blue energy missiles struck the guardian statue, but they hit an energy shield and were blocked. It was Shrill's turn. She channeled her magic, unleashing a massive purple fireball. Whoosh! The fireball collided violently with the statue's shield, creating a shocking energy explosion. Shrill's jaw dropped. She couldn't believe this rock creature had a magic-proof shield. Kella also broke into a sweat, realizing this boss could use multiple magic systems, which was almost absurd. While the attack was blocked, Shrills shouted out two possible theories. 1. A high-level mage had buffed it beforehand. Or 2. Something was hiding inside the statue. Hearing that, Kella immediately turned to Wood, ordering him to use his dark elf senses to scan its internal structure. Wood focused his senses and then reported crucial information. This thing was hollow inside. Kella gritted his teeth, stating firmly, "Then it's highly likely someone is hiding inside." The guardian statue prepared to unleash another laser, and Shrills yelled, demanding that the team find a way to break that damned shield at all costs. Kella snapped, wondering how the hell they could break a shield that even Shrill's magic couldn't penetrate, but still charged his energy bow, ready to fire. The guardian statue's blood-red eye flashed, signaling another deadly attack was about to be unleashed. Having just dealt with one, now two massive stone golems appeared, and Kella froze, wondering what the hell was going on. A spiky, dark energy mass suddenly condensed, signaling an even more formidable opponent was about to appear. The dark mass dissipated, revealing a hideous monster face with 6 glowing yellow eyes and a blue gem on its forehead. The mother spider revealed its true form, as large as a building, making Shrills look up and exclaim in horror at its size. "So the previous spider was just small fry?" Shrills said bitterly, channeling immense purple magic, summoning her staff and unleashing the purple torch skill. The colossal purple magic burst right in the mother spider's face, making it roar a deafening scream. The attack was barely a scratch, and Shrills gritted her teeth, bitterly realizing this thing was truly on a whole different level. The mother spider gave no time to breathe. It swung a counterattack with a greenish-blue energy slash, forcing Shrills to retreat. Shrills yelled, frustrated that she couldn't use area of effect skills in this cramped cave, and loudly asked Kella if he had a plan. Meanwhile, Kella was struggling to fend off a devastating punch from one of the 2 stone golems. The situation was extremely tense. Cornered, Kella bitterly thought that if he unleashed his Demon King power, he could easily wipe them all out. But he immediately dismissed that idea, because once he did, the White Talkin' Squad's tracking mage, Curdley, would pinpoint his location again. In this dilemma, Kella suddenly shouted. He had just realized something extremely important. Kella's eyes were fixed on the guardian statue. He noticed it was behaving strangely. Ever since the monsters appeared, the statue's magic has completely stopped. Kella yelled, while straining to fend off the stone golems. Hearing that, Shrill's mind also raced, and she hypothesized, could it be using magic to control the monsters? Kella, having just dodged a stone golem's punch, confirmed that the monsters only started appearing after Shrills threatened to destroy the statue. Kella's AI brain concluded in an instant. The guardian statue sensed danger from Shrill's threat and summoned the golems to defend itself. Having found the key, Kella roared his command. Destroying the statue is the top priority. Shrills, buy us some time. Shrills snapped, asking Kella what he was planning, but her hands didn't stop casting magic, erecting a massive firewall to block the enemies. Kella's mind raced, realizing a simple truth. If the guardian statue was busy controlling the stone golems, then its energy shield must definitely be off. Seizing the golden opportunity, Kella channeled lightning magic into his hand, roaring. That means its barrier is also down. Without a second's hesitation, he fired a stream of blue energy directly at the statue, but an extremely powerful recoil force threw Kella back, sending him sprawling on the ground. Shrills was utterly shocked, unable to believe her eyes as Kella had pierced through and slipped inside the guardian statue. Losing their controller, the stone golems paused for a beat, their glowing red eyes scanning the battlefield. Immediately, the entire pack of golems turned to lock onto Shrills, making her break out in a cold sweat. What the hell? Why are they swarming me? From inside the guardian statue, a colossal mother treasure spider emerged, radiating an overwhelming killing intent. Rin and Wood watched intently, realizing the new monster ignored them, and charged straight towards the guardian statue, seemingly the only one small enough to fit inside. The stone golems suddenly turned to attack Rin and Wood, making both of them scream in panic. Rin yelled bitterly, "Damn it, they're attacking us too. We have no choice but to fight." Without another word, Rin charged forward, ready for battle. Despite her injuries, Shrills channeled all her demonic energy, preparing to unleash a maximum power attack on the golems, to the astonishment of her comrades. Boom! Shrill's deep purple energy orb slammed directly into a stone golem, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Rin frantically called out Shrill's name, but Shrills snapped back, telling everyone to be patient and put their full trust in Kella. Inside the guardian statue, Kella had found the fatal weakness, a floating blue energy core, which controlled the entire mechanism. "Just deal with it and it's over," Kella growled, raising his lightning bow, aiming straight for the control core. Whoosh! The energy arrow shot forth like a bolt of lightning, without a moment's hesitation, but immediately, a blinding white energy stream shot back from the core, binding Kella tightly and making him scream in agony. Kella cursed bitterly, completely helpless as he was bound tightly like a cocoon by the guardian statue's energy. Just as things were getting critical, the boss, the mother treasure spider, slowly emerged from the rubble, looking even more formidable than the smaller spider. From outside, Shreels yelled while bracing herself. "Kella! We can't hold out much longer, hurry up!" Bound tightly, Kella could only shout back in despair. "I want to, but..." Giving no time to breathe, the mother spider roared and charged straight ahead, its sharp claws emitting deadly blue energy. The monster's attack struck like lightning, giving Kella no chance to dodge. Kella could only widen his eyes in horror as the monster's attack was about to tear him apart. Cornered, Kella gritted his teeth, intending to risk his life summoning hellish power. Immediately, the dark entity in his mind roared. "You idiot! What the hell do you think you're doing?" Kella was stunned as his consciousness was dragged into the familiar abyss, where he had once made a pact with his dark self. The purple demon entity grabbed Kella, roaring, "Why are you letting those trash monsters beat you to a pulp, you fool?" Kella was still bewildered, not understanding anything. Kella immediately retorted, yelling, "You're the one with the problem. Where were you all those times I was about to die, only showing up now? You impudent fool!" The purple demon entity snapped, ordering Kella to shut up and use Dominion immediately. But Kella still looked blank, not knowing what that was. The dark self explained that no matter how useless Kella was now, Dominion was still powerful enough to control monsters of that level. A thought suddenly flashed through Kella's mind, wondering if it was similar to the master-servant contract he had made with Rin when he was young. "It's completely different, you brat." The purple demon entity roared right in his face, making Kella jump, and he quickly asked again, "So how do I do it?" The dark self revealed that the blood of the great demon king flowed within Kella, and Dominion was the exclusive ability of successive demon kings, activated by an intense desire. "An intense desire?" Kella mumbled, his eyes beginning to gather a new surge of power. "Yes, a will strong enough to make your target your own," the purple demon entity affirmed, urging Kella to unleash the greed etched deep in his bloodline to turn the weaker ones into vassals. Kella gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down as he focused his entire mind on finding his own desire. The purple demon entity showed Kella a vision of countless monsters and roared, "All the monsters in this land that your power can reach. Make them yours." The purple demon entity roared directly into Kella's face, a bolt of conscious lightning erupting between the two selves. Kella awakened, one eye blazing with brilliant purple demonic energy, and the Dominion magic circle with chains appeared behind him. Back in reality, Kella poured his entire will into the mother spider, his desire to possess it as his own flaring intensely. He roared, declaring his bloodline. "I, Kella Kaldun, descendant of the great demon king, command." The gem on the mother spider's forehead was immediately engulfed by Kella's demonic energy, turning purple. Kella's eyes glowed brightly in the space of consciousness as he prepared to complete his command. "I will bind you," Kella finished, and the mother spider froze, seemingly bewildered by the overwhelming power. Kella, still bound tightly, stared in astonishment at the effects of the newly unleashed ability. A familiar sensation washed over him as a purple system interface appeared before his eyes. Kella was astonished when a system interface appeared, looking exactly like the slots for subordinates in a game, and the first slot was already filled by the mother spider. Under the influence of the Dominion ability, the colossal mother spider was completely subjugated, the gem on its forehead turning entirely purple, marking its new master. Still bound tightly, Kella realized an undeniable truth through his instincts. The mother treasure spider, that terrifying boss from just now, was now completely his. The colossal monster lay still at the feet of its new master. Outside, the stone golems were frantically smashing, pouring all their strength into attacking the magic shield. Shrills yelled in despair, urging Kella to do something because the defensive shield was about to break. Kella replied from inside, asking his comrades to try and hold out a little longer. Riding on the back of the newly subjugated mother spider, Kella realized that just one pet wouldn't be enough to turn the tide. He ordered the mother spider to attack, deciding to use this very boss to control all the monsters besieging them outside. Following its new master's command, the mother spider charged straight into the guardian statue, initiating the turnaround. Kella roared, unleashing his full Dominion demonic energy at the stone boss. "I will subjugate you." The colossal subjugation magic circle descended, its deep purple energy chains tightening around the guardian statue. Kella's eyes blazed with magic patterns, imposing his absolute will on the enemy. "Be mine." A terrifying pressure spread even outside, and the stone golems, frantically attacking, suddenly froze like statues. Shrills and Wood inside the shield didn't understand what was happening, only staring wide-eyed as the golems suddenly froze. Wood gasped, the defensive shield already cracked and nearing its breaking point. Kella calmly rode on the mother spider's back, one hand grasping the true boss of this entire dungeon, a purple dungeon core slime. He smirked with satisfaction, looking at the prey in his hand. "Got you, you little brat." Kella looked at the trembling slime, his voice full of sarcasm. "I never expected a mere enhanced slime to be the master of this dungeon. Truly, an empty barrel makes the most noise." After clearing the dungeon, Kella hugged the dungeon core slime with a satisfied expression. It turned out this was his first time touching a soft slime. Shrills crossed her arms, her face showing doubt about the concept of subordinates, wondering if this was an exclusive ability of the Demon King's bloodline that she had been unaware of. Rin's eyes lit up, finally understanding that the secret to the former Demon King's ability to command an entire army of monsters was this overwhelming power. Kella smirked, declaring that capturing this dungeon's boss would be the perfect stepping stone to building his own base. He excitedly named the slime stone because of the gem on its head, which visibly moved the slime, while Rin gaped at her master's capriciousness. Shrills suddenly flew into a rage, openly jealous and demanding that Kella let her try out the subjugation ability, but he flatly refused. Wood touched an inert stone golem, beginning to deduce the dungeon's past and wondering about the fate of its creators. Rin speculated that, given the dungeon's age, its creators had probably moved on a long time ago. Shrills offered a more brutal theory, or perhaps they all perished in a battle with humans. Kella looked at the slime in his hand, showing pity for it being left alone, but immediately asserted that turning it into a subordinate was an incredibly advantageous move. Kella mused, recalling the purple demon entity who taught him the concept of subordinates, admitting that, without it, his life would have been gone long ago. He narrowed his eyes, his mind racing, wondering what conditions he needed to meet to encounter that terrifying entity again. Kella looked at the dungeon core slime trembling in his hand, seemingly at a loss for words at his new subordinate's excitement. Shaking off his idle thoughts, Kella sternly declared the start of the dungeon's construction, with mapping as the top priority, and Stone immediately obeyed. Kella explained the strategic move. After subjugating Stone, he naturally became the supreme commander of all the monsters it controlled, including a flock of bird monsters. To prevent the Talcon from sniffing them out, Kella immediately deployed these bird monsters as scouts, stationing them to guard the entire area around the dungeon. The defense formation was meticulously set up. The young treasure spiders were scattered at the entrance, while half of the stone golems were placed as roadblocks at the crossroads. The most elite forces, including the remaining golems and the formidable mother spider, were positioned in the central hall as trump cards, while Kella and the team stood before the guardian statue. After arranging the formation, the group approached the treasure chest, their spoils after defeating the guardian statue, ready for looting and equipment upgrades. Rin picked up a brand new pair of daggers, her eyes full of doubt, wondering if this weapon would truly make her stronger. Shrills explained to Rin that these daggers were high quality, capable of condensing magic power, making attacks more solid and potent. She analyzed that until now, Rin had only swung raw magic power from her hands, a wasteful and inefficient fighting style. If Rin mastered these daggers, she could unleash attacks that were many times sharper and more lethal. After hearing the explanation, Rin was fired up, baring her fangs and declaring she would train with this weapon to protect Kella from the White Talcon squad. Kella turned to Wood, wondering if he was alright choosing only a wooden shield that looked like a mere prop. But Wood, with his dark elf senses, felt the natural life force still lingering in the shield and decided to take it. Kella offered no further opinion, attributing it to the dark elf's special intuition. Shrills was less fortunate. She picked up a dusty grimoire and looked disappointed that it contained no meaningful magic. Frustrated, Shrills turned and pointed out a greatsword radiating the strongest magic power among the items to Kella, urging him to take it. Kella squatted, his eyes calculating as he looked at the sword Shrills had indicated, muttering, "You say it's the strongest?" Ignoring the greatsword, brimming with magic power, Kella instead set his sights on a rather ordinary-looking sword with a dark purple hilt. Despite Shrill's disdain for the seemingly weak weapon, Kella decided to take this sword immediately, feeling drawn to it. Kella raised the sword, realizing it was identical to the weapon he had used when playing games in his previous life. The sword served as a bridge, merging the gamer Kangchi from his past life and the current demon prince Kella. He had found his signature weapon. After the team finished looting, Kella unfurled a map, beginning his plan to build his first base, his very own dungeon. This area was truly barren, lacking materials. So the team had to start with the most basic things, like soil, stone, and water. Construction began. Wood used his dark elf knowledge of natural materials, while Shrills used magic to mold and combine them. A dungeon combining the knowledge of the demon race and the magic of Arsal was slowly taking shape, though it started as a crude structure. Kella personally directed, using his abilities to shape the dungeon according to the design, no matter how poor the conditions. For the first time in his life, Kella smiled contentedly, building his own dungeon with his own hands, perhaps his last dungeon. At the newly built base on the precarious cliff, Kella's bird monsters were in position, serving as watchful eyes for the entire area. Kella delightedly watched the slimestone trembling in a birdcage, declaring this to be its new home. With a wide, fanged grin, Kella expressed extreme satisfaction with his achievement. It was indeed not a bad start. He secretly thought that if the Tallcan didn't discover them, this reclusive life of empire building would be quite something. Under the twin moons, Kella's dungeon base stood majestically in the desolate land, a nascent kingdom taking form. Suddenly, a giant blue energy butterfly appeared, signaling that a magic message had just been sent. The magic butterfly flew straight towards another location, indicating that news of Kella and Shrills had begun to spread. Elsewhere, an Arsal representative was using communication magic, solemnly thanking a powerful figure named Lord Haden. From behind a window frame, Hayden grumbled, deeming it no time for empty words when Arsal, a nation under Talua, had suffered such a crushing defeat. Hayden roared, refusing any excuses, unable to believe that an entire magic nation had been brought down by two brats, the traitor Shrills and the coward Kella. Hayden was speechless, with frustration over the failure, ordering the immediate summoning of the strongest 5 elements mages. He declared he would go all out, providing the king's enhancement stones and personally leading this boosted mage squad on the hunt. The Arsal representative broke into a sweat, wondering why additional troops were needed when the White Talkin squad was already involved. Hayden growled, asserting that this was a golden opportunity for Arsal to atone for its sins, especially since even the elite Talcon had yet to find their target. The cunning old man provoked, affirming this was the only way to reclaim Arsal's lost prestige. The elder still hesitated, concerned about the dangerous side effects of the enhancement stones from Talua. Hayden flew into a rage, yelling directly at the old man, "Are you still worrying about such trivial matters at a time like this?" True to his word, Hayden choked the Arsal representative from afar with a ball of magic power, making the old man gasp for air. Hayden coldly put him in his place, reminding him that he was the one who built Arsal, not some old fool who only worried needlessly. Constricted by magic power, the Arsal representative was terrified, quickly apologizing, knowing he had just narrowly kept his life. Hayden roared, his patience completely gone. "I need an excuse for the king, so shut your mouth and summon the 5 elements mages for me now." In the capital of Talua, an important decision was about to be implemented. Hayden donned his cloak, rushing off, radiating killing intent. The old man muttered, "If Killian's White Talkin squad found Kella first, that kid would surely be wiped out." A cloaked shadow suddenly appeared, blocking Hayden's path and directly addressing him as Talua's magic commander. The stranger got straight to the point, asking Hayden if he wanted to find Kella, making the old man wary. "Who are you?" The shadow smirked confidently. "Kella? I'll be the one to find him for you," leaving Hayden stunned. Meanwhile, Kella was sitting on a ridiculous throne, holding a piece of grilled fish and grumbling. Anyone would say, "I'm the great demon king," wouldn't they? Rin cheered excitedly. "You'll become a great demon king. A throne this size is nothing." Kella was left speechless. Shrills, the most level-headed one, spoke up to calm the situation. "The problem is, all we have is fish to eat. We need to give our Kella a balanced diet." Rin enthusiastically declared that Kella was at a growing age and needed good food, so she would hunt further afield to find him something to eat. Kella immediately tried to stop her, worried she would be discovered by the Talcon, but Rin was only touched that her master always worried about them. Kella looked dejected, admitting he was sick of fish, and screamed internally, "Meat! I want meat." Wood immediately stepped up, saying he would go catch some carnivores, which made Shrills wonder if there were any in this area. Wood confidently revealed that he had come up with a method during his training, and Kella curiously asked what it was. Wood demonstrated his unique method, a wooden shield still full of vitality, explaining that he could assimilate it and use its roots to extend underground to lure prey. The whole team sat silently around Wood as he began his underground hunt, asking everyone to keep quiet for the hunt to succeed. 2 hours passed, and everyone remained motionless in silence, patiently awaiting the results. 4 hours later, there was still no activity. The atmosphere began to grow heavy, and patience slowly ran out. 6 hours passed, and Rin was the first to explode, yelling at Wood if he was dozing off and if this trick would even catch anything. Just as Rin was about to erupt, Wood suddenly flinched, his eyes wide. Something's happening. Crash. A terrifying pulling force from underground yanked hard, almost dragging Wood along with it. Wood strained with all his might and pulled up a giant four-eyed mole beast, shouting in delight. Got one. Even Shrills was impressed, praising him profusely. That's incredible. You did great, Wood. Praised by Shrills, Wood blushed furiously, mumbling his thanks while feeling overjoyed inside. Kella, who had demanded meat, now turned pale, looking at the hideous monster and wondered, can I even eat this? Rin panicked, realizing she was about to be outdone by rookie Wood again, her pride seriously threatened. To regain her dignity, Rin immediately hoisted the monster's enormous claw, boldly declaring she would cook a delicious meal for Kella. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Kella's scouting bird monsters were still on duty under the cover of night. It turned out Rin was all talk. Now facing this massive creature, she was sweating profusely for having boasted too much. Rin struggled to butcher the monster, but its hide was so tough that ordinary knives were useless. She angrily yelled that underground creatures were too hard. Kella was speechless, wondering if he should ask the earth demons for help, while Wood whispered in his ear, disparaging Rin as incompetent, unable to butcher even a monster of this level. Hearing the criticism, or imagining it, Rin's pride was dealt a fatal blow, and she frantically screamed, "No, that can't be." Suddenly remembering she had her real weapons, Rin brightened. "Ah, that's right, I have my daggers." She recalled Kella's words that these daggers could focus mana into a single point, and decided to go all out. With a thought, Rin closed her eyes and concentrated, channeling all her dark purple magic power into the daggers. Her eyes gleamed with determination, and the magic power began to converge, preparing for a serious attack. Unexpectedly, the magic power didn't converge, but instead erupted into a gigantic, chaotic energy sword, shocking even Rin. What the hell is this? The energy sword not only refused to obey, but also frantically sucked back Rin's mana, forcing her to strain to resist. Worse still, the sword was stuck fast to her hand, impossible to let go of, and the situation began to turn dangerous. Rin struggled to resist, realizing that if this continued, the daggers would drain all her mana. Meanwhile, Kella was studying a grimoire, discovering it was created right in this dungeon and contained basic spells based on its information. Shrills sat on the throne, flipping through the book with a frown, unable to understand why these basic spells were so unfamiliar, and the skill of their creator was immeasurable. Suddenly, Shrills froze, her eyes wide as if she had just discovered a horrifying detail in the book. A piercing scream echoed from afar, and Kella startled, turning sharply, worried. What was that sound? Did something happen to Rin? Wood immediately stood up, intending to rush to check, but Shrills coldly stopped him. It's fine. Just let Rin handle it herself. Seeing Wood still confused, Shrills casually explained, "She's just cooking, leave her be." Kella stood beside her, speechless at Shrill's absurd reason, only able to reply with a helpless yes. From behind the door, a miserable growl echoed, proving that Rin's cooking session was anything but simple. Inside, Rin gritted her teeth, screaming in her mind, trying to find a way to control the daggers that were going wild. Rin recalled the past, when she secretly stood afar, observing all of Kella's training sessions, not wanting to miss a single second of her master getting beaten up or about to give up. She had memorized every lesson, all with a single goal, to one day be able to teach Kella herself. Rin's eyes flashed with determination, and she strained, rummaging through her memories. There has to be a way to control these daggers. Remember, memories flooded back. A demon instructor held up a sword and began his lecture. Enchanted weapons are stronger than ordinary ones, but useless if the user is an incompetent fool. The instructor continued, his sword flaring with green magic power. Basically, to control a magic sword, you must grasp its essence. Rin listened intently, her mind raced. The essence of a magic sword. Another memory appeared, a hand controlling a magical flame. The female demon instructor's voice echoed, "If you don't want to be controlled by the power, you must know how to shape your magic power as you wish." The female demon instructor sneered, the fireball in her hand blazing brightly. "You small fry can only release magic power haphazardly, but with intense concentration, you can create shapes like this." Rin realized, finally finding the key. Intense concentration to shape my magic power. Immediately, Rin screamed, straining with all her might, forcing her chaotic purple magic power to conform to the essence and shape of the daggers, determined to tame them. Rin had found the key. She focused on synchronizing her magic power with the daggers, determined to make them her own. The process was excruciatingly painful. Rin gritted her teeth and strained, yelling at the weapons to obey. She roared, her eyes blazing as she asserted absolute ownership. "I am your master." Purple magic power erupted, completely enveloping the daggers, and she screamed, transforming her will into power. "It's all for Kella," she screamed, determined that if she couldn't tame these puny weapons, she wouldn't be able to protect her master from the White Talkin' Squad. A surge of immense energy was unleashed. Rin had completely broken the weapon's resistance, officially mastering them. Panting and drenched in sweat, she had succeeded. Without wasting a second, Rin lunged forward and plunged her daggers into the mole beast's hide, shouting in delight. Success. Now, she stood there in the stance of a conqueror, her daggers completely tamed, exuding a chilling aura. The weapons no longer drained her mana. Instead, Rin's magic power now flowed steadily around the blades, making them truly hers. Rin screamed in euphoria, reveling in the feeling of completely mastering the magic swords after breaking their resistance. Meanwhile, Kella began to grow impatient, muttering that this preparation was taking too long. He was about to stand up and check when Shrills held his arm, signaling him to calmly watch the show. Suddenly, Rin burst through the door, carrying a tray piled high with sliced monster meat, and shouted, "The food is ready." The group was bewildered. Kella asked what had happened, as they had clearly heard her scream, but Rin just casually brushed it off. She quickly denied that anything had happened, but the beads of sweat on her face betrayed everything, and Wood didn't hesitate to point it out. Shrills smiled meaningfully, praising Rin for handling it 10 times faster than expected, and questioning, could she possess an innate talent for sword aura? Hearing the strange term, Rin looked bewildered and asked again, completely clueless as to what sword aura was. Shrills flipped open the grimoire, explaining that these giant mole beasts were essentially paper-thin, extremely weak, and would die as soon as they surfaced. But the problem was that underground, their skin was almost impenetrable. Only formidable swordsmen capable of using sword aura could hope to cut through it. Rin's jaw dropped. She finally understood why the monster's skin had been as hard as steel when she butchered it. Wood offered a compliment on Rin's butchering skills, making her visibly pleased despite her protests. Kella, acting like a master, gently lifted Rin's chin and praised her with a well done. A critical hit to the maid's heart. Kella chuckled with delight, declaring that he would devour this sumptuous meat feast. Severely damaged, Rin blushed furiously, stammering her assent in a daze before her lord. Acknowledged by her master, Rin felt a surge of morale, vowing to grow stronger herself to forever stand by Kella's side. Witnessing Rin's growth, Shrills began to question herself, believing that the team's biggest problem wasn't anyone else but herself. She recalled recent battles, bitterly admitting that she was completely dead weight, unable to offer much help. Shrills told herself that blaming the terrain for her inability to use magic was just an excuse. She had to find a way to be formidable in any situation. The scene shifted to the cave ceiling, signaling that a new grinding phase was about to begin. Beside the mysterious magic book, Shrills began to circulate her energy, and purple magic power erupted fiercely. Meditating, Shrills recalled the Demon King's dying words. "Father entrusted Kella to me." She bitterly admitted that she always had to rely on Kella, and if Curdley appeared now, she would only serve as a human shield. Shrills compared their skill levels, realizing she was only a level 4 mage, while Curdley was at least level 6, an unbridgeable gap. Unable to sit and wait for death, Shrills decided to go all out, pulling out a dark stone to force her level up through extreme measures. This was a black light stone of the Dark Tribe, a dirty buff that exchanged life for power, but for the Demon King's command, and to protect Kella, she accepted everything. This meager lifespan, I am ready to offer it. Shrills resolutely brought the stone to her mouth, preparing to swallow it. At that life or death moment, the discarded grimoire suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light. Shrills was stunned as the book automatically floated up and opened right before her. Could it be reacting to my magic power? Shrills had no idea what was happening as the book rapidly flipped through its pages. The grimoire shot out a series of golden ancient characters, looking like an emergency system update. The shimmering golden characters wrapped tightly around Shrills. She realized this was the ancient language she could never decipher. Without further ado, all the ancient characters converged into a massive stream of light, preparing to surge directly into Shrills. The extremely powerful energy stream struck Shrills directly. She only had time to let out a horrified scream before being engulfed. Bone-piercing pain assailed her. Shrills screamed in despair as her body was forced to accept an overwhelming source of power. After the shock, Shrills found herself standing in a strange, crimson space, her body enveloped in a pink aura. She looked around blankly, completely unaware of where she had been dragged. A mysterious demon woman suddenly appeared, declaring, "O inheritor of the great demon king's power, you have finally found me within the cycle of reincarnation." Shrills immediately took a defensive stance. She guessed the book had activated her foster father's power within her, and questioned the stranger's identity. "Who are you? One of Demon King Hel Khaldun's followers?" The mysterious demon woman calmly denied it, further confusing Shrills, who pressed her, asking why the book reacted to the Demon King's magic power. The mysterious demon woman revealed that the one she served was the sole god of this world, the former Demon King Turk Khaldun. Shrills was deeply shocked, screaming, "Former Demon King? You mean Turk Khaldun?" and received a cold confirmation. Completely collapsing, Shrills fell to her knees, her voice trembling. "It can't be. How can such a destiny exist?" The mysterious demon woman spoke with overwhelming authority, stating that destiny was unavoidable, and this encounter was the will of the timeline itself. Trying to regain her composure, Shrills pressed, asking if Turk Khaldun himself had created this dungeon. Along with an illusion of Turk Khaldun, the mysterious demon woman confirmed that they had traveled everywhere, leaving their marks, paving the way for successors to achieve true enlightenment. The two words enlightenment struck Shrills' mind. She realized her presence here was no coincidence. Shrills sprang to her feet, demanding to join and move forward together, but then cried out in pain that Demon King Hel Khaldun had been killed by humans. The mysterious demon woman poured cold water on her, clarifying that she was not a living entity, merely a magic spell, a remnant of power, and could only assist the one who activated it. Shrills gritted her teeth, finally understanding. "Just as I thought. There's no way she's still alive." Without beating around the bush, Shrills demanded that the mysterious demon woman show her how to break through to the fourth cycle, declaring that she needed power to protect Kella, the descendant of Demon King Turk. The mysterious demon woman seemed amused by her directness, but coldly stated, "Your breakthrough depends on your own skill level. It has nothing to do with me." She warned that in this abyss, Shrills would experience being ground into dust, a pain bordering on death, and only those who could endure it would have a chance to level up. Even as she writhed in agony, Shrills still screamed, asserting that she could do it, and begging for a chance. The mysterious demon woman laid out the final condition, an exorbitant price. The pain would last for what felt like 14 years in the real world, and if she couldn't bear it, she would perish. The two words death pierced Shrills' mind. She understood this was no joke. Images of Kella flashed through Shrills' mind, from when he was a weak boy until he awakened his demonic power. Shrills' eyes sharpened. She gritted her teeth and declared that her sole reason for existence was to protect Kella. If she couldn't do that, living would be meaningless. "Therefore, I am ready to accept that pain," Shrills screamed, fully confronting the challenge. "Good." The mysterious demon woman acknowledged Shrills' will. Her spectral hand reached out, officially initiating the life or death test. The mysterious demon woman declared bluntly, "From now on, I will tear apart all the magic you've learned, and use my own magic power to rebuild it from scratch." Shrills gritted her teeth, her body beginning to be torn apart by the terrifying energy stream that had just been activated. A series of magic circles swirled around Shrills, brutally draining and dissolving her magic power, causing her to let out a desperate scream. Despite enduring unprecedented pain and horror, Shrills braced herself, telling herself, "For my goal, I must grit my teeth and bear it." The mysterious demon woman smirked, her lifeless eyes watching the process as she issued a challenge. "Now, let's see how long you can last." Shrills' entire body convulsed, veins bulging across her face as her soul and body were ground and crushed in extreme pain. Meanwhile, in the real world, Kella was preparing a meal, carrying a plate of fresh meat into the dungeon. Kella began to feel uneasy, a premonition of trouble, as Shrills had said she was going to check the dungeon but had been gone all day. While muttering to himself, Kella froze when he discovered a gigantic, mottled purple cocoon forming right before him. Inside the cocoon, Shrills was still writhing in the process of transformation, her body already showing clear signs of change under the influence of magic power. Kella rushed frantically towards the purple cocoon, dropping his plate of meat. "What the hell is this?" His hand was blocked by an invisible force, and Kella realized it was a magic barrier. Kella strained, trying to pierce through the barrier with his power, but it was useless. The purple magic pushed him back. Gritting his teeth, Kella roared, determined to break it immediately. "Wake up, Shrills!" Inside, Shrills was unconscious, blood gushing from her mouth and eyes, looking as if she were going through hell. Meanwhile, the White Talkin' Squad had tracked them to a desolate wasteland. Kalka reported that the unicorn's memories confirmed Kellis' group had been here, and Curdly added that this place was an archipelago. Scout intel showed there were 427 islands, and Kalka was utterly disheartened upon hearing it. What? How long will it take to search that many? The white-haired leader remained nonchalant, believing that Kella hiding in this corner was easier to deal with than letting him run wild across the continent. Drawing his sword, which emanated a chilling aura, the leader declared confidently that now they just needed to turn over every island. The white-haired leader swung his sword, unleashing a barrage of icy energy slashes that swept across the area. The attack shattered the ground, demonstrating a superior level of power. Kalka and Audria froze, their faces pale at this terrifying display of power. While Curdly maintained a poker face, the young Deed was visibly excited, his eyes shining brightly. Whoa, wow. The white-haired leader turned back, a confident smirk on his face. All right, he ordered the squad. Everyone split up and search. Find out where that brat Kella is hiding. At the same time, Kella was frantically attacking the energy cocoon surrounding Shrills, but to no avail. He roared in helplessness, unable to understand what this monstrous thing was made of that it was so hard, showing no signs of cracking. Inside, Shrills was dying, blood continuously pouring from her eyes and mouth, in an extremely critical condition. Kella was in utter panic, screaming his determination to save Shrills at all costs. He couldn't lose her here. Kella was still frantically punching the pink energy cocoon, but all his efforts were futile. He was completely helpless. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed, startling Kella, who wondered in confusion. There are only a few islands here. Could it be an earthquake? At the same time, on a distant cliff, two scout bird monsters with glowing purple eyes were on guard duty. One immediately took flight, soaring out to sea to investigate the source of the anomaly. Its purple eye scanned the area and quickly locked onto a target. It turned out to be the white-haired leader of the Talcan squad, standing amidst a scorched land, his arrogant demeanor as if he owned the world. As soon as the scouts detected the enemy, the Eye of Stone, the dungeon core slime, also lit up brightly. Trapped in a cage, Stone began blaring a red alert signal. Kella froze as a control panel appeared before him, announcing, "Stone is sending an emergency signal." He widened his eyes, reading the updated information from Stone, his face changing color. What? It says they found a group dressed in white. Kella broke out in a cold sweat as he looked at Shrills trapped in the energy sphere, realizing that the enemies who had tracked them all the way here were the White Talcan squad. He gritted his teeth, bitter that Shrills had probably been captured by that sorceress Curdly. Realizing the situation was out of control, Kella decided to flee immediately, because if they were discovered, they would all be doomed. He yelled from a distance, ordering Rin and Wood, "Get ready to get into the shelter immediately." Kella explained in a panic that the White Talcan squad was closing in on their base, and they had to hide immediately, not knowing when they would storm in. Rin and Wood froze, realizing the earthquake earlier was caused by the enemy, and Rin even intended to rush to save Commander Shrills. Kella ran and shouted, crushing their hopes. "There's no time. Shrills has already been hit by Curdly's magic." The three rushed to a large chest, which Kella pushed aside to reveal a secret underground passage, secretly glad he had prepared an escape route. Without a second's hesitation, Kella, Rin, and Wood all jumped straight down into the dark hole of the shelter. Inside the narrow passage, Kella and Rin hid behind a corner, holding their breath in extreme tension. Inside the shelter, Kella roared in helplessness, blaming himself for being unable to do anything to save Shrills. The entrance to the shelter, a stone chest, emitted a blue light before slamming shut, completely sealing the way in. In the night sky, a white-haired figure in an all-white outfit descended from above, amidst a battlefield still lingering with smoke and fire. The white-haired man landed with extreme coolness, his face emotionless, the killing intent emanating from his eyes, making the air feel thick. He stood tall before the entrance to Kella's base, now a desolate wasteland, and began sniffing around. The white-haired man smirked, muttering disdainfully, "What a disgusting magical aura." On a high rock, one of Kella's scout bird monsters was observing every move of the intruder. Stone, the dungeon core slime, emitted an urgent alarm signal, and Kella immediately understood. "What? It says he's landed right in front of the dungeon entrance?" Kella frantically informed Rin and Wood. "It says it's a white-haired man with a sword." All three froze in the darkness of the shelter. Rin's eyes widened, fangs bared in shock, and she screamed, "A white-haired man? Could it be Killian? Talcan's swordsman?" Kella broke into a sweat, realizing the dire situation. If he sees through the illusion covering the entrance, we're definitely doomed. Outside, Killian, in his all-white outfit, strode confidently towards the stone wall, his overwhelming aura dominating the entire area. The white-haired knight reached out, preparing to touch the empty space before him, where the dungeon entrance was hidden. The moment his hand touched it, a purple magical barrier appeared in a grid pattern, proving the illusion had been detected. Killian paused, his sharp eyes showing no surprise, and he muttered, "An illusion, huh?" His hand rested on his sword hilt, his voice as cold as ice. "So this is where you're hiding." Killing intent erupted. Killian growled, the sword in his hand beginning to gather brilliant blue energy. "I'll see your face soon, Kella." Stone on Kella's shoulder shrieked loudly, and Kella gritted his teeth in panic. Damn it! He found the entrance. Killian prepared to draw his sword, the blue magical energy on his weapon, flaring violently, ready for a destructive blow. But then he stopped, a smug look on his face. Wait. If I blow up the island now, reinforcements will flood in. Dealing with a few small fry demons doesn't require them. Killian's face was emotionless, determined not to let Kella's underlings die by anyone else's hand, with the illusion of the demon brat behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, the white-haired knight stepped straight through the magical barrier, entering the dungeon. As soon as he set foot in enemy territory, Killian declared confidently, "I'll kill all of you myself." Inside, Kella was in utter panic as the dungeon core slime on his shoulder shrieked in alarm. He got into the dungeon? With no way out, Kella gritted his teeth and gave an order via the control panel, deciding to mobilize all the monsters in the dungeon for a full-scale attack. Immediately, a colossal stone golem was activated, its purple eye glowing brightly, ready for battle. Killian alone faced an entire army of monsters, led by the stone golems and mother spiders that lumbered out of the darkness. The knight merely smirked, calmly remarking, "Golems and treasure spiders. Quite an unexpected combination." True to his word, Killian swung his sword, unleashing a storm of blue sword energy that swept directly through the monster formation. A stone golem was struck, its body cracking open before shattering into countless fragments under the overwhelming power. Kella froze, unable to believe his entire monster horde had been wiped out in a single blow, while the dungeon core slime on his shoulder shrieked loudly in alarm. He broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that his recent minions weren't even strong enough to buy time. The enemy's power far exceeded all calculations. After clearing out the small fry, Killian calmly advanced deeper into the dungeon, facing a fork in the path. The knight merely sneered, showing no concern for the petty traps. With the confidence of a hunter, Killian nonchalantly declared that any path was fine, and strode forward. Kella's face went ashen when he realized that out of all the paths, the man had chosen the exact one leading to Shrill's. An image appeared, showing Shrill's in critical condition, covered in blood and unconscious. At the same time, somewhere else, an island was engulfed in raging flames. Amidst the ashes, a blonde elf knight clicked her tongue in annoyance, realizing she had come to the wrong place again. Amidst the chaotic scene, a mysterious white-haired woman calmly glided on a small boat, surrounded by glowing blue butterflies. The mysterious white-haired woman closed her eyes, her face cold and indifferent to the island burning fiercely behind her. Elsewhere, Kalka, a burly man from the White Talkin' squad, reported to his teammate, "Curdly, this isn't the island either." Deed, another member of the squad, was irritated by another dead end, muttering, "Another wasted effort. I really want to find it first." He grinned sinisterly, revealing his ambition to claim the kill. "If Captain Killian finds it first, I'll lose my chance to kill him myself." Back in the dungeon, Kella's bird monsters were on lookout duty on the treacherous cliffs. Kella rushed forward, the slime stone on his shoulder shrieking like a blaring alarm, signaling an extremely tense situation. Finally, Killian arrived, his icy gaze fixed on Shrill's, who lay unconscious on the ground. The white-haired knight smirked, his voice filled with pleasure as he confirmed his target, the Talcon traitor, Shrill's. The memory rewound to a younger, reckless Killian standing in the training ground, surrounded by battered recruits, all terrified by his power. A brown-haired recruit, despite his swollen face, struggled to his feet with an unyielding gaze, shouting, "It's not over yet. Come on, Killian, let's keep going." The Talcon commander growled at the bruised Killman. "Don't be ridiculous, Killman. You're his brother, don't you understand?" The young Killian glanced disdainfully, delivering a chilling remark. "You'll need another 100 years to catch up to me. Go train more." Killman yelled in frustration, then mumbled an apology to his overpowering younger brother. Killian recalled that ever since birth, he had fought side by side with his brother, sword in hand. But from that moment on, the life of a born genius was nothing but an unbearable string of tedious days. Standing from above, Killian looked down indifferently, ignoring the shouts from outside, urging Killman to just give up. But Killman, though battered, still roared defiantly, "Shut up, it's not over yet." Killian admitted that the only thing that ever made his heart race in his boring life was his older brother, Shrills. Kilman's appearance, like a wild beast struggling to survive, was the only thing that truly interested him. Killian thought to himself, that unyielding gaze always ignited a fire within him, and he only regretted that the two brothers couldn't train together. Killian refused the supplies, telling them to give them to the unpaid trainee, Shrills, because he didn't need them. He thought to himself about his troublemaking older brother. He always brings trouble upon himself, always barely surviving. The Talcan commander held the medicine box, openly surprised to see someone like Killian showing concern for others. The commander even teased Killian, asking if he had fallen for Shrills, but the young man coldly replied, "Handle it." Killian turned and walked away, leaving the commander to sigh. "Ha, how boring." An image of Kilman screaming flashed in Killian's mind, and he thought, if you're always so noisy, of course people will notice you. The commander called after him, remarking that Killian had persistently delivered the medicine for years now. He suggested Killian deliver the medicine himself this time, as he would be going on an expedition tomorrow, and might not meet them again for a few years. But Killian maintained his icy demeanor, brushing it off and repeating the command, "It's fine, just handle it." Night fell, moonlight illuminating the fortress towers, signaling an impending farewell. Killian recalled a youthful Shrills, bruised all over after a fight, angrily shouting, "Damn it, I should have won this time. How humiliating. Why am I the only one who has to rely on medicine like this?" In the memory, Shrills looked towards Killian with regret, thinking that if he had been by her side that day, they both could have become true White Talcan warriors together. She had once wanted to discard the ridiculous Demon King bloodline label to be recognized by her own strength. Shrills had once yearned to become a true powerhouse, a warrior who could stir Killian's heart and fight alongside him. But reality was too cruel. Shrills was dying, covered in blood, and Killian could only bitterly think that she had been consumed by her own ambition, which exceeded her capabilities. Back in the present, Killian tightened his grip on his sword hilt, his eyes icy. A decision made. He drew his sword, the blade flashing with a deadly blue light, muttering about cruel fate always being like a merciless slash. Without hesitation, Killian lunged forward, swinging his sword towards Shrills, who was engulfed in a chaotic surge of purple magic. The purple energy surrounding Shrills shattered like crystal under his sword strike. Killian stood coldly over Shrills' completely fallen body, ending the fate of his former comrade. After dealing with Shrills, Killian's eyes were utterly emotionless, cold as ice. Outside, Kella and his group were frantic, knowing Shrills was in danger but trapped by a magic barrier. Kella bitterly admitted that all his attacks were useless. They could only watch helplessly. Kella broke out in a cold sweat, his mind racing. If he's as strong as a Talcan warrior, how can my life energy be enough? This isn't a game. I'm really going to die this time. Suddenly, a terrifying killing intent washed over them, making Kella, Wood, and Rin freeze, their faces pale with shock. From the darkness, Killian calmly emerged, carrying the unconscious, Shrills like a trophy. He grabbed Shrills by the neck. Her body was limp, covered in blood, looking no different from dead. Killian casually tossed his former comrade onto the ground like a sack of garbage, right in front of Kella's group. He lifted his head, his sharp gaze sweeping over the small fry, the aura of a powerhouse overwhelming the entire space. Kella's face went ashen, stammering as he realized the hopeless situation. He came in alone. It's over. We're truly doomed. Killian stood tall over Shrills' blood-soaked body, coldly remarking, "An old dungeon, but with recent signs of activity." He smirked, his gaze piercing the darkness, calling out his praise name. "I know you're watching, Kella Calden. I don't want to call anyone else here." Killian held his sword to Shrills' throat, delivering an ultimatum. "If you want to save this little one of your bloodline, then drag your corpse out here right now." Immediately, he spun around, his gaze sharp as a dagger, piercing directly into Stone's monitoring eye hidden on the cliff face. "Has been discovered." Kella gritted his teeth, his mind desperately analyzing the situation. "Damn it, how do I save Shrills? Even if we all rush him, we don't stand a chance against Killian. I can't even handle his small fry, Curdly." Rin, her face expressionless, proposed a suicide plan. "Lord Kella, there's only one way. Wood and I will buy time against Killian." Kella froze as he heard the rest of the plan. "You must escape through the secret passage behind the statue." "What? You're telling me to abandon you and run alone?" Rin and Wood stood in front of him, their eyes resolute. "This is the only way for you to be safe. You are the heir to the Demon King's bloodline. You must live." Kella's jaw dropped, finally understanding the price. "But Rin, Wood, then you two will?" Rin erupted with purple magic, her voice a final strained command. "Lord Kella, remember this. No matter what, you must survive. Kella broke out in a cold sweat, stunned by the suicide plan of his two loyal subordinates. Killian stood still as a statue, allowing Wood to unleash a massive but useless purple magic attack. Rin and Wood unleashed their full power, roaring in fury. White Talkin' Squad. We will never forgive you for harming Lady Shrills. Killian merely smirked, his eyes contemptuous as if looking at worms. Just as I thought. Swarming insects. A single blow. Wood was sent flying, his plant defenses shattering like paper. Despite being heavily wounded, Wood strained to use his shield, urging, Lord Kella, I'll block his sight. Quickly escape. Kella gritted his teeth and turned to flee, his heart aching as he left behind his comrades and the unconscious Shrills. I'm sorry, Rin, Wood, Shrills. The horror of a gamer facing real death for the first time washed over him. This isn't a game. In games, you can revive after death, but not here. Rushing into the secret passage, Kella screamed in his mind, refusing to accept his own powerlessness. Am I to be this helpless again? I can't die like a coward. Seeing Kella was safe, Rin gritted her teeth, her expression a mix of relief and determination. He did it. Lord Kella has escaped. Whoosh. Killian unleashed a terrifyingly fast blue energy slash. Rin and Wood were flung away like puppets, the overwhelming attack giving them no time to react. Killian's eyes coldly swept around. Then he cut straight to the chase. Where is Kella? Rin roared, enveloping herself in purple magic as she charged forward. He was never here. Wood refused to stay put either, unleashing a full-force punch aimed at Killian. But the skill gap was too vast. Killian merely raised a hand and effortlessly blocked Wood's punch. Killian smirked contemptuously, his eyes as if looking at small fry. A demon and a dark elf, is that all you are? With that, he grabbed Rin by the neck, his sword already at her throat, giving her no time to resist. Slash. The sharp blade pierced Rin's throat. She could only widen her eyes in horror before blood gushed out. Having dealt with one, Killian turned and delivered a thunderous punch to Wood's face, sending him flying. Completely overwhelmed, Wood could only raise his shield to endure Killian's devastating punch. Killian gripped Wood's neck tightly, letting the dark elf struggle in desperation, trying to buy a little more time. Even with the blade at her throat, Rin defiantly growled. We will never reveal Kella's whereabouts. Killian replied coldly. I didn't ask. It would just make my job easier if Kella showed up. His eyes sharp as blades, he delivered his final verdict. Otherwise, I will slaughter all of you. Rin froze. She had never seen such terrifying eyes, not even among the most brutal demons. Killian's eyes were utterly devoid of emotion, empty as a bottomless abyss, sending chills down his opponent's spines. Killian tightened his grip, and Wood coughed up blood, unable to resist for another second. The sharp blade sliced across Rin's throat, fresh blood gushing out, ending all resistance. Facing the blade of death, Rin trembled, primal fear erupting. I am scared. I don't want to die. But then, the image of Kella with his confident smile flashed in her mind, giving her strength. Thinking of her master, Rin clenched her teeth, trying to suppress the searing pain from her bleeding wound. Fear was replaced by absolute loyalty, and she roared, Just kill me. For Lord Kella, I'm not afraid to die. Wood, though choking on his own blood, growled in agreement. Me too. Kella isn't here. Just kill us already. Killian looked at the resilient small fry coldly. Kella, I didn't expect your subordinates to be so loyal. He channeled energy into his hand, declaring, Then, out of respect, I will eliminate you all in one blow. Faced with the overwhelming power about to descend, both Wood and Rin were horrified, knowing for sure this was the end. Suddenly, a strange blue-haired figure darted forward like lightning, blocking the fatal attack right before their eyes. Kella, in a completely new blue-haired form, roared defiantly. Who are you calling subordinates? Killian coldly looked at his opponent, immediately recognizing his main target. So, you finally appeared, Kella. Rin and Wood, having just narrowly escaped death, were utterly shocked to see their master return, stammering incoherently. Lord Kella? Why? Why did you come back? Kella gritted his teeth, reminding himself that this wasn't a game. Death was final, there was no revival. Images of the group himself, Rin, Wood, and Shrills, fighting, traveling, and risking their lives together, flashed through his mind, strengthening Kella's resolve. With fiery eyes, Kella questioned himself. How could he abandon his friends at this moment? Kella tensed, shouting directly at Killian. Your target is me, isn't it? Let them go. Killian smirked, releasing Wood, who collapsed to the ground, coughing violently. Killian declared his sworn enmity. My brother died because of your father. That's why your entire Demon King bloodline. No. Your entire demon race will be wiped out by me. Kella bared his fangs, his eyes sparking with fire, and growled, I've met plenty like you, both in games and in real life. Without another word, Kella charged head-on into a deathmatch with Killian, their two swords clashing and sparking with green energy. Seeing her master risking his life, Rin cried out, wanting to rush in and help. It's too dangerous, Lord Kella. We will help too, Kella snapped, giving an absolute command while still fighting. This is an order. You two immediately take Shrills to safety. Rin still hesitated, unable to accept leaving her master alone. Wood held Rin back, his voice rational despite his exhaustion, as he helped the unconscious Shrills. It's an order, we must obey. Wood gritted his teeth, admitting the harsh truth. It's bitter, but right now, we're just a burden. Rin was stunned, unable to believe that someone as quiet as Wood could make such a decisive and painful choice. Kella turned back and shouted loudly, crushing any hope the other two had of staying. Go now, I said. This is an order. Rin gritted her teeth, swallowing back her tears, accepting her master's bitter command. As she and Wood helped Shrills retreat, Rin shouted back in desperation. Understood, Kella. But in return, you absolutely must come back alive. Free from distractions, Kella and Killian plunged into a sudden, fierce battle, their sword energies clashing with sparks. Killian glanced towards Rin's fleeing group, clearly distracted and intending to pursue them. Seeing his opponent distracted, Kella roared, swinging his sword to force Killian to focus on him. Where are you looking? Focus on me, Killian smirked, mocking his opponent's stalling tactic. So you're trying to buy time for your insignificant subordinates to escape. The Demon King's bloodline having human emotions. Huh? Finishing his words, Killian launched an overwhelming attack, growling, That kindness is your limit. Kella was sent flying like a toy, completely unable to resist the vast difference in power. Killian stood there with a condescending air, declaring firmly after defeating his opponent, With this strike, the Demon King's bloodline will end here. Sent flying, Kella bitterly admitted. This guy is on a completely different level. Is this what it feels like to face a truly strong opponent? The pressure from Killian made Kella tremble, his body stiff. He knew well that at his current level, a single sword strike would instantly kill him. Cornered, Kella gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down, deciding he could no longer hold back. I'm going to die anyway, Kella roared, his eyes blazing with pink-purple magic, deciding to unleash all of the Demon King's power for an all-out fight. He channeled all his energy into his sword, shouted, Fight to the death, and prepared to unleash an all-in attack. A massive pink-purple sword energy blast shot straight towards Killian, an all-or-nothing strike. The two streams of power collided violently. Kella poured all his strength into the desperate attack, determined not to let his opponent win easily. Killian was stunned, feeling that surge of power, realizing a truth. So Shrills wasn't the only one who nullified Arsol's power. After the outburst, Kella realized his senses had been enhanced, his eyes gleaming with a ray of hope. I see it. I can see Killian's sword path. Kella felt new power surging within him, feeling as if he had transformed into a different person. Killian acknowledged Kella was indeed genuine, carrying the Demon King's bloodline, but he still maintained a condescending attitude. But the skill gap was insurmountable. Killian growled, asserting that the outcome wouldn't change, then launched an overwhelming attack, sending Kella flying. The impact created a terrifying shockwave, shattering the surrounding rocks and earth. Kella braced himself, resisting, unable to believe that an individual's power could be this insane. In the distance, Rin and Wood were carrying Shrills, fleeing as the entire dungeon began to collapse. She worried for Kella's life. Wood remained calm, reminding Rin that the top priority was to obey their master's command and get Shrills to safety. Rin gritted her teeth in helplessness, wishing Shrills could wake up right now to turn the tide. All three rushed towards the exit before the dungeon completely collapsed. Rin replied with a trembling voice, though her heart was burning with anxiety. Kella roared, channeling all his magic into his sword, making it explode with fierce pink-purple energy. Without a moment's hesitation, Kella charged straight at Killian, swinging a slash that grazed his enemy. Killian was slightly surprised, muttering, Unbelievable. Such crude swordsmanship actually managed to graze my cloak. Kella gritted his teeth, enduring, thinking that it was only thanks to his past sword training that he could hold on. But his body was overloading, unable to fully control this power. The more he used it, the more Kella's hands cracked, feeling as if his entire body was about to be torn apart from within. He realized that if the battle dragged on, his body would perish before he could defeat his opponent. Killian parried the attack, mocking, Sacrificing your life to save your subordinates? How foolish, Kella roared back. Shut up, Kella yelled, asserting once more. I told you, they are not my subordinates. Finishing his words, Kella charged with all his might. The two streams of pink and blue sword energy collided, creating a terrifying energy explosion. Amidst the battle, an illusion of the mighty Demon King statue suddenly appeared, exuding an overwhelming aura. Killian glanced, realizing that such a noisy battle must have attracted his comrades' attention. Playtime's over, Killian declared, and unleashed an extremely powerful strike, knocking Kella's sword away. Kella's sword was sent flying into the air, then plunged into the ground, signaling its master's complete defeat. Weaponless, Kella could only roar in helplessness as he faced a completely superior enemy. Without a moment's hesitation, Killian lunged forward, thrusting his blue energy sword straight through Kella's chest. Killian leaned close, coldly declaring his motive for revenge. Go to hell and meet your father. Remember to tell him I killed you, to avenge my brother. The energy from Killian's sword exploded, burning Kella from within, making him scream in agony. Kella's body began to disintegrate. He desperately realized his regeneration ability had reached its limit, and death was inevitable. Just as she escaped the gate, Rin sighed in relief. We finally made it out. Now we just need to find a safe island. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Rin, realizing the dungeon was about to collapse completely, screamed in despair. What about Kella? Wood held Rin tightly, trying to stay calm. We have to save Shrills first, that's Kella's order. Rin growled, refusing to accept the harsh truth. Is that all? Is that really all we need to do? The image of Kella returning to save them flashed in her mind. Rin gritted her teeth. Kella came back for us. Just for one order, and, with tears welling up, she cried out the agonizing question. Is it really okay for us to just run away like this? Wood remained silent, his gaze complex as he looked at his crumbling comrade. After a moment, he finally spoke, admitting, You're right, the order was only to get Shrills to safety. Wood cleverly bent the rules. After that, there was no order. Hearing this, Rin's eyes lit up, and she bared her fangs in a determined smile. Back on the battlefield, Kella was erupting in a storm of lightning magic, furiously charging to attack the blue-haired swordsman, who had just appeared. Kella screamed in pain, Killian's blue flames burning his body, completely overwhelming his regeneration. From the shadows, Rin and Wood burst out like a whirlwind, roaring with deadly resolve. Stay away from Kella! Killian was momentarily surprised by the intervention, while Kella, having taken a fatal blow, coughed up blood. Rin bravely charged in, using her pair of purple daggers to block Killian's sword, but the monster merely sneered. Just another fly. Immediately, Wood launched an attack from behind, giant tree roots emerging from the ground, tightly coiling around Killian. Bound tightly, Killian didn't even flinch, his icy gaze fixed on the struggling small fry. Kella, despite his severe injuries, yelled at his comrades. Why did you come back? I told you to run. Rin gritted her teeth in response, her daggers glowing brightly. We brought Shrills to safety. After that, your order expired. Wood continued, his eyes unwavering, stating firmly, We will fight alongside you to the very end. Hearing his comrade's oath of life and death, Kella was speechless, only able to grit his teeth and call them idiots. Kella wondered, if it were his previous life, would he ever have found comrades willing to risk their lives for him like this? The answer echoed back, certainly not. His past only held a drunken father who used him as a punching bag every day. The friends he once called comrades were just a bunch of two-faced people, always envious and never truly sincere. To escape that trashy reality, he buried himself in the world of games, where power was everything. He once thought he would be forever alone, belonging nowhere. But now, with people willing to stake their lives for him, Kella could only whisper a heartfelt thank you. He couldn't waste this golden opportunity. Kella poured all his remaining magic, pink-purple energy violently exploding around his fist. This time, I'm not alone. Kella gritted his teeth, knowing that Rin and Wood were buying him precious seconds to unleash his attack. Even with only a faint glimmer of hope, Kella let out a roar and charged straight forward, putting everything into one life-or-death blow. I won't give up. The magic-infused punch aimed directly at Killian, who was still tightly bound by the tree roots. Killian swung his sword, exuding the aura of a superior being, mocking Kella's efforts as mere struggles in his final moments. Despite their injuries, Kella and Rin stood firm, their necks strained in defiance. Come at us, Killian. Killian's cold gaze was in stark contrast to Kella's wild, unyielding expression, asserting one thing: we will never back down. On a nearby island, an unfamiliar blue-haired swordsman confirmed. Captain Killian has definitely gone inside. The blue-haired swordsman, riding a beast made of blue energy, rushed over, scoffing. "Aha, Captain, are you enjoying yourself alone?" Deed, a member of the White Talkin' Squad, revealed himself with a sinister smile and bloodshot eyes, declaring he wouldn't let the fun end early. Elsewhere, Shrills was gasping for breath amidst the rubble, her entire body covered in injuries. Even with one eye swollen shut and blood all over her face, Shrills still hadn't fallen. Shrills's remaining eye suddenly flared with purple magic, signaling a resistance that could not be underestimated. At the same time, an unknown hand gathered a blazing blue lightning orb, preparing to intervene in the battle. Killian descended like a god, his twin blue energy swords pressing down fiercely, forcing Wood to strain himself to defend with his shield. Rin also gritted her teeth, enduring the attack, her daggers almost breaking under the terrifying pressure of Killian's assault. Clang! The defense shattered. A clean slash from Killian tore through his opponent's shoulder, fresh blood splattering. Killian glanced at the small fry with contempt, sneering. "Do you really think you can overwhelm me with sheer numbers?" Kella strained, his body worn out to its limit, bitterly admitting, "Damn it, even all three of us combined aren't strong enough." Elsewhere, Shrills was also dying, desperately thinking that they were all about to die meaningless deaths. Despite the dire situation, Kella roared, his eyes blazing, "I told you, this is my battle." Rin stood up straight, radiating killing intent, firmly declaring that there was no turning back, and she had made her decision. Wood also raised his shield, his eyes resolute, affirming that he would stand by Kella until the very end. Kella was stunned, completely speechless by his comrade's absolute loyalty. Killian, his eyes flashing, declared firmly, "What's there to worry about? You'll all die by my hand anyway." Kella gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down him, desperately realizing this might be the end. Suddenly, a massive surge of purple magic tore through space, hurtling straight into the battlefield and startling Kella. Boom! The unexpected energy explosion stunned both Kella and Killian, leaving them bewildered as to what had just happened. Kella's face was covered in blood, while Killian was coldly vigilant, both sharing the same question: who just interfered? Amidst the purple smoke, two figures appeared, and a confident voice rang out. "So that's how it is. I understand. Reinforcements have arrived." Shrills appeared in full power state, purple magic surging, asking lightly, "Have you been waiting long? It's good that you're all okay." Kella's eyes widened, unable to believe Shrills was alive and stronger than before, while Killian also eyed the new opponent warily. In the distance, Rin and Wood also burst into joy. Finally, the cavalry had arrived. Kella's hair was tinged with purple magic, and he panted beside Shrills, bitterly admitting, "Boss, this is ridiculous. That bastard still managed to scratch me." Shrills stood over Kella, who was lying on the ground, purple magic surging, and coldly uttered, "Shut up." Facing the enemy, Shrills growled, her eyes sharp. "Killian, of the White Talcan, I finally meet you." Killian narrowed his eyes, recognizing his new opponent as Shrills, and couldn't help but be astonished, wondering what hell she must have endured to gain this power. Killian acknowledged Shrill's strength, admitting he never imagined she, a descendant of the great demon, would one day surpass even Curdly. Shrills concentrated her magic, briefly explaining her power-up. "I was in the abyss, twice as long as expected." Shrill's entire body erupted with purple magic, magic circles appearing beneath her feet, and she roared, "This is the power of the 6 rings." In the distance, Rin and Wood gaped, deeply shocked by their comrade's incredible leap in power. Kella was no better, gritting his teeth and muttering in disbelief that a 4-ring mage could ascend directly to 6-ring in such a short time. Killian looked at Kella, but his mind turned to Shrills, admitting that she always amazed him. Killian's eyes flashed with light. He wasn't afraid at all, but rather, extremely excited. And now, this makes my heart pound. As soon as she reached 6-ring, Shrills immediately turned the tide. She roared, "You will rest," and cast the wide area spell, Dark Rebirth. Purple magic power enveloped Kella. He gritted his teeth and endured as the fatal wounds on his body were healed at an incredible speed. Rin and Wood were also completely healed. Both gaped as they felt the recovery speed was even more terrifying than before. Killian's eyes flashed with a haunting blue light. He realized a truth. Shrills looked directly at her opponent, her gaze sharp and cold. The aura of a true powerhouse had returned. Killian didn't flinch at all. Instead, he growled possessively. "So, it turns out I want you, Shrills." Seeing Killian dare disrespect her comrade, Shrills flew into a rage. She rushed forward and unleashed the fog of oblivion. "Killian, you dare target my comrade?" Killian was slightly surprised when a strange surge of magic power attacked him. A band of purple magical fog obscured Killian's vision. He muttered, "This Killian realized immediately that this magic was completely different from Curdley's binding magic, a type of power he had never faced. Hit by the fog of oblivion, Killian closed his eyes, calmly analyzing the situation to find a way out of the predicament. Even though he was blind, Killian still stood firm, his body tensed and ready to deal with any attack from all directions. This monster realized he had to deal with these trash attackers before finding a way to dispel the magic on his eyes. Rin rushed in, slashing furiously, but gaped in astonishment. He's blind, yet he can still dodge all fatal blows? Kella also furiously charged forward, roaring bastard. When his sword strike was also blocked by Killian, the purple magical band obscured Killian's eyes, but he still dodged all attacks with pure instinct alone. Srills acknowledged her opponent's skill, truly a formidable force from the White Talkin. She then unleashed her trump card, Dark Water of Corruption. A stream of pitch-black magical water shot straight at Killian. He froze, unable to react in time. The dark magic hit Killian's shoulder armor, beginning to corrode and spread. Killian quickly brought his hand to his shoulder, trying to stop the strange magic invading his body. Killian tensed his body against the dark magic gnawing at him, but the purple band still tightly covered his eyes. His armor is breaking. Go! Srills yelled, ordering a full-scale attack at the golden moment. Seizing the opportunity, Wood poured all his strength into rushing forward, swinging his giant wooden shield straight into Killian. Thud! Wood's full-force blow made the knight lose his balance, creating a fatal opening. Ah! Rin didn't miss either, rushing in from another angle, the pair of daggers in her hands striking down like lightning. Kella also joined the fray, his blue energy sword clashing fiercely with Killian's weapon. Amidst the chaos, Shrills unleashed her next trump card. The magic circle beneath her feet exploded. Spikes of greed. Purple magical vines shot out from the ground, wrapping tightly around Killian's legs. Unexpectedly bound by the legs, Killian only had time to look down as the energy spikes tightened around him. The knight merely smirked, his voice calm. Dealing with this spell isn't difficult, but losing my senses is a bit troublesome. Blinded and bound by the legs, Killian remained unfazed. He muttered, "First I have to deal with this magic," while simultaneously unleashing sword aura to dispel it. Shrills immediately realized his intention. She frantically yelled, urging Kella to launch a swift attack before Killian could use his sword aura to escape the enchantment. Kella roared in response. He knew this was the only chance and poured all his strength into his pink-purple energy sword. Accepting that his body would be shattered, Kella charged forward at terrifying speed, determined to unleash an all-out strike. Whoosh! Kella's sword delivered a fatal blow to Killian. Blood splattered everywhere. One of the knight's arms was severed, but the detached hand still gripped the sword, hovering in midair. Blood gushed from his shoulder, but Killian seemed completely unfazed, utterly calm despite the fatal wound. Kella froze, his entire body trembling from deep shock. I aimed for his head. Even though he was blind and had lost an arm, Killian still dodged the finishing blow, even managing to snatch Kella's sword right out of midair. Killian's dark magic power enveloped the sword he had just seized. He coldly called out a name. Shrills. Killian activated his power eye. 2 beams of blue light shot straight into the sky while purple energy surged around his eyes. Both Shrills and Kella turned pale, recognizing this deadly power, and yelled, warning Kella of the danger. Memories rewound to a desolate place, where 2 children were being led away by 2 adults in white cloaks. Young Kilman trembled as he asked his older brother, Killian, where their father was leading them, confessing that he was scared. The father turned back with a sinister smile, reassuring his 2 precious sons that today was a special day. He declared this was the day they would behold the light beast Lumiaran, and a giant white dragon appeared in the illusion. Kilman burst into tears, trembling as he asked if they had done anything wrong, because meeting a deity couldn't be that easy. The father laughed loudly, laying his cards on the table. Wrong? You are perfect. Perfect to be sacrifices for Lumiaran. The mother, a white-haired woman, appeared, coldly explaining that Lumiaran only desired the purest souls, and both of them met the requirements. The father placed his hand on Killian's shoulder, emphasizing that this son was special above all, born to be offered to Lumiaran. Young Killian was praised by his father, who said his skin was like snake scales, his blue eyes like a cold moon, born to be offered to Lumiaran. The father eagerly pointed forward, declaring they had arrived at the sacred altar and that a glorious destiny was approaching, that the village would be eternally blessed by Lumiaran. Kilman's eyes filled with tears, and he trembled as he asked his older brother if they were about to die after hearing the word sacrifice. In complete contrast, Killian coldly asserted, "No, I won't die. Neither will you." The Lumiaran cultists stood in a circle around an energy well, yelling, Offer the purest souls to the great Lumiaron. The father placed his hands on his two sons' shoulders, morbidly reassuring them that they would become a part of Lumiaron and live forever. The ritual succeeded. A fierce surge of blue-white magic power erupted as the light beast Lumiaron was summoned from the energy well. The giant, emotionless eye of the light beast Lumiaron opened, its overwhelming aura enveloping the entire area. The cruel mother pushed Kilman, who was crying out in fear, forward, coldly ordering, "Go, Lumiaron is waiting." The father also pushed Killian forward, but the boy was silent, his gaze not wavering before the insane smile of his progenitor. The fanatical father's voice echoed, "My son, Killian." As young Killian's eyes and the eye of the light beast Lumiaron were placed side by side, showing a deadly connection, a surge of sacred energy erupted. That was the light of the light beast Lumiaron. Back in the present, Killian roared, unleashing his newly awakened power, firing 2 destructive laser beams from his glowing eyes. Kella couldn't react in time, taking the full force of the blow and being knocked back, letting out a pained groan. Rin shared the same fate, pinned against the stone wall by another beam of light, screaming in agony. Wood gritted his teeth, raising his shield to block the attack, but the beam's power was too immense, mercilessly pushing him back. Shrills fell, sprawling, crying out in helplessness, as her dark magic was completely nullified by the divine light. Killian hovered in midair, spewing a torrent of hatred. "Kella, you've stolen everything from me. Your father killed my brother, you took Shrills, and now you've even taken my arm." With bloodshot eyes, Killian furiously declared, "So now, I'll show you an endless hell." Kella took a stance, his energy sword flaring, realizing this madman wouldn't stop until he killed him. Kella gripped his sword hilt, recognizing a golden opportunity. "He's lost an arm, this is my chance." Channeling a surge of blazing purple demonic energy, Kella growled a challenge. "Come at me, I'll send you to hell." 2 pairs of eyes sparked as they met, one side radiating boundless purple demonic energy, the other blinding blue divine power. The tension palpable. Shrills, despite being battered, was deeply shocked to feel Kella's mana suddenly explode with terrifying intensity. A glimmer of hope sparked in Shrill's eyes. She realized that with this power, their side might still have a chance to turn the tables. Just at the critical moment, a blue light flashed, and Killian's entire White Talkin' squad teleported in as reinforcements. Audria yelled for her boss, but then they all froze, stunned to see Killian had lost an arm. Shrills paled, cursing as she saw the enemy reinforcements arrive, hastily shouting a warning to Kella that the situation had turned unfavorable. But strangely, Kella seemed to pay no mind to the newly arrived underlings, much to Shrill's surprise. Shrills realized Kella was 100% focused on Killian, his gaze never leaving him for a second, completely ignoring the arrival of the reinforcements. Disregarding the petty reinforcements, Kella growled, his murderous intent solely fixed on one target. Kill. Right here. Right now. Killian was no pushover either. Despite losing an arm, his divine light power still erupted fiercely, ready to deliver a finishing blow. "I'll end this," Kella roared, his purple mana flaring to its maximum, determined to fight a battle to the death. Realizing this wasn't a favorable match, Shrills gritted her teeth, deciding to make a tactical retreat. "No. At this rate, we can't take on the entire White Talkin' squad." She activated her devouring darkness magic. Shrill's dark energy suddenly reached out, grabbing Rin, who was completely bewildered by what was happening. Wood shared the same fate, tightly bound by Shrill's shadowy tentacles in astonishment. Even Kella, who was fully focused on Killian, was enveloped by Shrill's magic from behind. A colossal dark maw appeared, swallowing Kella's entire team and vanishing without a trace. Executing a perfect tactical retreat, Killian stood alone on the battlefield, stunned to see his opponent disappear just before his decisive blow could be unleashed. He was utterly speechless, unable to believe his prey had escaped right under his nose in a situation that couldn't be more ridiculous. After Kella's team's miraculous escape, Killian and the White Talkin' squad could only stand frozen in the empty battlefield. Audria was the first to snap out of it, bitterly yelling, "Where did those demons go?" Kalka broke out in a cold sweat, recognizing the move as devouring darkness, and asking in horror, "I thought only 6th ring mages and above could use that spell?" Curdley, in contrast, analyzed with extreme calm, "That's absurd. There's no way to break through to the 6th ring in such a short amount of time." Curdley's sharp eyes glinted, as if she had realized another, even more terrifying possibility. Killian remained motionless, his back to his comrades, his severed arm still bleeding, a testament to a battle with no clear victor. He gritted his teeth, growling the name of the enemy who had escaped right under his nose. "Kella." Audrey saw her boss injury and flew into a rage, screaming, "Ah, the captain's arm! I swear I'll tear them apart." Kalka was also seething, unable to believe that Deed had been defeated while they were separated. Killian clenched his remaining fist, his eyes burning with deadly intent, silently vowing, "Just you wait. Next time, I'll finish you myself." Killian gnashed his teeth, his eyes sparking with a vow to inflict pain worse than death upon his enemy. A colossal pillar of dark magic swallowed the entire battlefield, teleporting Kella's whole team away in the blink of an eye. Still in a bloodthirsty frenzy, Kella stared blankly as his target suddenly vanished. "Killian is gone," he roared, his murderous intent still lingering. "Where did you run off to, Killian? Don't play hide-and-seek with me, come out now." Kella still couldn't accept the truth, screaming in vain as his enemy was no longer there for him to fight to the death. Just then, Shrills hugged Kella from behind, her voice reassuring. "It's all right, we're all safe." Kella startled out of his rage, stammering the name of the person who had just saved the team. Shrills coldly confirmed, "Killian is no longer here." Hearing that, Kella finally came to his senses, hastily asking about the other's condition. Rin and Wood appeared, both safe, though looking a bit battered after the battle. Rin smiled in relief, assuring Kella that everyone had escaped danger. Wood, his face full of emotion, admitted, "It's thanks to Shrills and Kella that all of us are still alive." Kella's eyes widened upon hearing this, his emotions overflowing. Collapsing, Kella no longer had any strength to stand. He sank to the ground, tears streaming down his face in relief. So lucky, truly so fortunate. Kella looked up at his battered but alive comrades, Wood, Rin, and Shrills, and thanked them for surviving. In the void, the four of them stood, the only survivors of the life-or-death battle. Shrills smirked smugly, as if to say she could handle anything. She cleared her throat, casually boasting, "Cough, just in case, I managed to hold on until I reached the 6th ring in the abyss. How fortunate." Suddenly, Kella rushed forward and embraced Shrills tightly, as if afraid she would vanish. Shrills froze completely at the unexpected action, while Kella whispered, "Thank goodness, Shrills. I thought Curdley had killed you and I would have to give you up." Still holding Shrills tightly, Kella's voice was hoarse. "Thank you for surviving." Shrills replied firmly, asserting her status. "Kella, how could I die and leave you behind? I promised to protect you to the very end." Witnessing the cheesy scene, Rin was completely dumbfounded, speechless. Kella released Shrills, then turned to the other two. "Rin and Wood, thank you both as well. If you two hadn't come back, the team would have truly been doomed." Rin quickly waved her hand, humbly replying that without Kella, they would have all been gone long ago, with Wood nodding vigorously beside her. Shrills summarized the battle, regretting that Killian wasn't completely incapacitated, but severing one of his arms and retreating safely was already a huge victory. Opportunities still remained. Kella was still reeling, muttering that he truly felt a weight lifted off him, now that everyone was safe. But immediately after, he tormented himself, realizing he was still a coward for having abandoned the entire team to escape alone. Seeing his comrades who had risked their lives for him, Kella gritted his teeth and swore, "I will never, ever run away again." His eyes blazed with fighting spirit. A vow was made. "From now on, I will become stronger than anyone." Kella looked around the unfamiliar city under the night sky, wondering, "But where exactly did we land?" Shrills explained that the Dark Eclipse skill allowed for instant teleportation, but the destination was completely random. Rin broke out in a cold sweat, her face pale. "So, does that mean we were thrown straight into the center of Talua?" Shrills immediately reassured them, stating that couldn't happen because this magic only worked in places with demonic energy. Kella understood the problem, declaring that the team needed to determine their current location immediately. Wood turned to ask Shrills directly, wondering how she could have broken through to the 6th ring in such a short amount of time. Shrills brushed it off, suggesting they go for a few drinks and Shed tell them later, as Shed been abstaining for decades, leaving everyone bewildered. Kella concluded, ordering the team to start moving and scouting the surroundings to assess the situation. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Curdley reported, "Captain, the bleeding has been stopped for now." Killian, though being treated, still gritted his teeth bitterly, admitting defeat. "I have failed you." Deed scoffed, taunting Killian. "Don't worry. You're still plenty strong even with one arm." Kalka roared, threatening to stab that loudmouth Deed to death right there if he kept running his mouth. Deed smirked, saying he was just kidding. Kalka then muttered that he almost kicked the bucket there himself. Audrey was furious, yelling that she couldn't accept the captain having an arm chopped off by those nobodies. Killian coldly admitted that he had underestimated the enemy, not expecting Shrills to have broken through to the 6th ring. Killian gritted his teeth, giving a bitter smile as he thought about being humiliated by Shrills. Deed growled, murderous intent flaring as he declared, "Captain, Shrills will die by my hand, and I will ensure it's extremely, extremely painful." Killian interrupted, his sharp eyes asserting his claim. "Deed, Shrills is mine, no matter the cost." Curdly reported from a distance, her tone serious. "Captain, your arm's condition is very bad." Curdly suggested retreating to the Talua base immediately to summon the 12 holy healers, but Audrea brushed her off, demanding they pursue the enemy to the end. Curdly kept a cool head, reporting the tense situation. "Currently, there's no way to track Kellis group. If we delay treating your arm, any future grafting magic will also be useless." Audrea was furious, yelling that she'd hunt them down herself. "Damn it! Then I'll hunt them down alone, even if I have to turn this entire continent upside down." Killian coldly shut down Audrea's idea, admitting that with Shriel's current power level, going alone would only make her prey, and ordered, "For now, all of us will return to Talua together." Audrea was still resentful, muttering that she couldn't believe she had to be wary of Shrills, an experimental subject of the White Talkin' Squad. While Curdly was treating his wound, Killian declared firmly, "But once my treatment is complete, I will hunt Kella and Shrills again." Killian's eyes blazed with fire, and he growled a vow that not a single one of them would escape his grasp. Scene change. Kella's team had arrived at a safe town, raising their glasses in celebration for narrowly escaping death. Shrills chugged beer like water, her face beaming with joy after the life-or-death battle, yelling, "Kia! Amazing!" The whole team gathered around. Kella sighed in relief that Shrills was as carefree as ever, while Rin and Wood were extremely curious, pressing their leader for the secret to reaching the 6th ring. Shrills put on a mysterious air, beginning to recount. "Well, the grimoire I found inside that statue's box was no ordinary item." Shrills began to explain. "That book reacted to my mana, activated itself, and dragged me into an abyss within it. And there I met a special person. A female demon with immense purple magic power appeared," Shrills revealed, "an 8-ring mage, Pharrell. She was once a comrade of the former Demon King Turk." Shrills smirked, correcting herself. "More accurately, I met her remnant, and she taught me a training method." Kella was completely shocked. An 8-ring mage, Turk's comrade? I can't believe a figure of such caliber was sealed in that book. Rin's jaw dropped, and she deduced. "So, does that mean that dungeon was originally created by the great Demon King Turk himself?" Shrills chuckled gleefully, purple magic power swirling in her hand. "Exactly. She said it was destiny. Perhaps Kella was led there by the bloodline of Demon King Turk." Kella pondered, realizing a serious problem. "So, it wasn't by my own will, but Turk's will that led us there?" He continued to think, his mind reeling. But how on earth could a dead person do something like that? The image of the mighty Demon King, Turk Khaldun, appeared in Kella's mind, and he came up with a bold hypothesis. Could the person you met in the abyss be Turk Khaldun himself? Kella began to piece everything together, his eyes sharp. If Demon King Turk could become an unexpected clue, Shrills began to explain, her tone mysterious, that the timeline in that abyss was completely different from reality. She smirked, took a gulp of beer, and stated casually, the time she was stuck in there was equivalent to 28 years in the real world. Rin's jaw dropped, so shocked her fangs showed. 28 years? That's a terrifying amount of training time. Shrills confirmed, her eyes flashing with a distant look, admitting it was a long, arduous period. Flashback begins. In that chaotic space, Shrill's body was constantly torn apart and regenerated by magic, a living hell that lasted every second, every minute. The remnant of Pharrell, an 8-ring mage, appeared and was the one who forced Shrills to break through to the 6th ring, even though she cursed her for the horrifying pain. Faced with Pharrell's composure, Shrills could only grit her teeth and endure, wondering what this monster had gone through to reach the 8-ring realm. Back in reality, Shrills shuddered, clenching her hand and deciding to dismiss the story. Anyway, there's no need to recount that hellish period. She glanced at Rin, saying she didn't want to go into detail, especially with someone as soft-hearted as Rin. Shrills smirked, asserting that she would keep the pain she endured in the abyss as her own secret. Rin was utterly shocked, yelling, "You mean you trained for decades just thinking of us?" Kella was speechless, blaming himself for being too useless, completely unaware, and unable to even protect her. Shrills scoffed, brushing it off. "Let's drop that topic. I'm back now with a proper 6th ring power level, so just congratulate me." Rin immediately did a complete turnaround, her eyes shining like a fanatic as she yelled, "Shrills, you're amazing, you're the best," which made Shrills burst out laughing gleefully. But Kella, with his analytical brain, immediately realized, she's smiling, but it feels like she's hiding something truly terrifying. Kella decided to change the subject, asking about their current location, and the answer was a nearby village that sells books. Shrills stood looking into the distance, revealing their location. This is the outskirts of Karda, the city of shadows hidden in the far west of the demon continent. Rin was astonished once again, as Karta was where all the knowledge of the demon race was concentrated, a giant living library. Shrills confirmed that it was a deeply hidden area, to the extent that humans hadn't even set foot in it. Rin was completely drained, complaining her whole body felt like it was falling apart, and asked the team for a moment to rest. Shrills explained nonchalantly that it was because Rin had been hit by Killian's blue sword energy, a type of toxic energy that even her healing magic couldn't completely cure. Kella recalled that deadly blue energy, a power that merely thinking about it was enough to make both him and Wood shudder. Kella concluded, deciding the group would stay here for a few days to recover their strength. The whole team found an inn in the dark city of Karta to use as a temporary base. While Wood and Rin were fast asleep, Kella announced that he needed to go out and take care of some business. As soon as she entered the room, Shrills immediately collapsed onto the bed, gasping in pain, showing that the price of breaking through her power was not cheap. During the night, Rin couldn't sleep. She pulled out her pair of daggers and pondered. If these daggers once belonged to Turk's comrade, is there something residing within them? Rin raised her daggers with determined eyes, summoning any entity lurking within the weapons to appear quickly. For a moment, Shrills recalled herself embracing Kella, selfishly thinking that if things continued like this. Meanwhile, Rin lay on the bed, her heart in turmoil as she realized she had a feeling Shrills would steal Kella away. Wood couldn't sleep either. He sat on the bed, silently looking at his shield. Recalling Kella's battered state after the battle, Wood secretly resolved, I must become stronger. He clenched his fist, vowing to become overwhelmingly powerful, so Kella would never have to suffer such pain again. In the dead of night, Kella snuck out into the inn's courtyard. He called out, It's safe now, come out, Stone. And the dungeon core slime obediently appeared from the magic bag. Kella secretly thought it was a good thing he learned the magic bag trick from Shrills. Otherwise, carrying this slime around would be a real backbreaker. He reflected, realizing he hadn't fully exploited his own potential, especially Kella's overwhelmingly powerful regeneration ability. Kella envisioned the Demon King's dominion power, a magic that allowed him to command monsters, and bitterly thought that if he had used it better, the battle with Killian wouldn't have been so difficult. Kella clenched his fist, chastising himself because in that critical situation, he had panicked too much and couldn't properly use even a single skill. Kella realized this body was continuously leveling up like in a game, and he resolved not to underestimate these increasingly powerful abilities. He clenched his hand, thinking about having to face Killian again. Together with Stone, Kella swung his sword, determined to find a way to fully control the Demon King's power in the City of Knowledge, Karda, at all costs. From the shadows, a masked girl in hood silently observed Kella. The masked girl's eyes flashed with a sharp, meaningful glint. In a secluded forest, a group of hooded mages was moving, with a giant black crow familiar flying above, leading the way. The black crow with glowing green eyes landed on the leader's arm. Hayden received intelligence from the crow, and he was deeply shocked. What? The White Talkin' Squad is injured? And the injured one is Killian? How the hell did that brat Kella manage to hurt him? The crow continued to transmit information, stunning Hayden a second time. Shrills has become a 6-ring mage? Hayden roared in fury, unable to believe it. Impossible. That thing is just an experiment. At best its skill would be stuck at 4-ring. The mysterious hooded figure spoke, his voice full of calculation. In any case, this is good news. It means Kella's group failed to capture the White Talkin' Squad. His golden eyes gleamed with cunning, as he secretly thought that now was the opportunity for Lord Hayden to capture them. Hayden growled, his face filled with murderous intent. Are you sure you can track down Kella's group, the ones who escaped even the White Talkin' Squad? Lie to me, and he'll throw you straight into hell. The hooded figure chuckled sinisterly, confidently declaring, Don't worry, I have no choice but to find them. After all, I know exactly where they are. Hayden lost his patience, roaring, Where? Tell me now. With a wide grin revealing sharp teeth, the mysterious figure revealed, Kella is currently in Karda, the hidden city of demons. The scene shifted to Karda, a bustling city with ancient architecture, where demons walked openly under the sunset sky. Meanwhile, Kella was enjoying his meal with an extremely satisfied expression. The group sat together, Kella musing, I was just thinking, if I could properly use the Demon King's power, we wouldn't have to be on the run like this. Rin immediately objected, encouraging her master. But you're getting stronger at an astonishing rate. Kella, you'll become even more powerful, which made Kella remind her to speak softly. Wood was worried about being careful not to reveal Kella's identity, when from the next table, some demons began to whisper about the bounty order for the Demon King's offspring that had just been issued in Talua. A beast-eared demon scoffed, disparaging Kella as the weakest among the Demon King's children, asserting that he would soon lose his head, and even regretting that Seldera was no longer alive. Hearing the insults, Shrill slammed the table and stood up, her face filled with murderous intent. These bastards! But Kella managed to hold her back in time. Rin was no less enraged, growling at Kella. Are you just going to let those arrogant bastards get away with this? In contrast to the two hot-headed women, Kella maintained a calm expression, waving his hand to signal, let's go somewhere else. Shrills was still furious, yelling to deal with the small fry, but Kella coldly retorted that even if they crushed them, it wouldn't change his reputation as a good-for-nothing. The group left. Rin still trying to encourage him, but you're really strong, Kella. You even cut off Killian's arm. Kella humbly admitted it was thanks to Shrills' support. Kella stood tall, his eyes resolute, declaring his plan to build the strongest dungeon, achieve great feats, and recruit overwhelmingly powerful allies so that all demons would change their perception of him. Shrills sighed, finally convinced by Kella's vision, and asked, all right, so where do we start? Kella revealed the first step, asking about the existence of an ancient library in the city, which housed all of the demons' oldest history and knowledge. Kella calculated. The next goal was to find an ancient book in the library, to boost his power. Their destination was the Carta Library, an ancient tower strictly guarded by an army of fully armored knights. The group arrived. Kella noted that the security here was unusually dense and immediately ordered Wood, check the map for me. Sense the structure of this building. Wood closed his eyes, concentrating. The power of the Enlightenment Stone began to activate. In just 1 second, Wood had scanned the entire structure of the library, reporting that there was a secret passage deep in the basement. He continued to report, sensing a distinct energy source emanating from a special room located in the deepest part. Kella was surprised that Wood could now sense energy. Wood explained that it might be due to gradually absorbing the power of the Enlightenment Stone, or simply because this energy source was too special. Shrills immediately concluded. No wonder, something's going on in that room, which is why they're guarding it so heavily. Kella quickly put 2 and 2 together, guessing that top-secret information about the Demon King might be hidden there. Without a moment's hesitation, Kella decisively ordered, Wood, find us a secret entry route. Wood reported nonchalantly, there's a small entrance on the side. The team entered the area. Shrills remarked, the architecture here is ancient as hell. Suddenly hearing a strange noise, Shrills immediately signaled, check it out. As soon as she saw the shadow of a guard, Shrills immediately unleashed her Shadow Veil skill, purple magic enveloping the entire team in an instant. A squad of pigtail knights, in full armor with prominent turquoise pigtails, was patrolling. The guards walked past, completely unaware of anyone's presence. After the guards were far away, Kella gave a concise compliment. Nice, Shrills. Wood continued to use his map-scanning ability, and a complex labyrinthine structure appeared in his mind. The group stood before a maze-like corridor. Wood confidently declared that this place was full of traps, but with his senses, they were just mosquitoes. Wood led the team in, making Shrills exclaim, our rookie is pretty awesome. No matter how dangerous a maze is, it's child's play for him. Just out of the labyrinth, Shrills confidently declared that common riffraff couldn't possibly pass this trial. No sooner had he spoken than Wood stepped on a glowing magic trap on the floor, activating the alarm system. The red alert blared loudly, startling the whole team, and Shrills was annoyed that her dark magic had been nullified in this area. Immediately, a squad of pigtail knights received the signal and rushed like an arrow to the scene. Rin frantically asked what to do now, and Kella quickly ordered the team to hide immediately in a blind spot. The pigtail knights arrived, scanned the area, and declared nonchalantly, there's nothing here, assuming it was another false alarm. One guard called out, saying no one could pass this labyrinth anyway, but still decided to report to the manager just to be safe. Meanwhile, the whole team was crammed into a narrow closet, and Kella blushed furiously, squeezed tightly between Rin and Shrills. After the guards left, Kella peeked out the door, sighing in relief that they had survived the ordeal. Kella immediately regained his composure, asked Wood about their current location, and was directed to a passage leading to a secret room at the end of the corridor. The whole team followed the stairs down to a deeper area. The atmosphere grew heavier and heavier. Wood confirmed they had arrived, a colossal, ancient, and imposing gate, leaving Rin gaping in astonishment. An ancient inscription was carved on the gate. Knowledge is only for the worthy, a warning imbued with challenge. Shrills placed her hand on the gate and chillingly admitted that this seal was on another level. Even a six-ring mage like her couldn't decipher it. Kella muttered the two words worthy again. His AI brain immediately recognized the crux of the problem. Without another word, Kella stepped forward, revealing his true demon form with horns and glowing golden eyes, blue magic power flaring around his hands. Let me try. The moment he touched it, the gate reacted instantly. Ancient magical characters shone brightly, acknowledging Kella's magic power. Clang! The colossal locking bolts slowly retracted, and the heavy gate began to open. The whole team stepped inside, and Shrills finally realized, just as expected. The condition to enter here is the Demon King's bloodline. Inside was a colossal ancient library called Sepia Sapientia, with tens of thousands of magic books that Rin had never seen in her life. As soon as they entered the library, the whole team saw a lolly dark elf asleep with her face buried in an ancient book. Hearing the noise, the little girl startled awake. Kella, Rin, and Shrills froze completely upon seeing a child appear in such an important place. The girl was just as bewildered to see strangers intruding. Immediately, she adopted a welcoming attitude, waved hello, and introduced herself as Rorolin, the manager of this place. Rorolin jumped up in excitement, muttering that it had been 47 years, 5 months, and 21 days since she last had visitors. While Kella was still bewildered, Shrill's mind raced, sensing an untouchable, terrifying mana from Rorolin, and she warned the whole team, "This is no child. Everyone be careful." Rorolin looked directly at Kella, immediately recognizing him as a demon bearing the Demon King's bloodline. Her eyes darted to Wood, then she shrieked with joy and pounced on him. "A dark elf, my kin." After a moment of hugging, Rorolin pressed her face close to Wood's, her eyes sharpening as she discovered something interesting. I sense the aura of Draconis within you," Wood asked back blankly, completely clueless as to what Draconis was. Kella questioned why there were so many elaborate traps if she welcomed them, but Rorolin merely sneered in response. "True treasures aren't just picked up off the street, kid." Rorolin declared haughtily that the fact that they had crawled in here proved they had skill, and she couldn't let novices defile this precious treasury of knowledge. Rin frowned and asked again, "Novices?" And Rorolin replied curtly, "Exactly." Rorolin crossed her arms, a scowl on her face, and cursed humanity directly as a bunch who only knew arson and plunder, a species born only for destruction. Kella suddenly realized that this lowly seemed to know all along the answers to all his questions. Rorolin pointed directly at Kella, reading his intentions. "Successor to the Demon King, you've come here to master your power, haven't you?" Making him freeze, having been hit where it hurt. Rorolin smirked maliciously, explaining that the Demon King's power wasn't a learnable skill, but rather the very essence of existence. With that, Rorolin channeled her mana, shouting an ancient incantation, "Archive Cosmicum Acclarare." Immediately, green energy erupted, and countless books automatically flew off the shelves and hovered in midair, ready for Kella. Rorolin snapped her fingers, and several books automatically flew over, declaring that she had found the answer Kella was looking for. A blinding pink crystal appeared, introduced as the Demon King's Crystal, a legendary item, the only key for Kella to fully master his power. Kella was dumbfounded, muttering the name Demon King's Crystal again in confusion. Rorolin explained that this crystal was originally a single, intact mass, but during the Great Magic War, humans smashed it into 3 pieces and hid them everywhere. Shrills gaped because the Great Magic War was 3,000 years ago, but Rorolin haughtily corrected her, precisely 3,274 years. It turned out that humans weren't skilled enough to completely eradicate the Demon King's power, so the best they could do was smash the crystal and hide it. The 3 fragments were hidden on 3 different continents: Lunia, Rudden, and Kadum, 1 piece in each. Kella still hadn't processed it yet, asking again what the hell this had to do with his power. Rorolin likened the Demon King's crystal to the only vessel capable of containing the entirety of the Demon King's power. The lowly curled her lip, delivering a stinging final blow. Kella's body is too weak to withstand that full power. Each use is an act of self-destruction. Kella startled awake, his mind racing incredibly fast. "So that's it, if I find all the crystal fragments." Rorolin confirmed, and the image of former Demon King Turk Khaldun appeared imposingly. "Exactly. If you gather all 3 fragments, you will be able to wield the power of a pure-blooded Demon King without your body suffering backlash." Kella's eyes lit up with ambition, muttering, "The power of a pure-blooded Demon King." Rorolin curled her lip and sneered, immediately pouring cold water on his enthusiasm. "That's right. But the problem is, you are not pure-blooded, so this is your only path." Kella froze, This information like a bolt from the blue. He only heard Roralin's voice echoing in his head. Am not pure-blooded? Unable to wait any longer, Rin grabbed Roralin's collar and growled. Tell me where the crystal fragments are. The lowly librarian remained calm, a book in her hand. I know the location of the first fragment. Roralin began to recount a story from 1,000 years ago with distant eyes. When I was young, I once met Turk Kaldun himself. Kella, Rin, and Shrills all gaped in astonishment at this shocking information. You met Turk Kaldun in the flesh? Roralin continued the story, and a stream of memories appeared. That's right. He had begun his journey to find the Demon King's crystal for the survival of the Demon King's bloodline through generations. The memories showed Turk Kaldun coming to the aid of Roralin's kin. At that time, when my kin were being massacred by humans, he was the one who saved me and my entire people. Roralin asserted that even though many called Turk Kaldun the most ruthless Demon King in history, that was merely dirty propaganda by humans. The librarian girl lowered her head, showing regret that she hadn't had a chance to thank her benefactor before he passed away. But now she was fortunate to meet his descendant. Thinking of being able to convey Turk Kaldun's last wish to Kella, Roralin teared up with joy, finally finding her purpose in life. The lowly suddenly grabbed Kella's hand tightly and thanked him profusely, making him freeze, only able to awkwardly reply with embarrassment. Kella realized that the image of Turk Kaldun he had been taught was worlds apart from what he had just heard. A true demon king emerged in his mind. Regaining her composure, Roralin gleefully announced that she would reveal the location of the first crystal fragment. Her hyperactive demeanor, as if she had just recharged her energy. A map appeared, indicating the location as Mortuorum in the northwest of the Linnea continent, a place the demons called the Demon King's Graveyard, where the souls of countless past demon kings rested. Roralin confirmed that Turk Kaldun himself had said the first crystal shard was hidden there, but when it came to the other two shards, she began to stammer. Kella's jaw dropped as Roralin nonchalantly admitted she didn't know the location of the other two shards, making him yell that this information was completely useless, while she just stuck out her tongue teasingly. Roralin pressed her face close to Kella's, growling. Wrong. Just possessing one shard will boost your power to a new level. Kella's mind raced, wondering why humans were foolish enough to hide the crystal in a place where demons could easily find it, like the Demon King's graveyard. Roralin revealed her hand, explaining that Kella was thinking backward. It was precisely because they hid the crystal there that the souls of the Demon Kings were bound, turning the place into a cage. The lowly warned further not to underestimate it, as the entire area was riddled with dirty human magic traps. Shrills looked visibly annoyed, deeming the act of setting traps in demon territory an unacceptable provocation. Suddenly, Roralin switched to gifting mode, announcing she would bestow a small present to aid their upcoming long journey. True to her word, Roralin flew and unleashed a powerful green energy blast straight at Kella, muttering an ancient incantation. Kella felt a new power, an ancient dark elf defensive magic that not only boosted his defense but also reduced the strain on his body when using Demon King power. He clenched his fists, clearly feeling his body become tougher and more solid, with power surging within him. Done with the protagonist, Roralin turned to Shrills and tossed her an ancient grimoire, a rare item almost reaching the level of arcane arts. Shrills gasped, unable to believe her eyes as she held the book containing magic she thought only existed in legends. Roralin looked profound, stating that if she used the book well, she would comprehend the magic within. Seeing everyone receive a gift, Rin cried out for her share, but Roralin calmly granted her a Belmora petal from 1,000 years ago. Rin held the small vial containing the petal, her face blank, not understanding what this trivial thing was, while Roralin chuckled, telling her to keep it safe and she would understand someday. With everything settled, Roralin turned to Wood, declaring that this young dark elf was the one carrying the most precious gift. The lolly librarian smirked, revealing a shocking secret. Within Wood existed a Draconis seed, and one day it would awaken. Wood froze, his face clearly bewildered, not understanding what Roralin was talking about regarding his latent power. Roralin gently patted Wood's chest, lecturing him like an adult that a secret easily revealed held no value. And the dark elf's strongest weapon was time. Suddenly, Roralin became energetic, excitedly pointing the way. Mortuorum is north of Carta, a 6-day journey, but getting in won't be easy. A treacherous mountainous region shrouded in a deadly crimson mist appeared, which was the red mist Roralin had just mentioned. Roralin explained that this was an ancient magic barrier from the Great War, and this mist had the ability to read the thoughts of intruders. Roralin bared her teeth with a meaningful smile, warning that the mist would strip bare their deepest desires and fears, telling the group to be careful. Kella's entire team looked tense, as Roralyn delivered a chilling warning. One misstep, and someone would vanish, or they would all go together. But Rin, the loyal maid, clenched her fists, her eyes filled with determination. "We can do it," Kella roared, rallying the team's spirits, declaring that after overcoming so many obstacles, there was no turning back now. Seeing the group's fervent resolve, Roralyn merely smiled profoundly, muttering that the world was beginning to change again. Kella invited Roralyn to join their party, but she flatly refused, saying she was old and her duty was to remain and guard this place. Kella secretly regretted it, thinking how great it would be to have such a superpowered NPC in their team. It was time to say goodbye, and the group bowed, thanking Roralyn for all her help and valuable information. Roralyn smiled brightly, saying there was no need for formalities, as having guests after so many years was already a precious gift. But just before they left, the loli suddenly grew serious, raising a finger to warn them of something crucial. Absolutely. Do not eat anything in mortuorum. Eating the food of the dead is to provoke them. After the critical warning, Kella and his comrades clenched their fists, their eyes filled with determination, affirming that they understood the rules of the game. Roralyn grinned, waving goodbye to the team as they set off. Like a friendly hostess who had just seen off noisy guests, the group left the library, entering the silent night of the city, beginning a new journey. As they walked, Rin praised Roralyn, saying she was truly authentic, having connections with both Demon King Turk and Pharrell, making their destined path increasingly clear. Shrills crossed her arms, her mind analyzing at lightning speed, muttering that their teleportation here must be part of some grand plan. Kella opened the magic map, identifying their next target, Mortuorum, the Demon King's mausoleum, which made Rin's face turn pale with fear. Wood tried to act like a senior, reassuring Rin that the dead could not cross the boundary, but he was immediately snapped at by her for acting so knowledgeable. Kella looked at the night sky, his resolve firm. Before Killian arrives, I must find the Demon King's crystal and build an invincible dungeon. The scene shifted to the kingdom of Talua, where the king of Talua questioned, "Killian, is it true that the White Talkan squad was defeated by Akela Khaldun and received an admission of defeat due to overconfidence?" Killian knelt on one knee before the throne, solemnly declaring he would take full responsibility, prompting the king of Talua to ask directly, "So what do you intend to do next?" Killian knelt on one knee, his severed arm beginning to regenerate with magic, his eyes burning with hatred. "As soon as my arm recovers, I will hunt down and kill Kella and his entire group. This time, I will not fail." The king of Talua narrowed his eyes suspiciously, his voice deepening. I hope so. But if you fail again," Killian did not hesitate, affirming confidently, "Your Majesty, please do not worry. I swear on my life." The large door of a secret room was strictly guarded by 2 Talua royal guards in black and red armor, exuding a chilling killing intent. Inside, Killian lay on an altar amidst a magic circle, surrounded by summoning mages. One spoke up to dissuade him, warning that the forbidden art of spirit summoning had a success rate of less than 40% and was extremely dangerous. Ignoring the warning, Killian's face was cold as stone, giving a decisive order. "Proceed, Curdly." Curdly explained the price to be paid while the spirit of a giant beast spirit named Rudwer was summoned. Grafting Rudwer's arm also means inheriting its will. "Can your will withstand it?" Killian looked straight ahead, his body covered in battle scars, declaring with overwhelming dominance, "My will is stronger than this body. No more explanations needed. Begin." Hearing the firm answer, Curdly was silent for a moment, accepting her captain's all-or-nothing decision. Curdly raised her hands, glowing with blue magic, beginning the risky grafting ritual. "If you insist." The summoning mages began chanting forbidden incantations, blue magic blazing in their hands, preparing for the ritual of summoning Rudwer's warrior memories. The entire team of mages chanted in unison. The last 2 incantations, Ancient War and Arm Restoration, were activated, and magic converged. Curdly growled, pouring all her magic into the ritual, her eyes sparking as she unleashed the forbidden art. The Rudwer spirit, a giant wolf spirit, let out an earth-shattering roar directly above Killian, who lay on the altar. Ignoring the terrifying pressure, Killian's eyes snapped open, blazing with a burning will for revenge. "Kella, I will kill you with my own hands, and Shrills will surely be mine." The Rudwer spirit roared wildly, struggling against the bonds of the forbidden art, refusing to accept its fate as a replacement limb. Killian stared directly at the beast spirit, his cold eyes reflecting its image, and he declared with overwhelming dominance, "Rudwer, I will take your arm." A few days later, in a secluded mountainous region under the night sky, the game had shifted to Kella's side. Around the campfire, the team discussed their plan. Tomorrow we will go to the Blood Mist. According to Roralyn, it will take another day from there to reach the mausoleum. Shrills flipped through the grimoire, marveling. The magic in this book is truly formidable. If you haven't reached 6 rings, you wouldn't even understand it by looking. While the team was discussing, Rin fiddled with her daggers, feeling her weapons becoming more in sync with her, as if they had their own souls. Wood agreed, stating that his new shield was also whispering to him. A similar feeling. Kella concluded firmly. Just one meeting with Roralyn was enough to buff the entire team's strength to a new level. Suddenly, Wood's ears perked up. The dark elf's senses had just picked up a strange signal. Wood sprang up, warning the team. The team's living radar has detected approaching enemies, 7 in total. Shrills, with her vast experience, narrowed her eyes and added a critical piece of information. Their footsteps carry holy light. Rin immediately took a defensive stance, slightly trembling, but still bracing herself, and shouting into the void. "Stop hiding. Come out now." An aged voice echoed from the darkness, calling Kella by his full name as a pair of shoes slowly stepped out. A white-haired old man, Hayden, appeared with sharp eyes, declaring, "I've finally found you, Kella Khaldun." Hayden looked Kella up and down with disdain, taunting. The report was indeed accurate. You look utterly pathetic. Shrills narrowed her eyes, immediately recognizing her opponent. Hayden, the Grand Mage of Talua. Hayden sneered, calling Shrills a traitor of Talcon and warning her that she knew escape was futile. "Run? I don't see the need." Shrills growled, her purple magic exploding as she summoned her weapon, ready for a fight to the death. Hayden smirked, immediately recognizing Shrill's level. "Ah, so that's it. You've reached the 6th ring already." The old man continued to boast, challenging. But no matter how strong a 6th ring mage is, can they contend with 6 top-tier mages buffed by royal enhancement crystals? Shrills froze, unable to believe it. Enhancement crystals? The Emperor used such precious items for you lot? "If you don't resist," Hayden growled, blue magic flaring around him, "then I shall grant you a peaceful death." With that, the old man attacked. A barrage of blue magic arrows shot from a complex magic circle, hurtling straight towards Kella. Hayden gaped in astonishment as his attack was effortlessly neutralized. He roared, "Everyone attack! Use Sanctuary Judgment!" Receiving the order, the hooded mages simultaneously chanted in ancient language, their blue magic circles glowing brightly, preparing to unleash a destructive combined attack. The blue hooded mages simultaneously chanted, unleashing a massive combined attack. A barrage of destructive light rays from all directions targeted Kella and his teammates, aiming for a single, decisive blow. But Shrills stepped forward to shield the team, growling. "Trying to finish this in one blow, are we?" Then summoned the abyssal shield. All the holy light rays crashed into the deep purple shield and were easily blocked. Hayden gaped, roaring in despair. "Impossible. By law, light should purify all darkness." Shrills smirked, declaring that the magic she learned from Roralyn's grimoire was not ordinary darkness, but the essence of the abyss, powerful enough to contend with holy light. With that, she launched a counterattack, a wave of deadly purple fog of oblivion. The poisonous mist spread, hitting the blue-hooded mages who screamed in agony. One mage cried out in panic, completely disoriented, and desperately calling for Hayden. Hayden gritted his teeth, recognizing it as the fog of oblivion, but he knew he had no time to save the small fry. Infuriated by Shrill's mist, Hadden roared bitterly. "Then I shall retaliate with my full power." The old man channeled his energy, accumulating a massive amount of blue magic. Shrills faced the overwhelming energy, smirking mockingly. "Ha! Is this all the Grand Mage of Talua is capable of?" Hayden, enraged, unleashed his finishing blow. Lumen Ceruleum, a colossal energy blast fired straight at Shrills, roaring, "Die, Shrills!" Just as the attack was about to hit, Kella unexpectedly lunged forward, shielding Shrills, his eyes resolute as he growled, "I won't." Kella used his purple magic to completely block Hayden's blue energy blast, shouting, "Let anyone die." Hayden was utterly shocked, unable to believe his eyes. "He blocked my spell? Since when did that weakling Kella get so strong?" Realizing a solo fight was unfavorable, Hayden immediately changed tactics, ordering, "I'll handle these 2. You guys deal with the other 2 first, then regroup." A hooded attendant immediately obeyed, firing a blue energy orb towards the 2 remaining members. The target was Rin. She was ambushed by an attack called Heavenly Horn, and blue magic erupted violently. Cornered, Rin gritted her teeth and defended, knowing she couldn't dodge forever, and desperately cried for help. Thinking she was ambushed, Rin roared in retaliation, her twin purple daggers shattering the opponent's attack. The hooded attendant was utterly shocked, unable to believe his spell was broken by a mere small fry. Rin's twin daggers exploded with purple magic, automatically merging into an incredibly powerful magic greatsword. Even Rin herself gaped in astonishment at the breakthrough power of her high-grade weapons. She realized the daggers were resonating with her will, a profound connection she had never felt before. Rin suddenly noticed the bottle Roralyn had given her was glowing brightly. Clearly, this was the source of her power boost. The magical petals from the bottle were helping her fully synchronize with the daggers, unlocking their true potential. Hayden, watching from afar, his face changing color as he recognized the weapon, muttered, "Could it be a relic from the era of former Demon King Turk?" Without hesitation, Hayden and the two hooded attendants immediately unleashed a large-scale, combined magic attack, countless blue energy rays raining down. Rin now fully commanded her new power, her sharp eyes fixed on the enemy's formation, thinking, "So you guys want to help me?" Wood declared coolly, "Then I'll take all of you on." His body began to be enveloped by steel-hard layers of bark. The transformation complete, Wood emerged as a colossal treant guardian, his entire body clad in wooden armor, holding a shield, radiating an overwhelming aura. The treant guardian Wood charged forward, ready to be the team's main tank, shielding against all attacks. The two hooded attendants were thrown back by the energy surge from Wood's transformation, caught off guard and only able to scream, "What the hell is this?" Thrown far back, Hayden's two henchmen coughed up blood, utterly terrified by the existence of a monster like Wood. Wood, in his new form, realized this was the Terra Draconis power Roralyn had spoken of and shouted, entrusting the offense to his teammate. "Rin, I'm counting on you." Rin replied decisively, "Got it," and charged forward, the purple magic greatsword in her hand gathering destructive energy, preparing to unleash an earth-shattering slash. A brilliant purple sword strike swept through, cutting straight into one of the two hooded attendants, causing him to let out a tragic scream. Witnessing his elite mages being wiped out in an instant, Hayden gritted his teeth, growling, "This is absurd." Kella watched from a distance, a confident and satisfied smile on his face, thinking, "It's not just me who's gotten stronger." Kella roared, channeling all his magic into his body to prepare his finishing blow. Destructive pink-purple energy and blue lightning magic violently erupted around Kella, signaling an incredibly powerful technique. Hayden froze, sweat pouring down as he felt the terrifying magical power. What is this? Such overwhelming demonic power? Kella smirked, deciding to go all out. This ultimate move I was saving for Killian. Now let's see how powerful this hot stuff is. Kella roared the name of his technique, Ruina Gladii, swinging his sword to create a colossal pink-purple energy wave that swept away everything in its path. Hayden couldn't believe his eyes as the destructive orb rushed towards him. Impossible! He can even use magic of this magnitude? Knowing he couldn't block it, Hayden gritted his teeth, deciding to flee immediately. No other choice. Divina Teleportatio. Kella's energy orb exploded, flattening a vast area in the blink of an eye. Amidst the explosion, a blue pillar of light flashed, a sign that teleportation magic had just been activated. Kella froze, realizing his prey had narrowly escaped. Teleportation? Rin gasped when she saw Hodden flee in the nick of time, unable to believe the speed of the teleportation magic. Wait, what? How could it be so fast? While the two hooded attendants were restrained by Shrill's magic, the red-haired woman sneered mockingly. Abandoning your soldiers and running alone? So the Grand Mage of Talua is also afraid of death. Kella gritted his teeth, blaming himself for letting the boss-level prey escape. Damn it. I'm sorry. I should have been able to deal with him. Shrill's, enveloped in a blue surge of magic, calmly reassured him. It's all right, Kella. I thought you wanted to test out your new power, so I let it be. She closed her eyes, summarizing the battle and drawing an important conclusion. But at least now we know we're strong enough to contend with Taluas Magis. Rin raised her daggers, her face full of confidence and aggression. That's right. Thanks to Roralyn, my daggers have also become stronger. She turned to Wood, openly jealous. Me too. Hey rookie, I was so jealous of your transformation just now. It was so cool. Wood only hid shyly behind his shield, mumbling his thanks for Rin's compliment. Kella suddenly realized a fatal flaw in their plan. Wait, but how did Hayden know our location? Talua shouldn't have been able to. Shrill's held up a sphere of dark energy, trapping a soul inside, and casually replied, "Oh that. I already caught a hidden rat earlier." Shrill's used dark magic to torture one of Hayden's subordinates, intending to extract information on how they found the team's location. Suddenly, another hooded figure appeared from thin air, shocking Kella and Rin. The stranger spoke with utter contempt. mockingly asking how that useless Kella from back then was doing now. As soon as they finished speaking, the figure removed their hood, revealing the face of Seldra, Kella's older sister, along with a savage smile and sharp fangs. Kella's face paled, frozen as he realized his sworn enemy from the past had found him. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Hayden was recalling the humiliating moment he had to use teleportation to flee the battlefield. The old man remembered being utterly overwhelmed by Shrill's attack, with no chance to resist. He collapsed to the ground, bitterly cursing in helplessness as he recalled the humiliating defeat. Hayden bitterly admitted that not only Shrill's but Kella's entire team had leveled up, no longer small fry to be underestimated. The old man broke out in a cold sweat, terrified at the thought of being executed by the Emperor for failing to take Kella's head. Hayden gritted his teeth, bitterly admitting that in the end, he still had to rely on Killian's help. The memory returned to a dark night, the Lumiaron cultists performing a ritual, preparing to sacrifice the purest souls to the divine beast of light. Kilman and Killian's parents, the fanatics, were brainwashing the two children, telling them they were about to merge with the deity and become immortal. The summoning ritual began, a blinding white energy erupting as Lumiaron, the divine beast of light, appeared. The colossal eye of the divine beast of light opened, its terrifying aura engulfing the entire area. The cruel mother pushed Kilman forward, despite the boy's desperate cries of fear. The father was no less cruel, pushing Killian towards the sacrificial altar, while the boy's face was drained of all color. Killian's eyes met those of the divine beast of light, a deadly connection forming as his father proudly called out his son's name. Suddenly, a fierce flame erupted from nowhere, disrupting the ceremony. The Lumiaron cultists were incinerated by the sudden attack, screaming desperately in utter panic. A strange mage burst into the fray, shouting his determination to save the children and end this wretched sacrifice. The fanatic father recognized the enemy as a member of Hayden's mage guild, roaring a warning not to interfere in their affairs. The strange mage didn't waste words, unleashing a fiery punch directly at a fanatic's face and shouting that no parent would push their child to their death. The fanatic took the full force of the punch, his head snapping back as his body continued to burn fiercely. The attack was too overwhelming. The fanatic was instantly killed, collapsing to the ground. Killian stood frozen amidst the chaotic scene, utterly terrified by the screams around him. Lumiaron, the divine beast of light, let out an earth-shattering roar, and at the same moment, a strange power awakened within Killian as the monster's image reflected in his glowing eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, the strange mage hoisted Killian onto his shoulder and fought his way out, declaring that children like him didn't deserve to be sacrificed. Killian's eyes now emitted a cold blue light. A new power had been activated. The fanatic mother went mad, clutching her head and screaming about having to sacrifice the children of light, while Kilman was left behind, crying for help in vain. Kilman sobbed in the arms of his rescuer. The young mage roared, holding Killian with one arm and Kilman with the other. "Don't worry, we will protect you." He recalled that fateful moment. That day, when I saved Killian with my own hands, my life began to change. The scene shifted to Haden's Mage Guild, a place that looked quite peaceful. The mage declared to the two children, "This is the domain I, Hayden, built. From now on, this will be your home. Feel free to make yourselves comfortable." Kilman was still sniffling, while Killian remained silent, and Hayden at the time was simply satisfied that he had saved the two children. Hayden smirked, knowing full well that Killian had received Lumiaron's light. Killian responded with an icy gaze, and Hayden admitted that at the time, he didn't truly understand what that power was. The flashback ended with Hayden delivering a devastating punch to Killian's father's stomach, making the old man cough up blood. In the training yard, young Killian pressed a sword to an instructor's throat, making the man tremble and beg for mercy. A subordinate reported to Hayden that no swordmaster in the guild, not even himself, was a match for the young Killian anymore. Hayden was stunned, unable to believe that a boy raised in a mage guild possessed such overwhelming swordsmanship skill. Instructor Smith, who had just been defeated, sat on the ground, silenced before Killian. Killian's eyes suddenly glowed with deadly energy. The boy whispered that he wanted more. Hayden felt the surging power erupting, and he screamed, "Be careful!" A colossal pillar of light exploded from Killian's position, sweeping away everything around amidst terrifying screams. Two other instructors panicked, shouting Instructor Smith's name and realizing the boy had gone berserk again. After the explosion, Killian knelt in the center of the yard, his body still enveloped by an uncontrollable surge of light energy. Hayden recalled that this was the beginning of the nightmare, as he realized Killian's power was completely beyond his comprehension. He bitterly recounted the times the boy lost control, unleashing bursts of light power that injured or even wiped out those around him. The memory continued in a sturdy building under a starry night. After one such power outburst, Hayden visited and inquired about Killian's condition. The boy nonchalantly replied that he was fine. But then Killian uttered a chilling sentence. "If they die this easily, who will I learn swordsmanship from now?" Hayden was frozen stiff upon hearing that, deeply shocked by a child's way of thinking. Killian's icy voice made Hayden realize this wasn't a child, but a monster he could never control. The scene shifted to the Talua royal palace, where a powerful voice echoed, asking about the extraordinary child. Hayden knelt, presenting Killian before his majesty, and confirming this was the boy who had survived after absorbing the light of Lumiaron. The king of Talua was extremely impressed, muttering, "I never thought anyone could withstand the divine beast's light." The old king stared at Killian, his eyes gleaming with interest, deeming this boy a true rarity. The king of Talua turned and ordered Haden, merge your guild with Talua. Leaving him stunned, the king continued, stating that Killian would be directly assigned to the Talcon training division. Hayden was overjoyed, profusely thanking his majesty, secretly thinking this was the turning point of his life. He recalled that it was thanks to Killian that his guild was merged with Talua, and his dream of reforming the world advanced a step further. Many years passed. At the Talcon training division, a Talcon instructor had to admit to Killian, "Boy, your skill has far surpassed anything we can teach." Killian coldly declared, "From now on, I will grow stronger on my own." Haden recalled watching Killian from afar with a mixed feeling of pride and fear. He always believed that sooner or later, the day would come when no one could control this monster's power. Back to that time, a momentous announcement was made. Hayden was officially appointed as Talua's Grand Mage. Before his subordinates, Hayden solemnly swore to dedicate himself to the kingdom's peace and prosperity. Time passed, and having ascended to the pinnacle of power beside the king of Talua, Hayden thought he was number one. But he was wrong, for the existence of Killian, who sat there with icy eyes among the Talua royal guards, was the real threat. The king of Talua made his final decision. "I entrust the strongest unit, the White Talcan, to you, Killian, Talua's sword." Killian, now clad in the white uniform of the elite squad, coldly accepted. "It is my honor, your majesty." And so, the child Hayden had saved years ago officially became the possessor of Talua's greatest military power. Hayden bitterly admitted that the boy he once saved had now completely outclassed and surpassed him. From then on, Hayden had to strain to keep up, lest the monster Killian leave him behind, though he could still temporarily give it orders. He knew full well that if his position wavered even slightly, he would not only lose control, but also be mercilessly dragged down by Killian himself. Killian might have changed his life, but Hayden told himself he must always be the one on top, for that was the law of survival in this land of Talua, and that was why he had to succeed in capturing Kella, doing what Killian had miserably failed to do. To restore his standing, especially after Arsol's fall, Kella Khaldun's head was something Hayden absolutely had to obtain. He snarled, determined not to let Killian's power crush him any longer, because if things continued like this, he would surely perish. His fists clenched. He had reached his final decision. There was no other choice. He had to resort to them, the forces he had never wanted to be involved with, to turn the tide. Amidst the desolate mountains, Hayden advanced alone in the night. In his hand was the Necrotarsica compass, an ancient artifact used to locate where the Tarsica faction's energy was strongest. The old man was resentful, never expecting to have to use this item and seek out the Tarsica, fanatics shunned by both demons and humans. The compass activated, and a massive surge of dark purple magic erupted, signaling that the target had been found. Without hesitation, Hayden bit his finger to draw blood. He dripped a drop of blood into the energy vortex to open the way, a price to pay to approach the heretics. Immediately, two Tarsica mages with their distinctive deer-like horns emerged from the gate, blocking his path and growling. "Who are you? State your name." Hayden raised his head, declaring his identity. "I am Hayden, the Grand Mage of Talua. I wish to meet your elder." Inside the gate was a gloomy grand hall, bearing the dark style of the fanatics. Someone standing on a high platform spoke, his voice full of condescension. "The Grand Mage of Talua has come all this way? I am Baltheon, the Tarsica Elder. It is an honor to meet you." Baltheon sneered, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "An honor? How amusing. Not long ago you openly disdained us. What is your true purpose?" Hayden didn't beat around the bush, getting straight to the point. "I am here to propose cooperation in hunting down Kella Khaldun, the last heir of the Great Demon King." Baltheon feigned disinterest. "The Great Demon King's heir? What do we gain from hunting him?" Hayden made a tempting offer. "I only need his head. You can take his body as an experimental subject for Tarsica." Baltheon growled. purple magic flaring around his hands menacingly. Tulua's dog offers us an experimental subject? Why don't we just kill you here and use you as one, for convenience? Seeing his opponent starting to boast, Hayden calmly played his trump card, a vial of glowing blue liquid. Wait, I have this. Lumina Aether. Balthion's condescending demeanor vanished instantly, his eyes widening in shock. How do you possess such a thing? Hayden explained the origin of the valuable item. The Emperor granted it to me, but due to its side effects on humans, I never used it. However, for you, it is an extremely valuable research material. Balthion regained his cold composure but was clearly convinced. Not bad. But Tarsika doesn't ally with just anyone. We only pursue the extremes of magic and experimentation. Hayden delivered the finishing blow, striking directly at the fanatic's obsession. Kella Kalden is awakening the Demon King's power. When he fully awakens, all your experiments will become meaningless. Hayden continued to entice them, emphasizing that Kella was not only awakening the Demon King's power, but also had a formidable group of six-ring disciples. The old man Hayden delivered the decisive blow, hitting the fanatic's sore spot. This is your chance to study the Demon King's bloodline before it fully awakens. Balthion pondered, the old man clearly tempted by the overly generous offer. After some consideration, Balthion agreed to a temporary alliance, but didn't forget to warn him. Very well, but if you dare to betray us, your soul will also become an experimental subject. Hayden smirked, secretly pleased. His plan to drag the extremist Tarsika into the mud had been a complete success. Scene change? Shrills looked at the short sword radiating purple magic in Kella's hand, and asked, "You're using that sword to find him?" Seldera appeared, explaining that it was her mother Carista's sword, and it carried an enchantment that could sense the location of anyone it had ever pierced. Kella's eyes glinted coldly, the memory of this gift still etched in his mind. A horrifying flashback appeared. Demon Queen Cariste had used that very sword to stab Kella when he was young, so she could locate him anywhere, anytime. Kella gripped the sword tightly, his eyes resolute. Seldera's words are true. Then, I will take Cariste's sword. Seldera was stunned, her mind struggling to process. He called her Carista, not mother? Seldera sneered, realizing the fatal difference. The old Kella was a crybaby, but this one isn't. She growled. You're not Kella. Kella coldly threw an ultimatum at his older sister. Without this sword, you have no way to track me. Get lost before I personally send you off. Srills crossed her arms, her eyes flashing as she questioned Seldera. You're the one who led Hadden here. Weren't you trying to kill us? Seldera frantically denied everything, beginning her pitiful act. No, I couldn't come to Kella by myself, and I didn't know which guild I'd run into on the way. She grabbed Kella, tears welling up. I tricked Hayden to find you, intending for us to team up and take him down. Don't abandon me. You're my only family. Kella called Seldera's name dispassionately, while she responded to his with a glimmer of hope. But Kella immediately extinguished that hope with a harsh retort. Stop your theatrics and get out of my sight. Rejected outright, Seldera was deeply shocked and then went mad, grinding her teeth. You bastard! Seldera spun around, pointing directly at the silently standing Rin and screaming her name, clearly looking for someone to vent her anger on. Having run out of tricks with Kella, Seldera turned and embraced Rin, trying to manipulate her. Please convince Kella. Help me. But Rin was different now. She gritted her teeth in fury, a dagger radiating deep purple magic already clutched in her hand. Without hesitation, Rin grabbed Seldera by the collar, growling. After everything Kella and I suffered because of you? You dare to ask for help? The sharp blade pressed against Seldera's throat. Rin coldly declared, The only thing I can grant you is death. Rebuked by the maid she once bullied, Seldera was both shocked and enraged, shouting, Huh? A lowly maid like you dares to raise a blade against me? Seldera tried to push Rin's hand away with force, but it was useless. Her strength was now a joke. Kella appeared, gripping Seldera's wrist tightly, his eyes sharp as knives. Lowly? Who are you calling lowly? Seeing Kella step forward, Seldera immediately lost all her haughtiness, her voice trembling as she pleaded. Kella, spare me. Kella said nothing, simply slammed Seldera to the ground like a discarded object. Looking down from above, Kella delivered his final, chilling warning. If you ever show your face before me again, you will die. Thrown to the ground, Seldera cursed through gritted teeth. You bastard. She was tossed aside like a bag of trash, rolling a few times on the ground. Rin's face flushed, and she mumbled her thanks to Kella for defending her, even though she still thought of herself as just a maid. Kella replied coldly, stating firmly, I told you, you are no longer a maid. Srills crossed her arms, asking Kella with a hint of doubt if he was sure about letting that woman go, but Kella merely smirked. You saw it yourself. Seldera is no longer my opponent. He sneered, revealing his deeper plan. The more Demon King descendants survive, the more chaotic humanity will become. Shrills nodded in agreement, adding that letting Seldera escape was also a good way to divert Talua's attention. Meanwhile, Seldera fled headlong into the forest. She looked back with a sinister, self-satisfied smile. Foolish Kella. To dare let me go so easily? It turned out that this cunning woman had managed to set a trap, secretly implanting a mana spider into Rin's body without her knowing. The mana spider slowly crawled up Rin's neck, officially turning her into a living eavesdropping bug for Seldera. Seldera smugly declared that Rin's body was now connected to her, and everything she heard and saw would be transmitted directly back. She let out a maniacal laugh, screaming in her mind that sparing her life was Kella's biggest mistake. In a dark dungeon base, a massive stone gate was opening, signaling a new force about to enter the fray. A group of Tarsika demon mages appeared, and Elder Baltheon called for one of his subordinates, Crutuentus, to present himself. It turned out that Crutuentus was the name of an entire squad of 3 elite mages, introduced as the result of the Tarsika faction's research. Archmage Hayden stood by, sweating coldly, admitting that the mana of these individuals was so bizarre he couldn't gauge their level. He bitterly realized that all 3 of them possessed a level far beyond 6 ring, a rank he could never hope to reach in his lifetime. Hayden thought back resentfully. While Talua was busy shedding blood against the Demon King's lineage, the Tarsika faction had secretly researched and created these monsters. Baltheon smirked, ordering the Crutuentus squad to accompany Hayden and hunt down Kella, officially bringing a new force into the chase. The leader of the Crutuentus squad, Seraphine, pushed up her glasses, coldly accepting the order. Yes, Elder, I will personally bring the Demon King's heir back here. The second mage, Kale, bared his fangs and laughed maniacally, shouting excitedly that he was finally unleashed. The last member, Luna, merely cleared her throat smugly, clearly seeing this mission as child's play. Hayden sneered, certain in his mind that with these monsters, his faction had victory secured. The old man growled resentfully, swearing that this time, Kella Khaldun would not escape again. Meanwhile, Kella's group had arrived, standing before a deadly land shrouded in a crimson mist, just as Roralin had warned. Wood clutched his shield tightly, his face pale as he felt the terrifying pressure from this land, asking worriedly, "This is the first time Gardy has trembled like this. Will we be all right?" Rin immediately encouraged them, recalling the team's victories in defeating the Talkan and Hayden, then curiously asked about the cute name Gardy for the shield. Overhearing this, Kella suddenly got the idea to name his own pair of daggers. Kella gripped the hilt of his sword, realizing the latent power within it was rapidly stabilizing thanks to Roralin's blessing, just like Wood's shield. Kella admitted his current strength was still insufficient, but having committed, there was no turning back. The entire team decided to set up camp for the night. Tomorrow morning, they would officially infiltrate the deadly Blood Mist region. Meanwhile, in a magnificent fortress under the moonlight, another power was rising. Killian sat amidst a pile of corpses of the summoning mages, muttering, "Complete," as the forbidden ritual ended, his severed arm flaring with blue energy. He stood up, showing off his newly grafted arm, a grotesque beast arm of Rudwer, bulging with muscle and razor-sharp claws. Curdley expressed concern, instructing her captain to signal immediately if the will of the beast Rudwer showed signs of invading his mind. Killian smirked confidently, dismissing Curdley's worries and firmly declaring that nothing was strong enough to invade his mind. A Talua reporting guard rushed in frantically, shouting that there was urgent news for the captain. The soldier reported. Archmage Hayden led an elite army, equipped with royal treasures, to hunt Kella, but they were utterly routed, with only 2 crippled mages managing to escape. Hearing that Hayden's whereabouts were unknown, Killian fell silent, his eyes becoming extremely dangerous. Killian clenched his fist, resentfully admitting that he had been too complacent to let even a veteran like Hayden fall. Curdley analyzed the situation. Kella Khaldun is growing stronger at an alarming rate, especially when accompanied by Shrill's 6-ring magic. Without hesitation, Killian gave a decisive order. Curdley, summon the White Talkan squad, and track Kella from Hayden's last known contact point. Meanwhile, Kella's group had arrived before a blood-red land, and he explained, "This blood mist will test our minds, to see if we all share the same goal." Rin looked confused, asking again, "Does that mean we all have to have the same intention?" Wood replied confidently, thinking this was too simple since their goal was all the Demon King's crystal. Kella then pointed out the problem. "The grand goal is the same, but personal reasons differ. He wants to fully grasp the Demon King's power, while Shrills wants to learn stronger magic. Shrills smirked, cutting Kella off domineeringly. No, we are all here for one single reason. To protect each other. That is enough. Spiritually boosted, Rin declared with fervor that she would protect Kella and everyone else, and Wood also nodded, affirming he would do the same. Kella smiled contentedly, concluding, "Good. As long as we all hold on to that thought, there won't be any problems." Kella led the way, with Shrills and Rin right behind him, decisively declaring, "All right, let's trust each other and go in." All three, without hesitation, plunged straight into the hellish crimson blood mist. Deep within the mist, a colossal, glowing crimson Demon King's crystal radiated an overwhelming, inviting energy. As soon as he entered, Kella was separated from the team, shouting in panic amidst the chaotic space. "Can everyone hear me? Is everyone still there?" He realized he was completely isolated, growling. "We clearly entered together, so why am I the only one hearing strange noises?" From the darkness, an entity bearing Kella's own likeness but with the majestic demeanor of a Demon King suddenly appeared. The illusion's cold, golden eyes glanced over, its vertical pupils like those of a predatory beast. The Kella illusion, in Demon King regalia, sat proudly on a throne, his eyes full of condescension as he looked down at his weaker self. Kella froze, realizing the figure before him was the future he had always pursued. "Is that me as the Demon King?" The Demon King illusion's eyes gleamed with a cold, judgmental gaze, as if weighing the worth of one who dared to harbor such ambition. Amidst a sea of white bones, the Demon King illusion sat on the throne, questioning the price of power. "Just me?" he mused, his eyes vacant. "Is that truly what I desire?" Kella, in his mind, brushed aside the doubt, his golden eyes burning with an iron will. His goal remained unchanged, to become the strongest, whom no one dared oppose, to become the great Archdemon King. Suddenly, a colossal dark entity appeared, its mesmerizing voice echoing, "I will grant you what you truly desire." Kella was stunned, completely taken aback by the stranger's presence. The purple demon entity made a deadly offer, calling him by his true name from his past life. "I will give you power. Come with me, Kang Chi-Wu." Kella froze, his pupils contracting in horror. "Wait, Kang Chi-Wu? How does it know my true name?" The purple demon entity continued its brainwashing, promising him a perfect world, exposing even the deepest desires he hadn't recognized himself. Struck at his core, Kella began to waver, his voice trembling as he admitted, "Yes, I want a perfect world created by myself." The purple demon entity continued to entice him with a confident tone. "I know everything, so come with me." Kella roared in defiance, exposing the deception. "But the future version you showed me isn't me." Images of Wood, Shrills, and Rin flashed in his mind, their smiles and ironclad motivation. "These are my true comrades. If they don't exist there," Kella's will exploded, pushing away the temptation. "Then what's the point of becoming the strongest alone?" The purple demon entity was stunned by his defiance, unable to believe its ears. "What did you say?" Kella regained his composure, shouting loudly to warn his comrades trapped in the illusion. "Everyone, listen carefully. This is an illusion. Don't fall into this trap of temptation." The demon in his mind sneered, continuing its brainwashing. "Foolish screams. Don't deceive your own heart. Step into the world where you are the Demon King." Kella gritted his teeth, straining against the terrifying mental pressure weighing down on his soul. He realized the dire situation, sweat pouring down. "I can't escape this blood mist." Shrills was also trapped in another illusion, realizing with a shock that something was wrong. In the illusion, Shrills saw herself become an archmage, and Kella ascend as the Demon King, a glorious future that made her wonder if it was real. The purple demon entity extended its hand, promising to pave the way for that future, a sweet temptation aimed directly at Shrills' ambition. Shrills was initially suspicious, but then a sinister smile appeared, showing that she had been completely overcome by this vision of power. The scene shifts to Rin, who was also high on her own illusion, laughing maniacally as she saw what she desired most. Rin's illusion was of Kella embracing her completely, triumphantly declaring, "Kella will be with me, not Shrills." She tightened her embrace, firmly asserting that she could have Kella all to herself, not sharing him with anyone. The purple demon entity appeared again, promising to turn Rin's illusion into reality, and urging her to step towards it to grasp her desire. With a possessive look, Rin reached out, sharp claws extended, growling, "Kella is mine." Rin's eyes gleamed with mad determination, completely immersed in her desire to possess Kella. The illusion returned to the moment Rin first met Kella as a child, revealing that she had fallen in love with him at first sight, which was the origin of her obsession. Within the illusion, Rin recalled Kella as a child, the only one who accepted her as a friend despite her being just a maid. Now, Kella considered her a comrade, a true ally, making Rin smile even more contented. With a happy yet obsessive smile, Rin admitted her love and longed to have Kella by her side. However, she tried to deceive herself that this desire wasn't just for her. Rin reached out, convincing herself that this was for Kellis and everyone's benefit, but her eyes revealed extreme possessiveness. Suddenly, Rin screamed in pain, her indomitable will flaring up in resistance. I refuse to succumb to this kind of temptation. The entire illusory world shattered into pieces, exposing its false nature. Regaining her senses, Rin realized that the very flower petals Roralyn had given her had activated, helping her break the illusion. A powerful winged demon woman suddenly appeared, smirking as she praised Rin's strong will for being able to resist both the temptation of the spiritual entity and the light from the flower petals. Rin was completely bewildered and wary, stammering as she asked for the identity of the stranger who had just appeared before her. The winged demon woman finally revealed herself, introducing herself as Clarine, a swordswoman who once trained with former Demon King Turk, and she had come to find a successor. Rin burst into tears. The chance to gain enough strength to protect everyone had finally arrived. Clarine reassured Rin, affirming that she was qualified and would accompany her within her mind to guide her, and Rin immediately accepted. Without further ado, Clarine ordered Rin to draw her weapons to clear the scent of blood, and immediately, the names of her twin daggers appeared in her mind. The twin daggers awakened, revealing their true nature and names, Dove and Crow. With Clarine's spirit supporting her from behind, Rin was reminded to cut through all the temptations of this deadly mist. Immediately, Rin unleashed a series of consecutive slashes, tearing through the illusory space with her sharp blades. With eyes as sharp as knives, Rin poured all her will into the finishing blow, perfectly completing her ultimate technique. With a single strike, all the surrounding blood mist was swept away, restoring clear space. Rin awoke, bewildered, calling out Clarine's name, leaving Kella and Shrills standing nearby, utterly confused about what had just happened. Kella spun around, questioning Rin if she had just cleared the mist, making her visibly flustered. Rin was ecstatic, boasting that she had just met Clarine, a comrade of former Demon King Turk, a person exuding noble and powerful aura. Kella tried to calm Rin, concluding that her daggers had reacted to the trial, and Rin confirmed she felt power surging within her. Shrills stepped forward, praising Rin for overcoming a temptation that even she couldn't resist, noticing that Rin's aura was completely different, as if she had just broken through some limit. Praised, Rin puffed out her chest and teased Shrills for being a rookie, making Kella curious about what temptation Shrills had faced. Kella turned to ask Wood, but the dark elf boy bewilderedly replied that he hadn't been tempted at all. The mist just dissipated as he walked. Both Kella and Rin were speechless at Wood's purity. Kella had to exclaim that even the spiritual entity couldn't find any desires within him. Wood simply replied calmly, "Not exactly." Kella fell silent, his eyes sharpening as he pondered Wood's answer. A thought flashed through Kella's mind, and he questioned himself. Could it be that deep down, I yearn to become the strongest, even if it means being alone? Shrills was still reeling, bitterly admitting that even after reaching Six Ring, she couldn't resist the mental test she just faced. She clutched her chest, wondering if her deepest desires had been brought to light without her knowing. Having passed through the mist, the team headed straight for their next objective, Mortuorum, an area resembling a giant cemetery with floating rocks. The group stood before a giant skull-shaped entrance, confirming it was the gateway to Mortuorum. Kella was astonished by the existence of such a place, while Wood sensed an aura of terror so dense that even Guardy's shield trembled. Shrills approached the gate, sealed by a blue magic circle, and read aloud the ancient inscription. The living may not enter. Only the bloodline of the Demon King is permitted to pass. Rin bared her fangs, her attitude openly defiant. The living may not enter, huh? So what? Do you expect us to die first before letting us in? Kella brushed aside all worries, declaring decisively, "Let's just try," then unleashed a burst of lightning magic towards the seal. The seal glowed brightly, and a majestic voice echoed. "Who is there? Who dares to set foot in the domain of death?" Kella raised his head, his regal aura erupting, and boldly replied, "I am Kella Kalden, son of the great Demon King Hel Kalden." The voice from the seal confirmed Kella's Demon King bloodline but scorned him as an impure hybrid and sentenced him to death for daring to trespass. Kella roared, blood rushing to his head. "What do you mean, hybrid?" He was certain Roralyn would never lead him to a place he couldn't enter. If this is the only way to prove it, then watch this. Kella channeled all his mana, blue energy violently erupting, determined to use his own power to prove he was the true heir and force the gate open. Kella's energy stunned the gate guardian, which shouted a name in astonishment. Wait, this energy. Turk Khaldun? Kella was equally bewildered, completely confused about what was happening. Turk Khaldun? Me? The gate guardian mumbled, not understanding why the one who claimed to be Hel Khaldun's son possessed Turk Khaldun's mana, but decided not to block the way anymore. The skull gate slowly opened, and the cold voice permitted the team to enter. Shrills and Rin stood discussing, unable to believe Kella was mistaken for the former Demon King Turk. This could only mean his power had reached an unfathomable level. Kella fell into thought, recalling that Shrills had also connected with Turk through her weapons, and he wondered if he had some connection to this legendary Demon King. Dismissing all doubts, Kella decisively ordered them to proceed since the gate was open, and the team stepped into the darkness of the catacombs without hesitation. As soon as they passed through the gate, Kella immediately ordered the team, "Everyone, stay alert. We don't know what awaits us ahead." Before the team was a colossal cemetery, vast numbers of Demon King spirits floating in the air, exuding a deathly aura. The spirits immediately detected the intruders, and a voice filled with resentment echoed, "The living. Why have you come to this place?" A spirit transformed into a ferocious face, roaring a single command to its companions, "Kill them." With no way back, Kella drew his sword, growling, "Damn it. Everyone, prepare for battle." Immediately, the swarm of spirits descended like a storm, completely surrounding the team. "You living dare to disturb our eternal slumber," Kella tried to explain while unleashing his magic to intimidate them. "We don't mean to disturb you. We came to find the Demon King crystal." But the spirit didn't listen. It lunged straight at Kella, roaring, "The Demon King crystal? That sacred artifact is only for the worthy. I sense no worthiness in you." Kella easily parried the attack and immediately realized the problem. These guys were just like the Gate Guardian. They weren't targeting him, but mistaking him for Turk. While Kella was analyzing, Shrills couldn't wait any longer. She roared, "Deep Abyss Spear," and unleashed a barrage of purple magic spears, initiating the battle. Shrill's Deep Abyss Spear struck a Demon King spirit directly, but it seemed to only tickle it. Rin also refused to stand by. She roared, "Forgive me, O Demon King spirits," then imbued her weapon with purple mana and charged straight at an enemy. Gardy, the team's tank, braced herself and raised her shield to block a direct attack, reassuring herself. "Be brave, Gardy. You can stop them." Kella let out a roar and swung his sword, creating a massive blue energy slash that struck the Demon King spirit's face. The sword passed through the enemy's energy body, and Kella smirked confidently. It went through, but the Demon King spirit was unharmed. The slash passed right through it like a joke. "Fools," it scoffed. "Those with flesh cannot cut us." Kella froze, his face paling as he realized his attack had been utterly useless. The Demon King spirit continued to boast. But the reverse is a different story. With that, it swung an energy claw, tearing a bloody gash across Kella's chest. Kella staggered, clutching his wound, gritting his teeth in pain and disbelief. "Damn it! Even a mana-enhanced sword can't cut them?" Kella clutched his wound, his face ashen as he realized his demonic regeneration ability had been completely nullified. A Demon King spirit boasted loudly, mocking the mortals who dared to dream of the Demon King crystal, ordering them to abandon hope and die. Before he could recover, Kella took another energy slap that tore open his shoulder, splattering blood everywhere. Kella broke out in a cold sweat, realizing the extreme deadlock. Attacks were useless, regeneration was nullified, and the entire team was at death's door. It was Shrill's turn. Another Demon King spirit taunted her, asking if the puny mage was ready to meet death. Shrills channeled her six-ring magic, but had to bitterly admit her spells were useless, perhaps because they shared the same nature as these spirits. Rin also found herself in a difficult situation. Her greatsword couldn't pierce the enemy's energy body, and it mocked her as a useless swordsman. Gardy, the team's tank, fared no better. An attack sent her shield flying, and her face clearly showed terror. Immediately, the Demon King spirit seized Gardy, declaring it would crush her soul and devour it. Gardy's soul was being sucked out of her mouth, powerless, on the verge of fading away. Seeing Gardy about to be devoured, Rin screamed in helplessness, trying to rouse her. "No, recruit, wake up now." In the heat of the moment, Kella was struck by a sickly green energy claw that pierced his chest, gushing blood. The Demon King spirit stood triumphant, boasting loudly as Kella lay dying at its feet. "Now realize your uselessness and embrace death, little one." Witnessing Kella being impaled, Shrills furiously roared his name, her purple magic erupting violently. Even with a hole in his chest, Kella struggled to crawl towards Wood. His voice broken. "Wood, Just a little longer. I'll save you. Before he could finish, Kella collapsed right beside Wood. Both lay in a pool of blood, on the brink of death. Rin and Shrills could only watch in horror, screaming Kella's and Wood's names in despair as both pillars of the team fell simultaneously. Kella's consciousness drifted into a purple void. He wondered if this time, he was truly dead. In the emptiness, Kella looked back bitterly, realizing he had failed to protect his closest comrades. Rin, Shrills, and Wood. Kella gritted his teeth, resentful that even with a new life, he still couldn't create the world he had always dreamed of. In the chaotic space of consciousness, a pitch-black phantom seized Kella's soul, roaring, "What the hell are you doing, you fool?" Kella was deeply shocked, while the phantom screamed that it wouldn't let him come all this way just to die so pointlessly. Kella was stunned, recognizing the phantom's identity, stammering, "Wait, you're the former Demon King, Turk Khaldun." The phantom burst into maniacal laughter, delighted that Kella had finally called him by name. The Demon King's spirit revealed its true form, a wild, three-eyed demon, confirming its identity. "That's right. I am Turk Khaldun." Contrary to expectations, Kella remained unfazed, just as I thought. He then questioned how Turk was inside his head, infuriating the old Demon King that the boy showed no surprise. Kella coldly analyzed, guessing that Turk was bound by some kind of magic, preventing him from acting freely. Turk snapped, calling Kella an idiot for having received his training sword and Roralin's blessing, yet still not knowing how to release. Kella asked blankly, a question that made his opponent's blood pressure rise. "Release? What's that?" Losing patience, Turk grabbed Kella by the collar, roaring that it was something he had to figure out himself. Truly a master who teaches by beating first. Being beaten senseless, Kella screamed, demanding Turk stop and explain immediately, because his comrades were about to die in the real world. Turk smirked sinisterly, explaining, "Listen closely. Release is the ability to draw out the true power hidden deep within your soul, and that power belongs to me, Turk Khaldun." Kella was astonished, realizing this was an incredible deal. "Really? I can use your power?" "Exactly," Turk confirmed, revealing that Kella was chained by a series of seals, and now it was time to break them one by one. The old Demon King reminisced, stating that the first seal broke when Kella first awakened his demonic magic. The second seal was unlocked when Kella met Turk's spirit and received Roralin's blessing. Turk growled, announcing that Kella could now temporarily activate release mode, making the boy immediately ask curiously, "How many seals are left?" "2 more," Turk smirked, admitting he didn't know the conditions for unlocking them, but was certain that once the last 2 seals were broken, Kella's body would be completely liberated, and by merging with him, he would become the strongest in the world. The concept of being the strongest in the world stunned Kella, who muttered it again in astonishment. Turk laughed gleefully, roaring, "That's right. If you truly wish to shape the world to your will, break the remaining seals, and become the strongest." Kella was still half skeptical, directly questioning the former Demon King. "Why are you helping me? You know I'm from another world." The former Demon King roared, grabbing Kella, declaring he didn't care, only wanting to escape the eternal cycle of reincarnation. "Liberate this body and fully wield my power." The old Demon King growled, his purpose clear. Once Kella was capable enough, his soul would be released. Kella fell silent, sensing the infinite loneliness emanating from the Demon King, and began to reconsider this deal. Clenching his fist, Kella decided to go all in, as he now had no other choice but to trust. "All right," Kella shouted, accepting the deal. "Then teach me how to use release mode right now." Immediately, the former Demon King blasted Kella with an immense surge of energy, making the boy scream in agony. Being overwhelmed by the power, Kella cried out in pain. "What the hell are you doing?" The former Demon King commanded. "Connect your consciousness with mine. Focus. If you can do that, you'll be able to use 20% of my power." Kella was utterly shocked upon hearing this, yelling in exasperation. "What? Only 20%? The former Demon King roared, calling Kella an arrogant brat. 20% of my power is already immense. Your pathetic body can only handle that much." Kella panicked, realizing a crucial truth. "Wait, those Demon King spirits are immune to my attacks. The living can't attack spirits." The former Demon King smirked maniacally, growling a loaded question. "Do I look like a living being in your eyes?" The Demon King finished, his smile growing even more sinister. Kella was stunned, his brain unable to process the Demon King's outrageous answer. The Demon King continued to scold mercilessly. "Then get up before you die again, you weakling." Back in reality, Kella was being overwhelmed by the Demon King's spirits, his face covered in blood. Just then, Kella's body began to transform, his hands turning into sharp claws as blue magic power surged and erupted. One of the Demon King spirits looked surprised to see Kella still resisting. What? Still able to stand? Despite his numerous injuries, Kella gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing as he declared, "No, it's not over yet." With blood in his mouth, Kella roared, "I will win," and unleashed a massive blue energy sweep. He swung a colossal energy sword, determined to fight to the death against the spirits. Whoosh! The sword strike hit a Demon King spirit, making it shriek terribly as it was torn apart. Even with his body battered, Kella stood firm, his horns and eyes flaring with defiant blue magic power. Another Demon King spirit froze, unable to believe its eyes. How can this be? How the hell is it still standing? Kella's clawed hand gathered a brilliant blue energy orb, preparing for the next attack. Boom! The energy orb exploded, creating a shockwave that swept through everything in its range. The attack sent a Demon King spirit flying, but Kella also staggered and fell, seemingly exhausted. From afar, Shreels witnessed the scene, her face pale, her voice trembling as she called out in panic. "Kella?" In midair, Kella still didn't give up, his golden eyes glowing as he mustered his last bit of strength for a final decisive blow. Mustering his remaining strength, Kella swung his sword, his blue magic power clashing fiercely with a Demon King spirit's dark claws. This is the finishing blow. Kella's eyes flashed with a golden, resolute light as he poured all his will into the final slash. He spun, creating a vortex of blue sword energy, an all-or-nothing move with no retreat. Whoosh! The sword strike tore through the air, slashing directly at the face of a stunned Demon King spirit. Another Demon King spirit was thrown backward, its body beginning to disintegrate before the unimaginable power. "Unbelievable that a living being could defeat us," the spirit muttered as it faded away, while Kella was also completely exhausted. But another spirit shrieked in horror, as a colossal, enraged phantom appeared behind Kella. This power does not belong to the living, Kella realized, clenching his fist as magic power surged from his wounds. "If I unleash Turk's mana, perhaps I can even cut down vengeful spirits." Shreels rushed over, her face drained of color, shouting, "Kella, what happened? Did you use mana so powerful that you could cut down even vengeful spirits?" Rin shook Gardy, both relieved and scared. "Oh my god. Thank you, Kella. Our recruit almost died. What exactly happened?" Kella noticed his body was recovering at an insane speed, blue magic power pouring from his wounds, even faster than before. Shrills stared at Kella, her voice filled with authority. "Are you all right? Explain everything clearly." Kella lowered his gaze, deciding to keep Turk a secret. "Just like you, it seems Roralin's blessing has made me stronger." Shrills narrowed her eyes, knowing full well the kid was lying. "Kella, what are you hiding from us?" The whole group gathered, and Shrills asked directly, "So, you've cleared out all the vengeful spirits?" Kella nodded. "It seems so, but where could the Demon King crystal be?" Suddenly, a colossal meowan echoed, drowning out the sound of the wind. Rin's ears perked up, and she exclaimed excitedly, "It's a kitten!" A gigantic, chubby white cat with demon horns and bat wings lumbered into view before the team, making everyone freeze. "Holy crap, it's huge! Where did it come from?" The giant cat demon greeted the group of travelers, introducing itself as a longtime resident of this place. Kella, with blood still on his clothes, snapped cautiously. "Resident? Or a vengeful spirit, more like." It nonchalantly told them not to worry, claiming it was just a normal cat guarding this place, making Rin freeze and shriek. "Normal? It's as big as an elephant." The giant cat demon explained that its massive size was due to inhaling mana for too long, but it used to be small and cute. It acted all-knowing, saying it knew what the team was looking for and invited them to a warmer place to talk, as everyone looked battered after the battle. Shrills whispered to Kella, wary that the fat cat was trouble, but it heard everything and replied with embarrassment. "Meow, talking behind my back like that, I can hear it all. How embarrassing." In contrast to Shrills, Rin blushed brightly, her eyes sparkling at the cat's cuteness, and insisted to Kella that it didn't seem like a bad guy at all. The giant cat demon played its final card, inviting the group to eat delicious food, making Rin hug its soft fur and urge Kella to hurry because their recruit, Wood, was also injured. Kella and Shrills exchanged glances, their faces still tense, but they had no choice but to accept. "There's no other way. Let's follow it and see." The giant cat demon declared, "A wise choice. Follow me." And then led the team into a gloomy graveyard. Rumble. A stone wall shifted, revealing a secret passage deep underground. Stepping inside was an unbelievably luxurious hall. Rin gasped, finding it as beautiful as a fairy tale. While Kella immediately analyzed it as a space created with extremely sophisticated magic, his gamer blood stirred. Kella scanned the area, his mind constantly calculating to immediately learn this high-level design for his future dungeon and gaming room. The giant cat demon proudly boasted that it had spent over 500 years decorating this lair, shocking Rin, but it nonchalantly replied, "By cat years, I'm still in my prime." It invited the team to sit down and relax after the battle with the spirits, casually showing off a magical blue flame hovering in a glass cage. The entire team was treated to a banquet filled with delicacies. Kella pointed at a sparkling dessert, and the giant cat demon introduced it as moonlight pudding, made from the essence of the moon. Rin's eyes lit up when she saw the colorful pastries, and the giant cat demon immediately advertised them as happiness macarons, claiming that just one bite would make all wounds disappear. Hearing of their miraculous effects, Rin was thrilled and about to eat one, but Kella, with his inherent suspicion, immediately grabbed her hand and warned in a low voice, "Wait, don't eat it." Rin asked blankly why she couldn't eat it, while the giant cat demon behind them maintained a smug expression. Kella coldly explained the rules here. In the realm of the dead, for the living to eat food is to deceive the spirits. Upon hearing this, both Shrills and Rin broke out in a cold sweat, suddenly remembering Roralin's warning to absolutely not eat anything in Mortuorum. The giant cat demon clapped its paws, praising Kella's excellent wisdom, but Kella merely narrowed his eyes and retorted, "Why do you look so pleased?" The cat grinned, revealing that this was the final test, a seemingly easy but ultimately the hardest test, because the living find it difficult to resist hunger. Kella maintained his cautious demeanor, getting straight to the point. "What if we had eaten? Then you would have become my dinner." The giant cat demon replied nonchalantly with a bright smile, leaving everyone speechless. After confirming the team had passed the test, the giant cat demon wagged its tail, signaling, "Follow me." Kella asked directly if they would receive the Demon King crystal, and the cat confirmed they had proven themselves worthy after overcoming the blood mist, defeating the Demon King spirits, and conquering the final temptation. True to its word, the giant cat demon placed its paw on a box, activating a glowing blue magic circle. From within the box, a blue crystal emitted a pure energy flow, hovering in midair. Immediately after, the crystal changed color, transforming into a sparkling pink-purple crystalline mass and flying straight towards Kella. Kella was astonished as he received the item, and the giant cat demon declared, "Young king, take it. This is the Demon King crystal you seek." Holding the quest item in his hand, Kella couldn't help but think, "I never expected to obtain the Demon King crystal so easily." But immediately, Kella dismissed that thought, recalling that without Roralin's help and the power of former Demon King Turk, the team wouldn't have made it this far. Kella clutched the crystal, realizing that this was no easy victory, but the fruit of an entire journey thanks to his companion's unwavering support. Shrills felt the tremendous power emanating from the crystal, while Rin could only exclaim how beautiful and precious it was. Wood also had to admit, this was the first time he had felt such an overpowering energy. Kella was still perplexed, not understanding why the previous Demon Kings had given gifts instead of harboring hatred for them. But the giant cat demon affirmed that Kella had bestowed a favor upon them. The giant cat demon explained in detail. Those resentful souls actually longed for eternal liberation, as being imprisoned for millennia after death was an endless torture. Upon hearing this, Shrill's understanding dawned, and she finally realized why the group had been so furiously attacked upon entering. It turned out that the Demon King spirits attacked the living precisely to plead for destruction, but the twisted rule of the game was that each spirit could only fight one living person, so not everyone had the chance to be annihilated. Kella pondered deeply, finally understanding the profound pain that the previous Demon Kings had endured all this time. The giant cat demon grinned widely, telling Kella that he didn't need to feel guilty, for he had granted them the peace they had longed for. Kella stared at the crystal, suddenly understanding the meaning of the eternal rest that Turk had once mentioned. A big question arose in Kella's mind, and Turk's image appeared. Could it be that Turk also longed for eternal liberation? Kella looked back at the crystal in his hand, wondering if the former Demon King was using him to achieve that ultimate goal.